skull. Shot it on, we're taking it back to the days of trying to lose control. Swerving in a blaze of fire, racing through my bones. Oh shit, I'm feeling it. Tachyon, hell yeah, fuck yeah, I feel like killing it. Tachyon, alright, that's not what it's like to experience. Tachyon, out of the blue, wind through the bag, door coming through like fuck, what was that? Hanging on over, it made me feel so heated. How we creeping out, showing you jazz. Shit from below, give a shit if you know, cause even if you did, bet you keep coming back. Back for more, need a man, yo, addicted to the heat, we make beats cash. Digital bleed to death, each track, epileptic sees every head we crack. Like EPMD snapping necks as we tap energy from everything on and off the map. Oh shit, I'm feeling it. Tachyon, hell yeah, fuck yeah, I feel like killing it. Tachyon, alright, that's not what it's like to experience. Tachyon, Tachyon, shot down your throat like a keg of beer. Choke on the smoke, we in and exhale till the whole chamber is clear. That's not so fucking weird. Try to stain this atmosphere, but they can't cause it's way too shit. How to make a hater disappear. Kick shit where it ain't never been. Fuck what you thought, could not comprehend this shit. If I fist your brain with a 10. Nah, hey, 7 triple snarl, hey, 7 triple snarl, hey, 7 triple snarl, hey, 7 triple 6, 5, 4, turn. Criminal level, quick lightning storm, get out of the way or get up torn. Ain't a picture big enough to feed what we dig up from the core. Another day, forgot it ever was, militant march of this war. Tachyon, taking them down, all we see is blood. Tachyon, turning them out, had a drink, gotta freak that buzz. Shit, I'm feeling it. Tachyon, hell yeah, fuck yeah, I feel like killing it. Tachyon, alright, that's not what it's like to experience. Tachyon, bullet clip forcing you to drip on the moon and fire we spray. Cryonic, haunted bullets, hollow tip with toxic waste. Seize the deal if you don't feel it, don't wanna know we're near my zone. That shit is dead, can't nobody get with that shit, gets dialed tone. Tachyon, bitch, slapping pussy, clots and clothes. The Tachyon, setting off uniforms inside your dome. Give it up, bitch, you know this is it, get with this and get left cause it's on. Tachyon, Triple 6, 5, 4 tons. Bullet clip forcing you to drip on the moon and fire we spray. Cryonic, haunted bullets, hollow tip with toxic waste. Seize the deal if you don't feel it, don't wanna know we're near my zone. That shit is dead, can't nobody get with that shit, gets dialed tone. Tachyon, bitch, slapping pussy, clots and clones. The Tachyon, setting off uniforms inside your dome. Give it up, bitch, you know this is it, get with this and get left cause it's on. Tachyon, Tachyon.
Hey, slip, slide, tryna provide for me. For me. For me. Find me somewhere out in London, you know that's the hideaway. I need some head and some moral support from you right away. Since I've been making donations to you like United Way, you know I do. Stories you told me about him, I can see that it's night and day. You told me the truth. Walking from here to my bedroom and feel like it's miles away. There's too many roads. And I'm still hard body, I don't feel nobody. And I'm wheels, I'm riding all my friendships solid. I get big deposits on my whips exotic. Revving the engine, well, city dependent. I gotta finish it, I want opinions, she wanted things, yeah. She want a ring or some sort of arrangement, yeah. Something that's dangerous, I wanna change it, I wanna claim it, yeah. I want it painted, yeah. She quick to say no cause she know she a diamond, yeah. She getting quiet, yeah. She on the diet, she want a massage, yeah. I'm tryna get intimate, yeah. Bank account never diminishing, yeah. Niggas are changing their images, yeah. Niggas act hard but they innocent, yeah. Hop in the tank and move militant, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Find me somewhere out in London, you know that's the hideaway. I need some head and some moral support from you right away. Since I've been making donations to you like United Way, you know I do. Stories you told me about him, I can see that it's night and day. You told me the truth. Walking from here to my bedroom and feel like it's miles away. There's too many rooms. And I'm still hard body, I don't feel nobody. And I'm wheels, I'm riding all my friendships solid. I get big deposits on my whips exotic. Trunk on the engine, I'm on a mission. The Bronco 250, I'm out your division. I got them excited, know it's been a little minute, I left her delighted. Made that love off a crown, these suckers despite it, the touch is the Midas. She say fuck me and calm, I just do it like Lover but Nike. Order the jet for you and your friends, trophy you running that big body Benz. Got a little bit that came up from nothing, we shopping in London and doing it big. Man, they private, but we out in public, I know we the topic for you and your kids. Ice Monopoly gon' broke, not an option, if they could've stopped it, they would've been dead, they would've been dead. She could be the wig, don't play with my head, you test my emotions. Don't be testing my phone every day, I'ma leave it on red. Don't digging and stroking, my new bitch pussy wet like an ocean, I need a new spread. The solid one chosen, I'm gon' wanna stay focused, I can't let them put me on edge.
Put me on edge. I just bust on my wrist and this rose gold and it's an edge. I just put pointers on feds. I just counted to me and all cash and got hit from the feds. Yeah, I just told them if he played, then we stop in the growth of they dreads. I just had to put the pyramid push that I'm never gon' drive them to shit. Build a panoramic ghost. We got foes and deuces toast. On the big dog of my coast. Like romantics with the scopes. Ain't telling this bitch my ghost. Had a living at the Montreux. I'm a peep but a player not pole. Yeah, I been thinking about selling my soul. Take me out the country and drop me in an apartment. She won't see me cry. I just put macaroni cheese in my pocket and it came with the size. I just put 20 mil inside an extra. I don't give a fuck about your life. You had a buzz, but that shit was too little. I promise you never was hot.
All right. I almost have too much to go over. It's crazy. I have too much. It's crazy. It's too crazy. How am I gonna do all this? Let's undeafen. There we go. What up? There we go. Let me maximize this a little bit. There we go. Put it a little bit over here. I don't know where I want to put it. Yeah, that's probably good. There we go. Why is it when you share a link now, it doesn't say the title? It just says the YouTuber's name again. I've noticed that. Sometimes it says the title, but sometimes it doesn't. Very interesting. All right. Okay, we have... Let's start with this. Omdani on Trump paying new NYC tax. Omdani's gonna tax the rich, which is awesome. Let's see it. He's also building like if I remember correctly, they're like government funded by taxpayer money grocery stores that would have cheaper grocery prices, which is awesome. Super fucking sick. Super sick. I kind of want to do ContraPoints today, but that's like 3 hours, and I don't know how much I want to do of ContraPoints, but we're doing ContraPoints as well. I was trying to fit a lot in the title, so obviously not everything I'm probably going to do today is going to be on the title. I thought about doing Repsion's Firebat files too. I have that on the list. We'll see how interested I am. We'll probably play a little bit of that later. Then why I can't watch Chris Stuckmann anymore. I haven't really heard anything too bad about Chris Stuckmann, so I'd be interested to see that. Is it like a hit piece, it seems like. And then the quartering, Brittany Venti put out a quartering, just total demolishment, like hit piece, like of the quartering. Not that you needed one. He's kind of pathetic as is. And also, Hutch is coping. Why liberal democracy is failing. JSOC responds to Hutch here. On another video or whatever, so I wanted to look at that a little bit too. And then obviously we have the article that I want to read. We might do this second, right after this.
We are coming to you tonight from my own hometown, the borough of the Bronx, New York, just down the street from Yankee Stadium. And for the next hour, some other folks who live here are going to talk to the man who just a little over 100 days ago stepped into what some have called the second toughest job in America, the mayor of New York City.
New York City is so much bigger than you think. 8.5 million people.
Yeah. Let's get into the main conversation. Isn't there like a main conversation thing? I don't want to.
One of the most improbable political stories of the Trump age. A grassroots progressive campaign like no one had ever seen before, with more opposition from Republicans, from a Democratic political dynasty, from the president, from the media that we'd ever seen. And he won, with a laser focus on a core message of making it more affordable for the people who live here. It's been a little over 100 days. The city has not fallen into communism just yet, but he does have a job to do. We've invited an audience of New Yorkers to join us here, some of whom voted
Very
for his mayor,
concerning, communism.
who didn't. Some are supportive of his policies and others are not. But this is New York, so no one is ever going to be shy about sharing an opinion, and the mayor isn't shy about hearing them. So let's welcome now Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Good to see you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. How are you? I wore a suit so I can match your energy.
Thank you.
You were an assembly member just like maybe the last time I saw you actually, and just a few months ago. It's a very different job than this job. What's the biggest thing you've learned? The biggest realization you've had actually being in that position?
I think the biggest thing, first and foremost, is that New Yorkers' trust for all of the big ideas that we have about delivering universal childcare, about making the most expensive city in America affordable for working class people who help keep it running. That trust starts when you fill in those potholes. Because you can't tell someone to trust city government and its ability to deliver free childcare for 2-year-olds for the first time.
I remember. So he's basically doing sewer socialism. And there was an old conversation that Mike from PA and Vosh had where it was basically how Vosh was saying sewer socialism can't be done. And basically Mamdani's basically in his rhetoric talking about doing that right now.
That's history. If they can look out the window.
They say Vosh is right on a lot of things, the Vostradamus kind of meme. But he's also been wrong on some specific things. This being one of them.
And see the same pothole unfilled as it was the day before, the week before, the month before, the year before. And so at the same time that we've been pursuing this agenda that would transform the lives of New Yorkers, delivering a pathway to universal childcare on day 8, we've also filled in 102,000 potholes in that same 100-day period. We started to repave more than 1,000 miles of roadway. And all of this comes back from a belief that there's no problem too big, no task too small, and we call this pothole politics.
Well, there's this phrase called sewer socialism. It comes out of Milwaukee particularly, right? There's a number of socialist mayors in Milwaukee, and the idea that the only way you deliver on your ideology, whatever it is, no matter, and particularly if it's a radical one, is that you have to give people clean water and things like that. Are you informed by that tradition? Is that something you're thinking about?
Very much so. I think oftentimes people think of politics as an intellectual debate.
Dude, Vosh is taking a major L off of this. And it's good to take these kind of L's, though. It's good to take these kind of L's. These are the kind of L's that are, it's like, okay, if I'm wrong, then this is awesome.
Working people want to know if you can actually
this can be done, then this is awesome.
And one of those mayors
it's like taking a win with the L.
Their phrase was go after it and get it. We've talked about this for long enough. New Yorkers want to see, can you actually deliver on these things? And they want to measure it in the way that they experience government on a day-to-day basis. That's why we're focusing on the little things while also pursuing the big ones.
Do you think that you have, Mayor of New York is always somewhat of a national figure, kind of. They also never have a national career in politics. Those two things I think are related. It's a tough job to come out of everyone being like, that guy's awesome. Do you feel like you're carrying an ideological burden for the flag of democratic socialism, which you proudly are, right? And you're the most powerful democratic socialist in the country. And people are going to point to whether things go well here or poorly here as evidence of whether that's an ideology that is worth anything.
Well, I think it goes back to what you were saying earlier, which is that the worth of an ideology is judged in its delivery. And to me, this is an incredible opportunity. We've been told for so long, even over the course of the campaign, that things like universal childcare could never be done. On day 8, I stood next to Governor Hochul. We announced $1.2 billion in funding that will now, for the first time in New York City history, deliver free childcare for 2-year-olds. And that is something that you don't have to explain to a parent.
But you got 2,000, just to be clear, you got 2,000 seats. The big city, 8 million people.
2,000 seats this year, right? 12,000 seats next year, and then every single 2-year-old by the end of year 4. And the importance of that.
I like how the argument basically too about like why these things can't be done is we don't have the money for it or something like that. And it's like most of the money is going to shit that we do not need to be funding at all. So the explanation is like the simplest explanation. It's like, okay, well, then we can cut a lot of specific fundings that we don't need to be putting the funding into. We should tax the rich more. It's like, no, we can't ever do that. We can't ever do that. What are you, insane? What are you, insane?
Happens, right?
It will happen. This is not an inshallah promise.
Right, okay.
This is definitely happening. And I say that to you because Senator Warren talks about childcare as infrastructure. The way that you deliver this, it's not just a question of securing the funding.
Imagine if you were able to liquidate all of like the Trump family's like income from all the scams alone. Whatever legitimate money that they do have, they just remain in possession of as they're in jail.
Working with the childcare providers.
That alone can probably help significantly. How much money does like Trump have at this point? Out of the scams, isn't he like making like $3 billion or something? Is that an insane number? Or? I feel like I've heard that. Trump's net worth. Yeah, okay, dude. 6.27 billion? Okay, I think we could liquidate your assets and I think we could afford a lot of different things with just that alone.
Who have been at the heart of what's made it possible for so many families to be here and building out their capacity to deliver for more children than we've ever seen engaging in this kind of service in New York City.
You know, affordability, which we're going to talk through throughout the hour, was the sort of central.
I was thinking about it.
No, yes, well, you're very on message, which, you know, to your credit. In the mayoral election before you were elected, particularly coming out of 2020, 2021, there's a huge amount of attention on policing and crime, right? And we saw a big uptick in crime in New York City and nationally. We're seeing something pretty remarkable happening, which is basically the inverse. And, you know, you came out and celebrated the lowest homicide rate I think the city's recorded in many, many decades. But it's not just New York City. Mayor Lurie in San Francisco is going to take credit for it there, and Brandon Scott in Baltimore, Kash Patel, the FBI, and Donald Trump in the White House are going around saying, hey, we've got the lowest crime rate ever because of what I did. What is your understanding or theory for what is happening with crime in your city?
Well, I think there's a few things. We're seeing that our approach to public safety is working, and not just in a sense of a general decline, but to actually correct you a little, it's not just the lowest number of murders in the last few decades, it's the lowest number of murders ever in recorded history. The joint lowest number of shootings. It's a decline of crime across major categories by more than 9%. It's also not enough. New Yorkers do not measure their lives by statistics. They want to know that you are doing everything in your power to deliver public safety. And the importance of public safety, it's not actually divorced from the conversation around affordability. It's the cornerstone. It's the platform that allows you to do that work of affordability. Because if someone is not safe in their city, then that is the first concern they have, even before the other ones that we speak about.
I mean, let me give an interpretation of what I've seen, and you can respond to it, which is that progressive governance is impossible if people are scared. And progressive politics essentially become choked off. And what I've seen is you're someone who has had these commitments to fast and free buses and universal childcare. When you look at policing, there's things you've said you want to do. You want to get rid of this gang database, which is, you've been very critical of. There's a special unit that sort of polices protests you said you want to disband. The gang database is still there. The special unit that polices protests just arrested a bunch of people at a protest. From the outside, it looks like you basically said, look, I'm not going to touch the policing stuff. It's too dangerous, either substantively or politically. I'm going to focus on this other stuff, and I'm going to let the commissioner and sort of status quo policing continue. Is that a fair characterization?
I wouldn't say so. I'll push you on a little bit for a few reasons. One of the reasons that I made the decision to retain our police commissioner was not just because of what she was delivering in terms of public safety, but also how she'd been able to uproot corruption from the upper echelons of the NYPD. We need a government that is not just efficient, but also excellent, one that can be trusted in the work that it does. Now, my belief in the importance of disbanding the strategic response group, it continues just as strongly as it was during the campaign. The reason for that is I don't think we need to couple our response to protests with our response to counterterrorism threats. This is a modern conflation that has happened, and it's one that I'm committed to disbanding. The disbanding of it is one that we're going to do thoughtfully to ensure that we are also respecting the right to protest and keeping New Yorkers safe. But again, it's not an if for me, it's a when.
You've gotten a lot of attention for the relationship that you have cultivated with the president. You've been asked about this a lot. It is, I mean, I gotta say, again, from the outside,
he's good at like managing these kind of answers, even with stuff that it seems like legitimate criticisms that you could probably make of how he's handling things. And I think even with these like probably less stellar like decisions or whatever, there's like a thought process behind it that kind of makes sense in terms of pragmatics.
It's an amusing thing to watch, particularly when you said to the reporter in front of him, like, no, he is a fascist. And he said, no, it's okay, go ahead and answer, you know. What's going on? Like, what is it? Explain it. Why? How did this happen?
You know, when you were introducing this and we were stepping out, you were saying, these are New Yorkers. Right. No one's going to be shy about their opinions. And in many ways, one of the few things the president and I have in common is that we are both New Yorkers. For all of our political disagreements, we have one agreement of chief importance, which is that we love this city. And with the president, I'm honest, I'm direct, and I try and always bring it back to what would actually benefit the city. So when I'm sitting there with the president and I'm talking about the opportunity to work together to deliver more housing than we've seen in a single housing development since the early 1970s, I'm also speaking about the fact that I think that ICE raids are cruel and inhumane, and that the fact that that morning they had detained a Columbia student is part and parcel of why this is not something that is actually serving the interests of public safety. And so I gave the president a list of 5 names of people who were detained in or around Columbia. He called me 30 minutes.
This is why literally the criticisms of like who you're associating with and what you're doing in politics is like, there's room for fair criticism, I think, but it's also like what realistically, pragmatically do you have to do? What associations do you have to, who do you have to collaborate with, even if they're on the scale of Trump, to get things done in the first place? There's only so much room where I can or any other person can legitimately be upset about, you know, getting along with like, you know, disgusting, reprehensible people, because this is like kind of like how the system is right now in and of itself. And to work to function within the system as it is, there's only so much that you can say. Like, I think how Mamdani handles Trump is like in a particular way like the best ethical, you know, least sanitizing way possible. Somehow he's managed to do that, be honest with his feelings on who he thinks Trump is as a person, and still make Trump fall in love with him, basically. Just like feel like this guy's a winner. This guy's awesome. Like he doesn't have to like, well, he manages a little bit. But he doesn't really have to, he doesn't have to filter necessarily. Like the filtering's there, but it's like, it's not, you know, it's not that it isn't transparent at the same time.
After the meeting and said, I've made the decision to release the student that you brought up.
He's not happy with the new tax plan on the basically second homes for very, very wealthy people. He said, you're destroying New York. It has no chance. The United States of America should...
Well, now that's not the case. But that's because of decisions like this. Maybe Mamdani just has to go have another meeting with him, and then Trump will fall in love again. Mamdani is destroying New York. It has no chance. United States of America should not contribute to its failure. It will only get worse. The tax policies are so wrong. People are fleeing. They must change their ways, and fast. History has proven this stuff just doesn't work.
Not contribute to its failure. It'll only get worse. The tax policies are so wrong. People are fleeing. This must change their ways and fast. History has proven this stuff just doesn't work. Thank you for attention to this matter. Did seem a little more in sorrow than in anger. He felt a little betrayed.
I think the president knows exactly where I stand on these issues, and I know where the president stands on these issues. I ran a campaign speaking very plainly about the fact that in the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the world, it's unacceptable that 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty. And as we're facing a generational fiscal deficit, I believe it's only right to ask those who don't live in New York City, but who own a second home in New York City, and that second home is worth more than $5 million in New York City, to pay a little bit more so that everyone can afford to live here.
It did occur to me he might actually have to pay the tax.
We don't have exceptions in our taxes that we propose.
You mentioned ICE and you mentioned immigration. I mean, it has been notable that we've had this, trail of elevated ICE enforcement and CBP enforcement that we saw in Los Angeles, we saw it in Chicago, we of course very famously saw it in Minneapolis and the Twin Cities. There have been elevated ICE enforcement here in New York City. They've been at the courts and things like that, but we have not seen something like the operation in Minneapolis. Does that hang over you as a kind of sort of Damocles? Does it feel like it's something the president could threaten every moment? Do you feel like part of your relationship with him is staving that off, to be honest?
I mean, my relationship with the president is important to deliver for New Yorkers. And I've made it very clear to the president that increased ICE presence, it would just be an increase on what we've seen with ICE raids, which is just cruel and inhumane. I've also been honest about the fact that I think ICE is an agency that should be abolished. It's a modern creation. Our country has had answers to immigration long before we had ICE. And we also see that these kinds of raids, just a few nights ago, ICE detained a delivery worker. This is a man who came to the city with the dreams of building up a life for himself and his family. No active investigation, no warrant. He finished a Grubhub delivery and then was taken by armed, masked federal agents. That's what we're talking about here in New York City. It's the public school student, Dylan Contreras, whose family we worked with to ensure that he would come home. That's the kind of person that's getting detained in the city, and that's why New Yorkers are sick of this approach, one, frankly, of a complete absence of humanity.
Man, how much is he gonna have to pay in taxes? Can't wait to see that. Let's see. Okay. Why can't watch Chris Stuckmann anymore?
There was a time when YouTube media criticism was basically just
I've never seen anything really horribly bad, no allegations, no nothing said about Chris Stuckmann. So I wonder what we got here.
a competition to see who could scream the loudest.
A bad credit card!
It was the era of the angry reviewer, with lots of performative rage, a whole lot of cynicism, and skits that were longer than the actual review itself. You had your usual suspects like the angry video game nerd, the nostalgia critic, Linkara,
aren't my eyes comforting when they're up close like this?
and really all of Channel Awesome as a whole. As much as I still enjoy watching the remaining active creators from that website, the angry reviewer shtick got old very fast. There's this veil of irony that these reviewers use to shield any form of criticism directed towards them, since at the end of the day, they're just playing a character or an exaggerated version.
These videos were like white nerd humor in a nutshell, just white male nerd humor. Very, very, very cringe. the essence of cringe, I would say. Not that it's necessarily bad. If you enjoy it, you enjoy it, you know.
Version of themselves. Any bad take they had could just be whisked away as being a bit and not a serious opinion. Looking at YouTube as a whole back then, simply reviewing a movie and giving your opinion as yourself was a fool's errand for channel growth back then. Why would I watch some everyday random dude talk about a movie when I could just watch some dude wearing a fedora with a prop gun fight his evil clone in a hotel room while reviewing said piece of media? Shoot these guys! But this is where our protagonist comes into play. Enter Chris Stuckmann.
It is some of the coolest special effects sequences I have seen in a while. The last 20 minutes of this movie are absolutely fantastic. I loved Chronicle. It's a great film. It may continue to be on my best of the year list for a while.
What was that one, I grew up around black people. I love black people. It's a photo with him and like, just, he's like, I grew up in a neighborhood with black people. It's all black people in him. Is that like a barbecue or something?
I'm gonna give it an A-.
Back then, Chris Stuckmann was the radical outlier because he was just a guy.
You know, like I go to see a movie and I'm like, this one's gonna be it. Never mind. I was like, Last Airbender. You can do it, Shyamalan. Nothing.
While everyone else was busy building elaborate lore around their OC while wearing Halloween costumes, Chris's early content was defined solely by a bedroom, a setup much like this. And even when he tackled your standard punching bag movie, the kind of so bad it's good film that everyone at that time was making fun of, The Room, Birdemic, Son of the Mask, you know what I'm talking about. Chris still kept it grounded for the most part.
I grew up watching Dragon Ball Z. I've seen every single episode of Dragon Ball Z. I've seen every episode of Dragon Ball. I know everything about Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball Z is my favorite anime. I've read the manga, I've watched the shows. I know everything about Dragon Ball, and I've come to realize that the creators of Dragon Ball Evolution, I don't even know if they even watched any of Dragon Ball.
In his 2011 review of Dragon Ball Evolution, he expressed genuine disappointment.
Wait, the way you delivered that, man.
Realize that the creators of Dragon Ball Evolution, I don't even know if they even watched any of Dragon Ball.
What was that delivery?
Thing about Dragon Ball, and I've come to realize that the creators of Dragon Ball Evolution, I don't even know if they even watched any of Dragon Ball.
Dude, I don't know what it is about this delivery, but this delivery here, it feels like this, what he was trying to do is he was trying to force out a little more anger here. And he couldn't do it and he just left it in.
In his 2011 review of Dragon Ball Evolution, he expressed genuine disappointment as opposed to the theatrical fury that was so common at the time.
I give Dragon Ball Evolution no stars. That's right, not even a half little star. This film gets nothing. This film has nothing. I will give it nothing. I hate this movie. It took away 85 minutes of my life that seemed like the longest 85 minutes ever.
While playing into what works on the site, Chris would create a new series for his channel.
Whenever you were to watch the Dragon Ball Evolution, like, trailer, it was the live-action Dragon Ball movie. I don't care about Dragon Ball. I don't give a shit. Like, the action sequences are cool, but I don't care about the, like, characters, lore, anything like that. But I wonder if you were to watch this trailer, you would probably not have to waste your time watching it to know that it's dog shit. Like, I can't imagine this being like, yeah, like, they're gonna do anything good with this.
Earth was nearly destroyed. Not by man, but by gods from the sky. 7 mystics banded together to fight the invaders. They created the Dragon Balls.
Is there like a dragon or something? I don't know the actual lore. Wasn't a dragon a part of this? Like, he holds the Dragon Balls or some shit like that? You have to, like, do, like, if you get the Dragon Balls all together, you get one wish.
Again. The evil
something like that.
Has returned. Only one chosen warrior has the power to defeat this threat.
Yeah, you would just know this is dog shit. Based off this alone.
I'm not ready for this. You are the only one who can do it.
With this Dragon Ball, I take my vengeance upon the earth.
Dragon Balls before the eclipse.
I want to say it's like a parody, you know?
Let's go. We'll go, but we go together. Cool.
This spring, the battle for our world
Who are you?
will begin.
Dude, it feels like they wait. It feels like a parody, dude. There's no way they like were shooting this and they crafted up this trailer and they thought, oh yeah, this shit hits hard. this shit hits hard. You know this shit hits hard, bro. They watched this and they're like, oh yeah, that's tough. That's tough as fuck. Just watching, imagine watching this trailer and you're like, yeah, this is tough. I'm so excited to see this. It's gonna be movie of the year, easy.
Dragon Ball Evolution.
Oh my god. There's no way, man. This makes The Last Airbender look like a masterpiece. 13 years later, I still can't believe this ever made it to a theater. Oh my god, man. This film made Akira Toriyama. Oh my, why can't I say this right now? Akira Toriyama. Okay, come on, bro. I feel like I've said this guy's name before, haven't I? Maybe I have. Pronounce the name. Akira Toriyama, yeah. Anyone want to resurrect Dragon Ball? Goku's actor pays respects to Toriyama by apologizing for the adaptation. That's too little too late, I guess. You already did it.
Which was dubbed Hilariosity. In a way, it was his slight concession to the angry reviewer trend, but with a twist. In reviews like The Room or Birdemic, he leaned into the absurdity of the films, yet the humor came from his genuine reactions to the screen, where he was just sort of being himself.
The dialogue in that scene is so thought-provoking, and it says true things about humanity. It's pretty terrible. It's all terrible.
His 2011 top 10 best and worst movies of the year served as the standard for this channel. While the Channel Awesome crowd was focused primarily on nostalgia for the 80s and 90s, Chris Stuckmann focused mainly on recent movies that had just come out. He was talking about Drive, The Tree of Life, and Hannah, treating YouTube like a legitimate seat at the critics' table and mirroring the professionalism of Roger Ebert, as opposed to the chaos of a Saturday morning cartoon like The Nostalgia Critic. But at the same time, it still felt like you were just talking to your dorky friend who loves movies and won't shut up about the last thing he just saw. In videos like his Prometheus review from 2012, you can see the blueprint for the modern video essayist starting to form. There's no jump cut gags to hide a lack of insight. Instead, the video is voiceover only with some lo-fi ambient music playing in the background.
In Greek mythology, Prometheus was a titan who is known as the creator of mankind and...
Okay. Can we skip to whatever controversies is happening here? What are we doing? Why do we need all this?
Okay. I mean, if that's how they feel about me, then... Okay. That's fine.
Another funny moment came around the release of Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice.
Hold on. Can we go back here?
Breeding. Guys, I grew up with King Kong, because that's how I grew up watching this film. Now, if you grew up in the 90s at all...
There was also the time when Rich Evans from Red Letter Media...
Oh, yeah, the growing up meme. Yeah. Oh, he's going over some of the memes. Chris Stuckmann memes. Okay. Did he do the... Did he show the black people one?
His setup. It's kind of the same thing, right? But beyond the movie reviews, I also really love the random one-off videos where he would review his own movies from when he was a teenager. Whether or not this was intentional, it showed that he wanted to be more than just a YouTube movie critic. A highlight from this was his Indiana Jones fan film video where he went over the production history behind his take on the legendary Steven Spielberg franchise. To me, as a kid who wanted to be a filmmaker, this was so inspirational, and it was one of the major foundations that led me to actually pursuing a career in film. Still, for anyone who watched Chris Stuckmann consistently, you would pick up on some occasionally strange moments. For starters, it seemed like he opened every review by saying, I grew up with this, I grew up with that.
I grew up with Dragon Ball Z. I've always loved Dragon Ball Z. I grew up loving this character. I love the comic. I grew up with this film. This was my...
It didn't really matter what intellectual property he was reviewing.
We grew up with everything, though. We all grew up. It's not necessary. He's not necessarily wrong with a lot of these things, I would imagine, is that everyone grew up with some of these things, okay?
So happened to have nostalgia for it, and also just so happened to have grown up with it.
I grew up playing the Lara Croft games, and I myself grew up reading. Guys, I grew up with King Kong, because that's how I grew up watching this film. Now, if you grew up in the 90s at all.
There was also the time when Rich Evans from Red Letter Media offhandedly called him a prick.
In this episode of Review, who are you gonna call? That's right, the Ghostbusters. Today we're talking about the Ghostbusters, the 1984 comedy film.
Rich.
What?
You're a YouTuber, but you're not an asshole YouTuber.
I got confused.
Yeah.
I saw a red curtain, I thought we were that one prick.
And Chris Stuckmann then posted a 6-minute long response.
But you're not an asshole YouTuber.
I got confused.
Yeah.
I saw a red curtain, I thought we were that one prick.
Which huge prick is Rich talking about? I would imagine, hold on, if I had to guess, if there was only one of the three that they're trying to refer to, maybe it's all of them. Maybe Armored Skeptic. I think Armored Skeptic. I think Armored Skeptic is the one that they're like actually dissing. It's the other two caught in the crossfire.
And Chris Stuckmann then posted a 6-minute long response video where he looked visibly upset over what many perceived to be an offhanded, harmless joke.
For me, there was just a moment where I was like, oh, okay. I mean, if that's how they feel about me, then okay, that's fine.
Another funny moment came around the release of Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. A terrible...
You have to not take this personally.
Movie that I just can't seem to avoid talking about in my videos. Regardless, he made a tweet that was a rewrite of a scene in the movie where he tried to show how he would have handled the tension between Batman and Superman. The script was intended to be a grittier, better version of the confrontation, but it backfired immediately because the dialogue felt like hyper-edgy.
Oh, I vaguely remember this. Oh, dude. Wait, hold on. You don't know the meaning of the word. You've never tasted fear. Never felt pain. That's about to change. Lightning erupts in the darkened sky. Beat. Superman focuses on Batman's cowl, utilizing his X-ray vision. Superman, surprise. Bruce Wayne? I'm actually impressed. Batman remains silent.
Between Batman and Superman.
Superman, continuing. I'm surprised you can find time to kill criminals in between drinks. A tiny smirk appears on Batman's face.
The script was intended to...
Wait, can we get more? Dude, that script. Dude.
Movie that I just can't seem to avoid talking about in my videos.
Okay, wait. Dude, I swear there was like something really, really fucking funny in here. I cannot remember, but I just vaguely remember hearing something. I was just burst out fucking laughing. Rain assaults ground as Batman takes large, powerful steps towards a figure descending from the sky. The striking silhouette of Superman explodes into view as lightning flashes across the clouds. The two titans lock eyes as Superman's boots hit gravel. Batman breathes deeply and rights himself. Superman shows no signs of apprehension and begins advancing towards his opponent. Within moments, the two Colossi? The two just says Colossi. The two Colossi are standing inches apart. Superman, mocking, I admire your courage. Batman, I imagine bravery isn't something you're accustomed to.
He made a tweet that was a rewrite of a scene in the movie.
Let's see. Superman, challenging me isn't my idea of bravery. Batman, you don't know the meaning of the word. Oh, yeah.
Where he tried to show how he would have handled the tension between Batman and Superman. The script was intended to be a grittier, better version of the confrontation, but it backfired immediately because the dialogue felt like hyper-edgy fanfiction, which is funny considering that whole movie is just hyper-edgy fanfiction. The climax of his rewrite featured Batman shouting, "Tell that to Zod snap neck."
Yes. Oh my god, tell that to Zod snap neck.
Fanfiction, which is funny considering that whole movie is just hyper-edgy fanfiction. The climax of his rewrite featured Batman shouting, "Tell that to Zod snap neck."
It's so good, dude.
The internet found the line unintentionally hilarious for a few reasons. First, the logic is bizarre because you can't really tell an argument to a dead man's broken vertebrae. Second, because Stuckmann was a critic who positioned himself as an expert.
Wait, no, that was super autistic. What?
Of his rewrite featured Batman shouting, "Tell that to Zod snap neck." The internet found the line unintentionally hilarious for a few reasons. First, the logic is bizarre because you can't really tell an argument to a dead man's broken vertebrae. Second,
okay, that's super autistically detailed. Okay.
because Stuckmann was a critic who positioned himself as an expert on story structure, his attempt to improve professional writing with something widely considered to be objectively worse became an instant meme. Speaking of, another moment that got memed on pretty hard was during his review of Jordan Peele's Get Out, where he said this.
I think you can review plenty of films out there, and you probably just would not be good at the actual job in of itself of writing or story structure or anything. You can probably just give your opinion on something. But it does make it funnier when the example is like as clear as day of how bad you are at it. At least at that time. Didn't he, doesn't Chris Stuckmann have a new movie out? Not now, but it was in theaters or whatever. I never watched it, but there's mixed reviews. Oh yeah, this picture's fucking awesome, dude. It's mostly funny because of the context.
In a very mixed race environment, I had tons of friends of color, so I never really saw this myself personally. I grew up in
It's just so good, dude.
a very all-inclusive family that believed that everyone is people. We're all human, and it doesn't matter. And I still feel that way, and I'm really, really grateful for that upbringing because I've since learned as an adult that that's rare. So seeing a film like this can sometimes get under my skin because I genuinely don't understand racism, and that's just because I never was really exposed to it on a full scale. So when I see it in movies like this, I have a hard time connecting with it.
Well, in 2021, the reason for this odd behavior quickly made sense when Chris Stuckmann published a video titled, "How I Left the Jehovah's Witnesses to Pursue Filmmaking." Here, he laid out the reality of living inside a high-control group where the elders kept a boot on his throat. He talked about the threat of disfellowshipping, where you are essentially shunned.
Okay, but where's the actual controversies?
From your family and friends. It effectively deletes a person from the lives of the people that they love, as a constant looming shadow over him. Hearing him articulate how the organization turned his own household into a site of surveillance made the abstract concept of religious dogma feel incredibly claustrophobic and real, while also making it abundantly clear why he acted so odd in those prior moments. It provided the missing context for his previous public demeanor, explaining why he often seemed so rigid and disconnected. Having been raised in a bubble, he lacked the baseline cultural fluency that most people take for granted. Getting called a prick by red letter media felt less like basic ribbing and more like a direct hostile assault on who he is as a person, while his bumbling and alienating commentary on Get Out, where he claimed not to understand the mechanics of racism, was the byproduct of an upbringing that intentionally kept him insulated from the harsh realities of the outside world.
I started talking about movies on the internet. They were very innocent reviews, no language, no cursing. I was still living with my parents at the time, and eventually the elders became aware that I was talking about movies on the internet, and they had a meeting with me, and in so many words they suggested that they didn't like that.
The entire video itself is so fascinating. I recommend you go check it out for yourself, but what stuck out to me the most was the conflict that he presented that was centered on his ambition to make movies, which the church hierarchy treated as a moral threat to his spiritual standing. He described living a double life for years, where he would go out and watch movies that he wasn't supposed to be watching, and then bury his genuine interests under a layer of required conformity to avoid triggering the leadership.
I had seen Thor that day, and
yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses, dude, that shit's an actual annoying ass fucking cult. That should be considered, I think it is considered, at least by a lot of people to some degree, like some form of child abuse. the structure of that environment, growing up in that cultish environment as you're a child.
The elders found out that I had seen Thor and made a big fuss about it because Thor is a pagan god.
He would also, in that same video, come out as pansexual, and he stripped away the insulation that he had maintained for years. He made it very clear that this previous existence was defined by a series of forced compromises that stifled his development as a creator and as a person. It was by far the most genuine video that he had ever made up until that point. It would mark a turning point for the channel, as around this time, he announced that he was moving forward. He was officially transitioning from a critic to a filmmaker, beginning work on his debut feature, Shelby Oaks. Essentially, Chris Stuckmann announced that he would no longer be reviewing bad movies. His reasoning for this was that he, as a filmmaker, didn't want to talk negatively towards a movie and then burn that bridge in the film industry. Chris also argued that because he now understood the blood, sweat, and tears that went into film production, he no longer felt comfortable being negative towards these movies. It sounds noble on paper, but in practice, it was the death of his credibility. Sure, he had some solid videos during this run, like his Madam Web review, where instead of trashing it like everyone else did, he expressed sympathy for the filmmakers involved and talked about how Sony, the studio behind that dumpster fire of a movie, had a very bad habit of meddling with the creative vision of their directors.
I do not know how hard it is to make a movie under the studio system. I was able to make an indie film without a giant corporation breathing down my neck, which is not the privilege that S.J. Clarkson had when she directed Madam Web under Sony, which I can only imagine was monumentally difficult.
Yes, it is cape shit. Say what you want. I can't stand that movie, and frankly, I forget it even exists. However, it's still an interesting and unique take, especially from someone who at the time was working in the industry. That was the rare exception, as the vast majority of his uploads just felt completely pointless. These videos don't benefit anybody, because the film critic is scared to critique the thing he's supposed to be critiquing. Movie critics aren't there to be friends with the director, but to actually assess the finished product. So, by announcing he would only talk about things he liked, or worse, refuse to say anything bad
That's
about
like boring-ass content. I think that's legitimate. As like every blue moon, you might like click on a Chris Stuckmann video or whatever and be like, yeah, oh, like he made a video on this, he must have liked it. I remember when he first made this, and I just thought, I was like, okay, this is cringe. Just don't make YouTube videos anymore. I don't know, man. Well, I imagine it, yeah, okay. Let's see. Well, I imagine he would probably say something like, because a lot of people didn't like Super Mario Galaxy critically, in terms of like, I imagine if you were to do anything slightly negative, it's more so like, he tries to do like a positive leaning way of talking about the video or the movie instead of negative, like wholly negative. It's, yeah.
Years now after the first film made like $1 billion. I say like, but I think it actually did make $1 billion, and this one probably will too. And here Mario ventures into space, exploring cosmic worlds and tackling galactic challenges far from the familiar Mushroom Kingdom. It's pretty obvious that I love Mario, I always have. I remember when I was a kid seeing the first Super Mario Bros. Movie with Bob Hoskins and John Leguizamo and being like, that looked weird, but I mean, there was something there, I guess. And I was like, I don't know, 7 years old, and I thought it was pretty cool over the years. Liked that one less, and really got into the video games, and I've played them my whole life. And I really enjoyed the first Mario movie when I saw it in theaters. And my kids are obsessed with that film. I have seen it probably 15 to 20 times, and they love the games. They play them all the time. I play the games with them. At first, it started as me playing the games for them, and them just watching, sort of awe-inspired. And now they play them and are actually better at the games in some ways than I am. And it's really amazing to see how young people today really can get into games and understand technology way better than I did when I was their age. And they are going to lose their minds when I take them to this movie tomorrow, because I saw it tonight at midnight to do this video for you guys, and I wish I could have seen it for the first time with them, but I'm going to take them again and see this movie twice in a 24-hour period. But I'm going to enjoy myself for the most part, because even though I didn't like this movie as much as the first, and I'll get into a few reasons why, I still had a really good time at the theaters, enjoying these characters that I
mostly positive here in terms of like, it's like constructive criticism. I think that's probably a better way of putting his videos, when there's something like, when there's like a movie that he watches and there's some huge negative qualities or whatever, he's trying to lean in towards more constructive criticism and trying to be a lot more gentle.
Things he didn't, he ceased to become a critic and became nothing more than a PR agent for these movies. Whether or not you agree or disagree with his methods, Chris Stuckmann was still able to make a full-length feature film. After years of teasing it and posting a ton of really neat behind-the-scenes vlogs on his channel, the movie was picked up by Neon as its distributor. From there, the studio gave the film more funding, and Stuckmann was able to tweak and refine multiple elements to the project. Upon its release, the consensus among both general audiences and critics was mixed to poor. to say the least. It sort of seemed like the praise surrounding this had more to do with the film's director being a YouTuber, as opposed to actually just praising the material itself.
The movie just comes across as slow to me rather than slow burn. But you might be able to look past those flaws. If you're drunk. Yeah, now I'm Stuckmanized!
Even then, a lot of the gripes people had with the movie had to do with people's dislike of Chris Stuckmann and how a film critic should be better.
It's worse than I was expecting based off watching his channel for years. He knows what a good movie looks like, and he has a mentor in Flanagan. If you have watched his channel, you know he's inspired by the Blair Witch Project and M. Night's movies. Felt like the longest 90 minutes of my life. What happened? I would imagine, okay, guys, you're making your first fucking movie. You can have the... I would go a little bit easier. I'd go a little bit easier. It's easy to say, I watched like all my favorite fucking movies. I know what makes it, like, I know like top cinema. I know I have good taste in cinema. You can have excellent taste in cinema. You can know what makes it work. You can know what makes it tick. You can watch all that stuff. But that only takes you so far in terms of actually putting it in action. Not only in terms of putting it in action of writing it, storyboarding, lighting, fucking directing, acting, all of this stuff. That takes a lot of like time and effort to get legitimately good at it. There's like probably not a lot of like artists, directors, or whatever in the industry that like started with like some bangers right off rip. You know what I mean? It's one thing to say, like, I know how this is supposed to be done. It's another thing actually doing it, because the actual experience of doing it takes time. I've never seen this movie. Maybe this movie's fucking dog shit. But, like, even with those reviews, what, 55% or whatever, for a first-timer, I think it could be fucking 10 times worse. A lot of YouTubers have made 10 times worse. What was it? Red Letter Media made their, like, dog shit fucking movies. And I think they made it with, like, a ironic kind of sense of, like, we know these are kind of dog shit, but it's like, as like, I think some like YouTubers are kind of scared because like the YouTube creators that are like critics, movie critics, they're kind of scared of, you know, trying. So a lot of them will go down that direction instead of what the direction Stuckmann went with. Also, Flanagan is not like Flanagan being your mentor doesn't mean, you know, like you're going to make like some fucking masterpiece or some shit like that. Or you're going to make like an exceptional 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10 kind of movie or some shit. Flanagan can only take you so far.
At making movies, since they critique movies. They should know what's good and what's bad. There was also a ton of discourse.
They should. But again, if you're making your own original project, it only takes you so far. I know it should work for this specific movie. Also, remember, these critics, it's their opinions too, what makes these movies good or bad too. So this is also subjective. I could watch a fucking cosmonaut variety show review of something, and he can make a critique of like a movie, and I can look at that critique and be like, that's a dog shit critique. Like, I don't agree with that critique, or like Stuckmann or any other reviewer. Like, again, this is all subjective stuff too, where like movie critics can only, like, being a movie critic, knowing what's supposed to work and what's not supposed to work, this is also still subjective in terms of like what works for you or what tends to work for you. Then you translate that into your own film project.
Surrounding the financial.
I'd cut a little bit more slack here, you know?
In the box office, but
not to say that you can't make criticisms and say that the movie's dog shit in and of itself, but like in general, I would just ease up on the whole. Like, aren't you a movie critic? Shouldn't you know what works? It's fucking stupid. It's a stupid fucking thing to say. It's not how anything works.
independent movies like this, I think that stuff is largely irrelevant. In my opinion, Shelby Oaks is a mediocre independent horror film from a first-time filmmaker. I was impressed by the cinematography and the atmosphere, but I'll probably forget this movie even existed about a year from now. The writing is really bad. It has all the hallmarks of an overambitious director throwing everything they love into a blender and then releasing that as an unrefined, finished product where it doesn't really have a clear identity. If this was released onto Tubi or Shudder, I probably wouldn't have much of an issue with it, but this just doesn't feel like a theatrical major motion picture. If it was marketed as more of an independent film as opposed to a huge tentpole release from Neon, it might have fared better critically and in the eyes of the general public. Still, to quote the guy that directed Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, the truth is, it doesn't matter. The movie got made. As an independent filmmaker myself, I'll always celebrate someone getting their dream project made. I might not have enjoyed it, but it's clear that this movie has its fans, which is pretty cool, and I'm glad that they can enjoy something that I don't.
This film was directed by John Smith, and John made Googly Eyes from 2015, and that was a very good film. And this film, I really like the cinematography.
Nowadays, in 2026, Chris Stuckmann is back to posting full-time on YouTube. There's currently nothing in development for his next big feature film project as of the making of this video, but the movie reviews on YouTube. There's currently nothing in development for...
Shelby Oaks was modest box office success, but across the board, reactions and reviews weren't very good. I highly doubt he'll be able to crowdfund another film, but could he get another chance through other means, or is a weak debut truly enough to end a film career before it even begins? He could be cooked. I mean, I don't know what behind the scenes conversations are being had or whatever. Like, modest box office success. How much did it make? Because most I'm gonna be real. Most of what matters is how much is the movie making, not the reviews necessarily. The reviews do matter in terms of how much it would affect, you know, the sales. Shelby Oaks box office. What was the budget on this shit? Box office 8.14 million USD. Okay. 1.4 million spend on it. And he made like what? 8.14 million? Are we thinking of the same Shelby Oaks? Yeah, okay. Hey man. I think money talks more than actual reviews or anything. I have no idea how that industry works on the ins and outs. I think it would probably vary. The backdoor conversations or whatever. Mike Flanagan. It depends on your business connections and your relationships to these people as well, I would suppose.
For his next big feature film project as of the making of this video, but the movie reviews, they are consistently a grueling 5 minutes long. And I say grueling because even at that length, they feel like a slog. Watch a recent review and take note of just how formulaic and unenthusiastic they all are. The first 2 minutes are a low energy sponsor read, followed by 2 minutes of a basic plot overview that you could find on IMDb, and then 1 minute of non-committal interjections like the acting was good, the cinematography was there, or the classic
Bro lost his passion.
I grew up with this. There's no why. There's no how. Why do you feel this way, Chris? How does that make you feel? Use teal. Like, I'm sorry. Teal is taught to, like, grade schoolers, man. You were doing this in your old reviews. Why can't you do it now? What happened, man? Who lobotomized you?
I had a wonderful time with this movie. I liked it more than Kinds of Kindness. I don't know if I liked it more than Poor Things, but I really, really enjoyed this film. I thought it was so unique and, as usual, very bizarre.
Okay. It's just surface level observations that are clinical and designed not to offend a single person in the industry that he's trying to join. Honestly, these videos feel more offensive than any negative review that he could ever release. If someone reviewed one of my movies in a way that was just this soulless, I'd assume they were being polite to my face while checking their watch the entire time. It's so disingenuous. A review like that has no pulse. There's no sense of curiosity or point of view that anyone can actually grab onto and wrestle with. Film criticism lives or dies.
Dude, unless you have another fucking movie on the back burner that you're creating right now, and you got that like approved and everything, you're crafting that up, I would go back to the old ways, bro. Go back, start making some inspiring content.
On interpretation, on the critic taking the material seriously enough to form an opinion and then doing the work to defend it. Chris Stuckmann used to understand that on some level, even when he was broad or messy or leaning into YouTube critic habits of that era. There was still a sense that a human being was there. A human being had watched the movie and reacted to it and wanted to communicate something beyond just being a consumer and then recommending said product to more consumers. Current day Chris Stuckmann talks about movies the way that a customer service chatbot would talk about a couch. Everything is flattened into this inoffensive product description language where every performance is solid, every script has some issues, and every directorial choice is reduced to vague approval noises. Part of what makes this so irritating is how transparent the motivation feels. Nobody accidentally drains this much personality out of their work. Nobody just wakes up one day and forgets how to articulate a thought. A shift this obvious comes from self-censorship, and self-censorship always leaves fingerprints. You have to remember that his old videos weren't all that toxic or outright negative towards the media he was criticizing. Remember, whether intentional or not, he acted as the antithesis.
You take that original format and then you just censor it even further, and then your videos are actually dog shit.
To the angry reviewer of the time, he was rather level-headed. Now, perhaps the most depressing part of this decline is the overbearing sponsorships and ad reads in his recent uploads. Look, I'm probably gonna burn some bridges here, as YouTubers tend to avoid talking negatively about any and all potential sponsors, but I really couldn't care less. I personally don't do sponsorships for my videos and haven't done so in years. Sponsored segments ruin a video's pacing.
If you're gonna do a sponsor, you should do it like as the last thing. I think you should do sponsors as the outro stuff. The middle or beginning stuff, it's just like, it's super obnoxious. Or like weave it in a nice way towards the outro that feels like fluid.
99.9% of the time, and I think I speak for everyone when I say nobody watches these segments. YouTube literally added a feature where you can just double tap the screen and skip ad reads entirely. Even then, as a content creator and a human with a 9-to-5 day job, I really don't want my name and face associated with a company that could potentially commit morally dubious acts just for like $1,000. Like, I mean, who would do such a thing, right? In Chris Stuckmann's review for Wicked for Good, a film with a massive child audience, Chris promoted a licensed gambling mobile app.
But I also want to give a big thank you to the sponsor for this video, Zynga. You know that moment in Wicked when everything's glowing green? That's kind of how this new Hit It Rich update feels. It's theatrical, it's fun, and it's surprisingly immersive. Hit It Rich is Zynga's free-to-download...
Dude needed money bad, bro.
Social casino
How
app.
bad was the monetization, dude?
Real money, no gambling, just over 200 authentic Vegas-style slot machines, including originals and licensed favorites like The Price is Right, Wizard of Oz, and of course, Wicked. The newest slot, Wicked, Grand, and Green, lets you experience the magical friendship and rivalry between Elphaba and Glinda as you spin through Oz, and it joins the fan-favorite Wicked Defy Gravity machine already in Hit It Rich.
Hearing Chris Stuckmann...
He sounds more enthusiastic with the ads than he was in the movie reviews.
A man who once spoke with such reverence for the art of cinema used his monotone professional voice to call a slot machine cinematic.
Oh, dude.
Joins the fan-favorite Wicked Defy Gravity machine already in Hit It Rich.
Hearing Chris Stuckmann...
Of course, Wicked.
Hold on.
Update feels. It's theatrical, it's fun, and it's surprisingly immersive.
I got the jump. Dude, I got the jump ahead. I got the jump ahead at this moment.
Such a thing, right? And Chris Stuckmann's...
YouTube registered that it was a fucking ad, and I got the jump ahead, dude. Oh my god. That's so funny.
Review for Wicked for Good, a film with a massive child audience, Chris promoted a licensed gambling mobile app.
But I also want to give a big thank you to the sponsor for this video, Zynga. You know that moment in Wicked when everything's glowing green? That's kind of how this new Hit It Rich update feels. It's theatrical, it's fun, and it's surprisingly immersive. Hit It Rich is Zynga's free-to-download...
Surprisingly immersive.
social casino app. No real money, no gambling, just over 200 authentic Vegas-style slot machines, including originals and licensed favorites like The Price is Right, Wizard of Oz, and of course, Wicked. The newest slot, Wicked, Grand, and Green, lets you experience the magical friendship and rivalry between Elphaba and Glinda as you spin through Oz, and it joins the fan-favorite Wicked Defy Gravity machine already in Hit It Rich.
Hearing Chris Stuckmann, a man who once spoke
That's
with
so
such...
awesome. Bro sold out. That's crazy. I love it. You gotta love it.
reverence for the art of cinema, use his monotone professional voice to call a slot machine cinematic is a new low.
Whether you're on Grand and Green or Defy Gravity, the visuals feel cinematic, and you really do feel like a high... roller while spinning across all those machines. You can hit big wins and huge jackpots daily, and even compete in fast-paced spinning races for epic rewards.
It's a conflict of interest that borders on feeling like a parody, where he literally claims to be reviewing a movie in good faith, while being paid to promote a product from the exact same people who made the movie that he's reviewing. At that point, I think it's very reasonable to say that he is incapable of honestly reviewing a movie, especially if, one, he isn't allowing himself to be remotely negative, and two, if the people behind the movie are
It is one thing to say, I don't want to shit on movies anymore. If I'm going to review a movie, I'm going to, like, just review movies that I enjoyed. Okay, that like takes away some of the fun, I think, of watching a movie critic, and some of the point, actually, because it's like if I go to a movie critic, generally I want to go in and kind of get an idea of their thoughts on the movie fully, and that includes the negative qualities. Like, if somebody's talking about how much they love, like, fucking, say, Dune 3 or whatever when it comes out. I also want to hear if they have any negative, like, qualities, like, negative things that pinpoint out, and they can get a little bit more descriptive with spoilers or something like that. But, like, I want to hear, like, what they think of, like, the pacing, what actors or actresses were not living up, what characters that they didn't like or whatever, you know. Cinematography, if like there was moments that were bad or something like that. Like honesty is kind of key in terms of doing your job, necessarily speaking, you know. And there's a tone of it going like maybe a little bit too harshly, but that's also part of the fun, depending on how you deliver like your critiques. You shouldn't reduce it down to like a sanitized Stuckmann version of this.
Paying him to make the review. He spent years of building a brand of authenticity, only to trade it in for the highest bidding gotcha game.
Begin your wicked slot journey today.
No, I don't think I will.
Even his own fans have pointed out the irony. While he's too...
Gotta love a long ad and a 4.5-minute video.
Kind to criticize a bad movie, he's perfectly fine shilling products that many consider to be predatory to the audience that gave him his career. Again, I could go on and on about the pitfalls of gambling and how nowadays advertisements for it are inescapable. If it was totally safe and totally risk-free, then
we're not even including like the morality of the gambling sponsorships and whether or not that should be done, or that's a whole other conversation. I think it's probably just wrong to do this in general. I understand why some people would take like those gambling sponsorships where they think like, okay, the morality is whether or not like I don't know. Is it going against your morals and principles? I don't know if I've ever heard Stuckmann say that like this goes against his morals and principles. I could be wrong. But there's like one thing where you're like, you know what? I actually do believe this. I was going to say, you probably shouldn't actually be allowed to advertise this stuff. Like in the way that I don't know, actually. I feel like because you can't advertise. Can you do smoking advertisements anymore? I don't think you can. For cigarettes, you can advertise alcohol. Everyone can advertise alcohol. I don't know, life ruining, like, destructive vices like this, it probably shouldn't be so normalized to advertise this stuff on fucking YouTube review critic channels and stuff like that. It's just weird. I don't think I like it. I think I judge you kind of harshly for this. I think I'd feel the same way if you were advertising alcohol. Even though, you know, it's an indulgent substance that everyone kind of does a little bit. But I don't know, I feel kind of just as weird if you're like advertising cigarettes or alcohol like this as well.
Why do all these ads require a gambling addiction hotline number to be shown on screen? If that wasn't bad enough, he recently released a sponsored video for Clover, a cash advance app that advertises access to money before payday and says it offers no advances with no interest or late fees. Clover's own site says users can access up to a few $100s before their paycheck arrives. And it also promotes a point system where users can earn points through activities like surveys and watching ads in order to unlock benefits tied to the app. I'm not advertising this, I promise. I just want to make sure I get all my facts straight. The company further states that it leverages user data and in its points program disclosures, certain categories of personal and transaction-related
That's why
information.
we just don't touch. I don't touch any of this stuff, like the crypto stuff, any of this weird ass shit. Like, I just don't trust these.
May be shared with advertising and business
these apps at all. This is like, I don't know, man. I think that's. I think that's a little morally dubious. Yeah.
But don't worry about that. Clover also says that standard transfers are free.
All users will qualify. Advances range from $25 to $400. Average advances $160. Express transfer fees may apply.
While faster delivery may involve an added fee. Let's be real here. If you're someone that's using a paycheck advance system during a financial emergency, you're going to pay that expedited fee because you need that money right now. Otherwise, why are you using that service in the first place? An expedited fee like that can make the product meaningfully more expensive in practice, especially on a small advance over a short period of time. Critics of these services often argue that even when they are structured to avoid traditional interest, the real-world effect can still resemble an extremely expensive short-term loan when fees are weighed against the amount borrowed.
He says there's no interest, but like the interest is in the fee that you pay.
Well, of course. Exactly. Well, and I'm pretty sure he just specifically said no interest from up to 400 or whatever. This is like, wait.
There's our buddy Nicholas D. Oreo. Nicholas D. Fat Oreo.
For example, if you borrow $100 from your next check and pay a $10 fee, your next check is now $110 shorter than it should have been, making it much more likely you will need to borrow again immediately. A $10 fee on a $100 advance for 1 week essentially functions like a 520% APR or annual percentage rate. That is a fair basis for criticism, even if the service is operating within the law. To be clear, I am not accusing anyone of criminal conduct or fraud on the part of either Chris Stuckmann or Clover. I'm not. Don't sue me, please. Fuck.
How is this happening? How is this possible?
Also, this is the SpongeBob movie. It's like, Mom, can we get the Loan Shark app?
The issue I have with this is the ethical judgment of it all. This is morally dubious, at the least, and extremely reckless for Chris Stuckmann to take this sponsorship because, let's be honest, this is really only targeting the most desperate and vulnerable members of society. Speaking of vulnerable members of society, let's talk about BetterHelp, because, Chris Stuckmann took their sponsorship too.
But I also want to give a big thank you to the sponsor for this video, BetterHelp. Myself and a lot of other guys my age were raised by fathers that made it seem like talking openly about your problems, your concerns, or your worries was a sign of weakness, and that was something to avoid. And since a lot of us did go through that, it can be hard to break that mold. But I'm really happy to see.
Yeah, they have a bad. They have a bad history. I can't remember the specifics of it, but I think the specifics. I think some of it had to do with not giving people the right therapist or whatever, taking their money and not managing any of that properly. It was something to do with that.
Myself with my kids as well.
They weren't really adequate. It's not an adequate service at all.
Possible. If you're out of the loop, BetterHelp is an online therapy platform that matches users with licensed therapists and offers counseling through video, phone, live chat, and messaging. It also includes app-based features like journaling, worksheets, and progress tracking. This sounds great on paper, but their reputation has been tainted by a multitude.
Yeah, FTC gives final approval to order banning BetterHelp from sharing sensitive health data. Oh, yeah, okay. Got it.
Of very public controversies. A huge part of the backlash surrounding the company came from the FTC case in 2023. BetterHelp had built a lot of its image around privacy and trust, which obviously matters when people are signing up to talk about their depression, their anxiety, their trauma. And then the FTC said that the company had shared user information, including email addresses, IP addresses, and answers from mental health intake forums with advertising platforms like Facebook, Snapchat, and Pinterest. I'm not joking, they did that. That's a thing that happened. BetterHelp also gets criticized all the time for running therapy like a churn machine, where clinicians are paid less than they would be in a traditional setting, and pushed into carrying huge caseloads just to make the numbers work. Once that happens, the quality problem feels inevitable, because one therapist can only do so much. Customers of BetterHelp frequently complain about therapists taking forever to respond, missing sessions,
Yeah, this is what I was thinking of, yeah.
or giving advice that feels generic and half-present. Even without accusing every therapist on the platform of being bad at their job, the structure itself sounds like something that's built for volume first and care second. It's the definition of quantity over quality. Therapy already requires trust, patience, and actual attention. A system that pushes burnout into the process is going to produce bad experiences. When you remember that this is a service meant for people who are struggling with their mental health, it's just really upsetting.
It's going to produce very negative outcomes.
It's another example of a company exploiting the most vulnerable members of society for a profit, all while prolific influencers like Chris Stuckmann accept sponsorships from them without considering the potential impact this could have on their audience. However, the weirdest sponsorship that Chris Stuckmann has taken is one that has spawned numerous conspiracy theories surrounding his...
This is why taking sponsorships from people, you probably just have to do your due diligence a little bit more thoroughly. I mean, it's probably really rough that you could take some of these sponsorships, right, and not have this knowledge prior, or, you know, maybe you tried to do some due diligence and trying to find anything about this stuff, but you didn't find it yourself. Who knows? So I don't know. I think you would have to assess it on the merits of how do I feel about, you know, potentially advertising an app to help people out with their mental health. You know, do I think that sounds like a good idea? Do I think that sounds like a good service? You know, probably assess whether or not that sounds like a good idea in general, like whether or not that's going to pan out very well. Or do I think it's moral to sponsor gambling in general? Some people do because they're like, you know, everyone has their vices. It's legal. People are going to do it anyway. That's all. Yeah, you know, but how would you feel? How do you feel personally knowing that people like fall into like huge gambling addictions or any of these other vice addictions? I guess it just varies. I guess it just varies on how you feel about it.
Directorial debut, Shelby Oaks. There's a version of this story where everything is perfectly normal. A first-time director makes a small indie horror film, a respected distributor picks it up, throws in finishing funds, helps clean up the technical side, and handles the release. That happens all the time. Independent film lives on arrangements like that. But the part that starts feeling weird comes after the deal is in place. Give me 1 second. Once Shelby Oaks became part of Neon's world, Neon started showing up inside Chris Stuckmann's YouTube reviews in a way that muddles the line between what is a movie review and a sponsored segment separate from the review. If you watch a few of his uploads from this time period, the pattern becomes very obvious. Chris opens by introducing the movie he is supposedly there to review, then about a minute later he suddenly pivots to a completely different title that happens to be distributed by Neon, that has nothing to do with the video that you just clicked on.
Wait, oh no. Oh no! Wait! Oh no! Because this would go into a specific territory where he would be subtly advertising Neon Pictures, like films, you know, without specifically specifying that he's advertising this. Which would be, I don't know the specific term. I don't want to say fraud. It would violate some like advertising laws, I would imagine. Oh no. Okay, you would have to hit, wait. It's a pattern, right? It's a pattern that somebody can be noticing. I'm starting to notice something. But then you would have to prove that this is being done intentionally with the purposes of advertising these films. Damn. So you would have to say, oh, because he was a director before one of his films got picked up by Neon, I'm making the assertion that there was probably a backdoor deal or something like that. But then you would, oh dude, I don't know how this would work in terms of, I don't know how this would work.
But I'm also really excited for a new film coming out on November 14th, directed by Osgood Perkins, Keeper. James Wan says the film is a terrifying, ghostly descent into madness. Guillermo del Toro says Keeper is pure Perkins, horror origami that skillfully folds into its...
Oh no, you would have to, dude.
And Damien Leone says Perkins further establishes himself as a formidable voice in horror.
The structure has the rhythm of a
It does. It has had the rhythm of sponsorship.
Sponsor read, except one crucial thing never gets said. Chris never gives the line every creator is supposed to give when money or business relationships enter the conversation. You're usually supposed to say, this video is sponsored by... If I had an ad read for that, like if I did it right after that, that'd be...
Oh no. Oh no. Because it does. Oh, because like I just hearing that, I'm just like, that sounds like how he would like start up like one of the gambling sponsorships. It's crazy.
A great bit, but no, I fuck sponsorships. He doesn't say this video...
Disclaimer was added after the video was posted. I still think this is... No way! Includes paid promotion. No, now it's just... Wait, hold on. Is this... Wait, Bologna? No! No, you can't do that! No! No, Chris, no! What? Begonia? Oh no. It's there. It's in this. Oh, and is this the only advertisement? There's no other thing that can be... Oh no. That's rough, dude. Dude. That's rough. Hold on. What?
The favorite, Poor Things and Kinds of Kindness. And here, two conspiracy-obsessed young men kidnap the high-powered CEO of a major company, convinced that she is an alien intent on destroying planet Earth. But I'm also really excited for a new film coming out on November 14th, directed by Osgood Perkins, Keeper. James Wan says the film is a terrible...
Wait, why did he just start talking about this? This kind of just comes out of nowhere too, doesn't it?
Begonia is directed by Yorgos Lanthimos and is his fourth feature film with Emma Stone after The Favorite, Poor Things and Kinds of Kindness. And here, two conspiracy-obsessed young men kidnap the high-powered CEO of a major company, convinced that she is an alien intent on destroying planet Earth. But I'm also really excited for a new film coming out on November 4th.
Oh my god. He just kind of says the first thing, he gives an introduction to the movie he's reviewing, and then he just immediately goes into the advertisement. But he doesn't even set it up as an advertisement. He just starts randomly fucking talking about it as if he's doing an advertisement, but he doesn't specify that it's a sponsor. Dude. Bro.
It was sponsored by. In terms of federal law, you fucking need to say that. You need to disclose whether or not this is an ad. That is the law. Influencer marketing depends on clear labeling, so viewers understand when a recommendation is tied to a financial relationship. It's the law. You literally have to disclose if something is an ad, Chris. Without that context, Chris, the endorsement plays like a normal opinion from a film critic. Chris. Remember, Chris, this is coming from somebody who has built their career as a film critic, Chris. So if you say that you're recommending a movie, Chris, as a subtle ad read, it carries authority, Chris. So when this comes from someone whose feature film was funded and released by the same distributor that's being casually praised in those videos, it comes off like an ad read. You get the implication that something's going on here. It's suspicious. The incentives behind all of this make the pattern very difficult to ignore. Neon didn't just acquire Shelby Oaks. They invested money into finishing the film and bringing it to release, and Chris Stuckmann is someone who has a draw. He has people that watch his videos. It's a massive audience of film fans who already trust his taste. Marketing department...
Mr. Shady Oaks there. Shady Oaks, dude.
Spend absurd amounts of money chasing exactly that kind of audience. He's a trusted voice, working a Neon title into the middle of a review. It's going to reach more people in a way that feels personal, casual, and credible. So if you look at it from that way, where Neon only, again, this is the tinfoil hat, guys. If you look at it from the perspective of Neon only purchased Shelby Oaks so that they could then have Chris Stuckmann promote all their movies in his reviews, or maybe that's a part of the contract. I don't know. To be honest with you, I feel like I'm schizophrenic right now. But if you look at it that way, something's fishy. Like, I don't know. Imagine if I made one of my normal retrospect...
I don't know if that was like an original contract or something. It's probably like some side deal after like the movie was finished or whatever.
Videos where I talk about some obscure Japanese movie that nobody cares about, and then all of a sudden I just go, by the way, you should go check out Michael in theaters. It's about Michael Jackson, and I really recommend it. And then I just never say I'm sponsored. Like, how nuts would that be if someone actually did that? Oh, wait, someone is doing that.
He
It's,
literally did that, yeah.
his name is Chris Stuckmann.
From Osgood Perkins, the director of Longlegs and The Monkey, comes a new breed of nightmare. So don't miss the horror event of the season. Keeper opens in theaters nationwide November 14th. Be sure to check out Keeper in theaters. Once again, it is opening nationwide November 14th.
Look, if it comes off like I'm genuinely upset about this, it's because I am. I know people in my life that have struggled with mental health issues, that have struggled with gambling. And it hurts me to see someone like this being so deceptive towards their audience. Transparency is important on YouTube. I just did an hour-long video talking about the McJuggernuggets YouTube channel and how it fell apart because all they were really doing was lying to their audience time and time again under the guise of it's just a series, it's content. Chris Stuckmann is kind of doing the exact same thing here where he's being disingenuous. He's not being transparent with his audience. And it's just sad to see. As a former fan, it really sucks to see something like this. He didn't go out in a blaze of glory or some dramatic cancelize it. I'm going to take this off while I'm doing. Is this a funny bit? I don't even know what this fucking video even is. The truth is, Chris Stuckmann didn't really go out in a blaze of glory or some dramatic cancellation. He just sort of drifted away from the things that made people care about him in the first place. It's a really weird thing to watch happen in real time, especially when you grew up seeing him as the guy who proved you didn't have to be a screaming caricature to make it on YouTube. He traded that relatable, dorky honesty for a career path that requires him to never say anything interesting ever again. It feels like he's trapped in a cage of his own making. He wanted to be a filmmaker so badly that he killed the critic to make it happen. But in doing so, he lost the very platform that gave him his power. You can't really be a voice of the people, a film critic, when you're worried about what a producer at a junket might.
Yeah, I just can't imagine. I feel like he could have done this. I feel like he's just like a coward. You could have just. It's not like he was like, when he was negative, he was like super duper harsh to such an extreme, like Red Letter Media or any other like edgier kind of YouTube critic where anyone would really catch feelings in the industry about you reviewing their product poorly. Or I don't know why he made that decision. It was super cowardly.
Think of your latest upload.
That's the worst part of the decision is it's made because of that. It's not made because he's like, oh, I know how hard it is to make a film. Maybe there's like some portion of that, but it's like, it's primarily to keep people and like having good graces with different people. It's like, I don't know. It's
blood, sweat, and tears defense that he uses to avoid being negative about movies is really just a polite way of saying that he's joined the
like Mahler, but his impression of Chris Stuckmann is hilarious. I'm sure it is.
Club and can't talk trash about the other members anymore. And honestly, that's a lot harder to watch than a typical fall from grace.
You can click right here and get Stuckmannized.
And with all that out of the way, I'm Cole McCormick. You are watching Firewood Media. If you liked what I had to say here, consider subscribing or becoming a...
Because I remember being bored by Chris Stuckmann's videos after a certain point, after he was just like talking about how he's going to be nicer and gentler.
In years. Sponsored...
And he's like, I don't want to be a big meanie or anything anymore. And I'm like, all right, this is kind of lame. Like, if you're not going to be like honest with your negative reviews, it's like, okay, whatever. Like, you could make that choice. It's just, personally, I'm not like interested in watching your stuff. Not that I was like super interested in stuff that often anyway. But I was like, that's cringe. That's lame. But I didn't know he was doing the gambling sponsorships and the BetterHelp. And potentially, some scummy, neon pictures, advertisings without being explicitly transparent that it was an advertisement. I didn't know about that stuff. I didn't know because I didn't watch his videos enough to pick up on those things. I didn't care. I don't know what I want to do next. Do I want to do quartering next? I kind of want to do quartering next. I want to do this genocide in Gaza. Lonerbox is wrong about this. I want to do this read. How long is this? Ooh, this is a lot. Yeah, it's a lot. I kind of want to do this next, but this is so long. I feel like no matter what, I'm going to have something long to do. We'll see. We'll see. Like, give me a second. Let me use the restroom, okay? Actually, whoever's in chat, if you're paying attention at all, tell me which one you want me to do next. Quartering or this article read on the genocide in Gaza and why Lonerbox is wrong. I can't make up my mind. Give me a second. Use the restroom. All right. Okay. Let's do quartering. Let's do quarter. Quarter pounder. Let's see my legend. I feel like there's this thing that happens though with Brittany Venti that I don't like Venti Brittany, but I do have to hand it to her on this video essay and the shoe on head one. When she's hitting on these targets, God, it is good. It is good.
Let me tell you this about Venti.
As much as the hoes do either.
I would give everything I had to have babies with that girl. Even.
Dude. Listen, there's just certain things that even if you think this, you probably shouldn't say it out loud. You probably should just not do that. That's it. This is one of those things that you should just not say, okay?
Even though all my kids look like sharks, I mean...
Quote more about Brittany Venti. Nobody gives a fuck about that dumb bitch. I'm just trying to be nice to everybody. This gets me in trouble online, apparently. And those same dumbass whore women turn around and pretend like they weren't begging you for help and then try to paint you as some sort of creeper.
I definitely want to have sex with Brittany Venti.
What's going on, everyone? Brittany from The Venting here. The quartering has gone woke, and everyone's channels are under attack. There's a lot of scandals and controversy with this, including deplatforming, the Wisconsin poll.
Like, Venti has, like, 2 videos that are good. This one and the shoe on the head one. Everything else from Venti that I've ever seen, including when she was shit talking Destiny on Destiny versus World, which, with the information that we have on Destiny, to be fair to her, it's not that any of that was unwarranted, but she comes off as extremely try hard and cringe in any other setting. The blackface Venti is not funny. The most unfunny shit imaginable. Brittany Venti blackface. It's like, look at me try so hard. Or the Hitler stuff. Wow. Ha 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 ha. I'm edgy. Look at me being edgy. Look at my Hitler mustache. Look at me. I'm so edgy and quirky. Pick me. Pick me, please. Pick me, pick me, pick me. Brittany Venti is literally, it's just rare Hutch win, I think. I know the vibes don't indicate as much right now, especially on social media, but this stuff will end up biting the conservative movement in the ass. History students a couple decades from now are going to see images like this and think, how in the actual fuck? I think this is actually legitimately true. Rare, extremely rare, Hutch W. Extremely rare. Oh, wait. I'm blocked, so I can't retweet and like it. The one retweet and like I would give to this fucking bald fuck, and I can't give it to him. And then all the responses are from a bunch of retarded, unfunny, right-leaning incel losers who should have been aborted, quite frankly. So it is very unfortunate that we don't get video essay Venti all the time, where she's just shitting on losers like Quartering and Shoe on Head. Instead, we get the fucking white supremacist, edgy, try-hard fucking loser, whiny fucking spurg that is Brittany Venti far more often.
Alcoholism, blackout.
Like, what a waste! What a waste of your fucking talents.
Streams, begging his audience for money when he's a multi-millionaire, being a simp trying to get a crumb of coochie from every attractive woman in any mile radius.
By the way, Lauren Southern's sister is also super fucking hot. Lauren Southern or Tommy Lahren? Lauren Southern, that's easy. I'll take a girl with some hips. She got some hips. Tommy?
I find in my personal interactions with Lauren Southern, she's been wildly manipulative. And Lauren Southern, much like many of the other female
So Lauren Southern had finally dropped her sex tape as revenge. I've been trying to get people to believe me for years. Disappointed. Lauren S. It's very strange behavior. Very strange, like, sexual harassment. Like, sexual, like, frustration here. Just commonly displayed here, pathetically.
conservatives I thought was a friend of mine, only to find out later that they had a secondary...
By the way, Venti, these are your allies. People like this guy, this is your ally. Remember, this is a representation of your side. This is your side. Isn't that great?
A DM group where they would talk garbage about me all the time. And pathetic. She told me she was destitute too. She told me she had no money. Then told me the offer I gave her.
That's your people's. That's your man's. This is your side on the right. This is how a lot of right-leaning fucking losers act. Yeah.
That they had a secondary DM group where they would talk garbage about me all the time. And pathetic. She told me
proceeds to gossip about her based on a rumor of her gossiping.
She was destitute too. She told me she had no money. Then told me the offer I gave her, which was more than generous, wasn't enough money.
I've noticed that this is a repeated pattern of behavior. Jeremy goes to simp a woman, he expects something out of it for being a nice guy, and then when it doesn't work out, he becomes a sour simp.
To have white skull candy headphones, I think they're so cool. And I finally bought myself some, and I was like, this is nice. This is nice. I'm upgrading. So.
Yeah, well, you could probably put it on your wiki feed or whatever at Amazon.
Dude, that reaction is crazy.
So cool. And I finally bought myself some, and I was like, this is nice. This is nice. I'm upgrading.
Yeah, well, you could probably put it on your wiki feed or whatever. Amazon.
Oh my god, dude.
Wish.
Dude, slowing that down was worth it. That's so good.
Plus, there's something. You're on WikiFeet. Did you know that? I usually peruse the comments.
You're on Wiki.
Not cool, Sydney Watson. She talked massive amounts of shit about me in these feminist DM groups after I paid for everything with the Publica. It made me want to sue her. She never paid a single fucking penny for anything at that company. I lost $100,000 or more. Jeremy confirmed doormat. Yeah.
He throws money at them, expecting
Hey, 2 hours ago.
something a little more out of them while claiming that they're his friends. You don't really make intimate, romantic...
Dude, he's really trying. He's really trying. He's trying in every way without, like, outright saying it.
...charged comments to your female friends, especially not when you're married. And a conservative...
Okay, wait, no, what was this? What was this last one?
Friends, you don't really make intimate, romantically charged comments to your female friends, especially not when you're married. And
I voted for Trump 3 times. I'm not going to turn my back on him for cheap likes and retweets from bot farms. I don't love the Iran crap, and I hope it's over very soon. But I won't turncoat because it's the flavor of the week. You take the good with the bad with Trump. He's just... The fact that this guy has an audience at all is like very... It speaks very little of like American people. It speaks very low of people in general. It's a sad, depressing world we live in here.
The conservative Jeremy Handley from The Quartering got famous because he spammed the YouTube algorithm enough times with his milquetoast content, and any competition he would have had got banned off of the platform. He was an anti-cancel culture, anti-woke, free speech advocate, up until now where he has successfully utilized...
He really launched off of the like hating Captain Marvel, woke skull, like Hollywood stuff. That was basically what it was primarily about. It was just like a lot of people wanted to see that. A lot of people looked at like Brie Larson and the characterization of Captain Marvel. The problem with that movie is that like Captain Marvel is not interesting or well written enough, and so any like little moment of like bitchy behavior or like unlikable behavior in that, taking that with the characterization, people amplified by like 1 billion and treated Brie Larson as the devil or whatever. It was, yeah, so you take advantage of that, of that moment, and you capitalize off of that, and you make tons and tons and tons of money. In some way I can't even blame people for doing it. I can make fun of them and call them pathetic because they are, but like, man, the money's there. The money is there. Contacted Eddie from Kick after publicly talking about taking Kino Casino's channels down, and told Josh Moon you were going to take them out with your connections. Quartering says, I asked them kindly, in fact, actually basically begged them to consider leaving my wife, who is not an online person, out of it. It was a very reasonable request. They refused, and you clowns think you're on some moral crusade. No decent human would act like they do. Fuck them. Smiley face. If I actually wanted to get them banned from YouTube, it would be very easy. Ashton Joel Parker's People's Populist Press, PPP, have been banned multiple times on YouTube. It would be as simple as reporting the channel for ban evasion, which of course I haven't done and proved it.
His influence of 2 million subscribers and his, quote, non-Indian...
Josh, can we agree I can take their kick in YouTube, right? If I actually wanted to, they would be deplatformed outside of DLive in a week. I don't want that. I just want them to leave my family alone. I don't care how many Jeremy is a cuck videos they put out. Like, I have a it's a slur here. Okay. I think an Indian slur. Okay. I have a non-P YT rep. You know that, right? One phone call, gone. I've endured a lot with literally the tiniest requests. I actually think they have an incredible ceiling. They are hilarious. They just have to stay within the TOS. They don't have many attempts left. Dude, what a fucking pathetic loser. Asking to be bullied off the internet by doing this behavior. Literally asking to be like one of the most disliked people imaginable. Fucking loser. Already was. Now you're pissing off the people potentially that, you know, were probably watching both you and Kino Casino. At least at one point, maybe. I really appreciate the way you explain, the way you understand the Brie Larson hate, bad writing plus drama. We are going to have a bad time. Yeah. It's basically, it's sexism as well, obviously. Like, there's plenty of movies out there that, like, were getting hatred, like, some of the women characters were getting hatred before the product was even out. Like, with, like, minor quotes or whatever that people would point out. But, like, when the movie came out or whatever, and if it was good enough, the writing was good enough, the quality was good enough that it was pretty much undeniable, you know, there wasn't a lot to squeeze for these channels. Like, this also goes with, like, the racism, too, where, like, Sinners came out, and that's just, like, a really quality movie. And so, you know, normally if Sinners was a little bit bad on the writing, if it was a little bit too transparent with the message or whatever in a way that lacked subtlety or nuance or anything like that, these kind of channels would probably angle to try to go after Sinners as well in the same kind of way, especially the women that were in Sinners as well.
YouTube represent.
They take sexism over racism. Like, it's sexism over racism. They prioritize sexism over racism, but the racism is definitely there.
To get the Kino Casino banned. And the reason he felt that it was okay to do this,
oh wait, hold on.
Subscribers and his, quote, non-Indian YouTube representative to get the Kino Casino banned. And the reason he felt...
Unofficial truths, they delete the videos attacking our marriage. I never mention them again. The more they do it, the more I want to flex my connections to bury them. This is a one-time offer. They can meme on anyone else they want. I don't care if they meme on my friend, who apparently has a questionable past, but is an exploding offer. If they want to go to war, I will win. I assume all these messages will be public by, like, Andy. By like Andy, just get rid of the videos claiming I let some F-slur fuck my wife. And they continue to make 10K a month on YT, and I move on. But they continue to spread disgusting lies about my family, and I have no choice but to react. It's time for them to make a business decision. This is a win-win. This is like negotiating with a fucking terrorist. Of course they won't fucking take this kindly. In fact, they'll make fucking content off of this.
That it was okay to do this? Harassment of his wife.
They used to, there used to be a line. Wait. Oh, this is what he meant to say. There used to be a line. But he put in, there used to me a line. I don't give a fuck what you say about me, but these psychos are harassing my family, my wife, and my friends. They have no rules, and starting today, neither do I. They're harassing me. They're harassing my family. My family's being under attack. My family. You're attacking my family. Yeah, no one's attacking your family. No one cares. No one cares. No one cares. Does anyone in this mention how Kino Casino are hypocrites? I mean, like, I don't know the specifics of what you're referring to. I wouldn't surprise me if they're hypocrites in one way, shape, or form.
AKA cyberbullying.
Yeah. No beef with you, bro, outside of a little bro thing you did, bro, by flagging down videos, bro, on YouTube, bro, because they made fun of you, bro. That's pretty soft, bro. That's softer than, like, Baby do, bro.
The Kino Casino is a comedy channel. They live stream on Kick, and they had a YouTube channel. And one of their segments was to make fun of Jeremy because of his constant need to overshare. He has a long history of oversharing, most infamously for his bowels being under attack.
The pooth is out there, pal.
I have anxiety diarrhea.
He has anxiety diarrhea.
I had like a diarrhea moment, and I was like, oh my god, I have to go. The men's room, and there was shit all over the place, all over the toilet. All, like, you know, it was overflowing out of the toilet. It was on the back wall.
Why are we talking about this, bro? This is disgusting.
The toilet. Well, just shit in the garbage can.
This turns into people tracking the literal trail of destruction he left behind.
So he's leaving a trail of smears all the way from the shoe section to the electronics department.
Yeah, there was a little bit. There was a little bit on the ground. What? Because nobody shops for shoes at Walmart.
What?
Okay.
Shit in a shoe?
He's gonna shit in the shoe box.
They're watching Shark 300 track it as well.
Bloody not a shoe poo. And some wagey is gonna have to clean it up. Jan.
I hit the back wall.
So he takes another detour.
Shark 300, dude, this is real. This is real.
So like this guy's now drawing it in real time. There is a little bit of shit that's going down Jeremy's leg and hitting the floor.
It's so good.
I'm on the home stretch. With each step, a little more is coming out.
Unfortunately,
dude, their set, I do have to say, this set is fucking cool. This set is so cool. I have to give compliments.
That's going down.
This set is awesome.
Jeremy's leg and hitting the floor.
I'm on the home stretch. With each step, a little more is coming out.
Unfortunately, Jeremy could not make the bathroom in time, leaving his usual racing stripes in his own.
Oh, I do men buy brown sheets and towels. You don't want to know the answer. The answer is poop. What is it with people like Ethan Klein and the Quartering having poop problems or poop fixations, and then also having fixations with like stifling criticism and loss? Yeah, like what is their deals, man? What is their deal? Ethan Klein used to use this exact same excuse to go for his targets. Are we talking about the going after the family stuff? Yeah.
Underwear.
You know, women probably never had to clean pee off the toilet seat before they lived with a man. Women probably never had to wash racing stripes out of underwear before living with men.
It's really no wonder why he's in a committed relationship with his bidet.
When I travel now, the bidet is a thing I miss. I mean, I'll just say it. I miss it more than I miss my wife and I miss my dog. No. For $200,000 a year, I'm going barehanded picking up each turd pile. I don't even care.
And poor Jeremy just doesn't seem to understand why we make fun of it, even though he's openly sharing it, as if that magically makes it less gross.
Nope, sorry, Walmart janitor. I hope the comment was worth it, but no panic diarrheas. I guess I'm not allowed to share stories because if I share a story, it gets turned around against me. Even though I willingly.
I mean, like, yeah. Of course it will. Those are like. I mean, like, you can share it, and maybe there would be like a circumstance if somebody shared that story, they wouldn't actually feel bad if people made fun of them for it, but people are going to use that to try to make fun of you. Yes, of course, because it's gross. It's like a really gross story. Those are usually like embarrassing stories. Those are like the kind of stories that you just kind of keep to yourself, and you're like, I'm shameful of this. This is not something I want like reiterated across the internet. Generally, it's probably a lot more wise to not share too much about your personal life, especially the embarrassing stories on the internet. You know, I think of very few exceptions to this, where you know for certain that even if this was used against you, that it wouldn't hurt your feelings at all. Like, maybe a couple, like, things that you could probably share that you know will not affect you if used against you. Yeah, I don't... That's like Internet 101, I would imagine. I think poop is a common go-to for, no offense, but low IQ humor. Oh, yeah. Poop is not funny. This is a hot take, but I don't think really... I think there's very few exceptions where a poop or fart joke is, like, actually funny. I can't think of many. Most times I'm just like, this is gross. Like, you thought that was funny? That was just gross. Like, personally, I just, it's like, Eddie Murphy kind of had a joke about the 80s, about it in the 80s, like a poop joke. I don't know. I don't remember the last time I heard a poop joke and I was like, this is like brilliant. Poop is relatable. I mean, yeah, because everyone poops, but
welcome to the internet, Jeremy.
Poor Jer Bear can't overshare anymore. You do still have a YouTube channel to overshare on, don't you, Jer Bear? He acts like he's okay with people making fun of him, and he said this over and over, but clearly he isn't. If now he can't overshare, he immediately tries to deplatform people for making fun of him because his wife is off the table. She's not an internet person.
Spent much time thinking about how to best handle the issues with harassment and cyberbullying in Magic. My wife has long been a victim of these actions. No evidence of that, of course. His wife is a nobody. No one would know who she is if she wasn't married to him, so I find that extraordinarily hard to believe.
Oh, buddy! And he's like, I'm being harassed, and my wife is getting these phone calls and these packages in the mail, like, death threats. Provide some proof there, Jerry Smollett. There's no proof of any of this. And by the way, even if there was, we have nothing to do with that. He's using his wife as a human shield to silence criticism.
During all of this cry bullying he did, talking about how they're harassing his wife for making jokes on details that he elected to share on stream.
My wife. Geralizer. Benny Johnson bombshell accusation. You know, here, let's fucking go. My wife will be in. JD Vance unloads after Erica Kirk receives threats. There's a time mark here that the people tell you I was with her, I was holding her. My wife was hugging her while we loaded. Oh, these are, okay. So all the instances of talking about like my wife, my life. Yeah, just constantly bringing up stories about his wife or referencing his wife in one way, shape, or form. Hassan Piker meltdown about Asmongold love and gets abandoned by Democrats. Years ago, I was like, quote, oh, my wife went, my wife.
About his own life. You would think with someone saying that their wife is a non-internet person that they wouldn't go and post her on their community tab after a crime.
Yeah, you would think. He posted this publicly. Why is her face censored? I'd imagine her face isn't censored if he posted this publicly. Okay, though. Hey guys, I know this week has been pretty insane. The internet is doing what the internet does. The discussing rumors about my wife and marriage are, of course, not true. LOL. We've been doxxed. People have been showing up at our house, discussing Photoshop pictures of my wife are circulating the internet, and just about everyone has jumped in. My friends have been doxxed. My in-laws are dealing with online psychos. They are emailing my sponsors, have tried striking down dozens of my videos and sending stuff to my house. Everyone is just pretending it's all jokes, but if half of this stuff happened to any of them, they would be singing a different tune. We've had to involve law enforcement over some of this insanity too. Some of the stuff I can't even talk about, and honestly, I just don't want to because it will just encourage more of it.
About harassment. But not only that, Jeremy Hambully here decided to actually call his wife to come on stream to try to get more donations utilizing her body.
Once she comes down, I'm going to let her off the hook quick. I'm just have her do the job, show her boobs, everyone, as Nick promised. Yep. But only if you ordered can you look. And then I'll read every single super chat and respond to every single one of them. There she is! Hi!
Funny how he's not very protective of his wife when it comes to her dignity.
It's very strange. I'm going to use her body.
Once she comes
I'm going to use her body to advertise.
Down, I'm going to let her off the hook quick. I'm just have her do the job, show her boobs, everyone, as Nick promised. Yep. But only if you ordered can you look.
Objectifying my wife here in front of the audience.
And then I'll read every single super chat and respond to every single one of them. There she is! Hi!
Funny how he's not very protective of his wife when it comes to her dignity.
There's a guy at work who claimed that
Quartering is speaking on his wife and the smell of her downstairs. Jeez.
Vegan veg didn't smell. Well, I can tell you this. My wife has been a vegetarian, and you can tell the difference.
You don't just get to make someone part of your content and mention them constantly. You know, suddenly declare, actually, she's a private person.
Talking about how her shit smells. It's just, dude. Dude, come on, man. What's the fixation on shit, man?
When it's convenient.
Are you more or less attracted to me right now than you were 10 minutes ago?
I think you really want to know the answer to
that. And the most interesting part here is that apparently she put him up to this whole thing of getting them deplatformed. He says it here in the message himself. But also, my wife is not an internet person. Absolutely guilty of hypocrisy.
She asked him kindly.
person when it's convenient.
Are you more or less attracted to me right now than you were 10 minutes ago?
I think you really want to know the answer.
And the most interesting part here is that apparently she put him up to this whole thing of getting them deplatformed. He says it here in the message himself.
I'm not worried about lawfare. My wife supports me absolutely, and their lies are literal fiction. She's the one that said to do it. I really wish they would have followed the rules. Rose me all you want, but my family is off limits. I don't need to sue to get their YT shut down. PPP is ban evading. Dude.
Oh, but also my wife is not an internet person. Absolutely guilty of hypocrisy. Let's talk about the mythos of the Wisconsin Bowl. Jeremy has a friend, a long-term friend, that he often mentions by first name on his own stream, and it turns out that this guy, who publicly had his full name on Twitter as his username, with his profile picture of himself, people found his Reddit account and figured out that he frequents cuckolding subreddits. Him and his wife proactively partake in swinging, and Jeremy brings him around him and his wife.
Bro, bring your fucking wife's big old boobs and bring her over to our house. It's 9:20. I think you could be to my house by 10. I want to see your wife's big old boobs at my house in the hot tub. Hot tub's toasty, ready for you, bud.
Upon discovering this Wisconsin Bowl, people found out that he also had a DV record, a very long criminal record. And Jeremy's over here inviting this guy over, and the Wisconsin Bull's wife comes over to Jeremy's house to clean, which is odd because from looking through his stuff, he seems pretty wealthy.
Shout out to his wife. She is here helping keep our house clean.
But we're the crazy ones for talking about his open marriage. So that's why people started talking about the Bull. He claims in his DMs with Josh Moon that he totally didn't know about this guy.
I hear that taking down channels is something I've never wanted to do in 20 years, but I begged them to be reasonable. Honestly, didn't know about my friend and their shit, LOL. Haven't talked to him since. I had no idea he was such a degen. Wait, as he's like doing like an open relationship thing here.
Swinging, which is contradicted later on that week where Jeremy goes on.
Are you making fun of a man for taking a shot? Good, we should. This is hilarious. I don't know what you're referring to in terms of making fun of a man for taking a shot.
Stream and says he's going to play darts with him next week.
Our world, the abyss, and reality itself will unravel. You must restore.
Is Adam coming over today? No, we have darts probably next week.
But meanwhile, in Josh Moon's DMs, it's him calling him the fairy word, and he didn't know about this.
I assume all these messages will be public, but oh yeah.
Generacy.
Yeah. We remember this. I'm making sure there's no one else in my There you go.
He said he converted to Christianity after Charlie Kirk's death, and yet he continues to live this lifestyle. And not only that, but if you look at his thumbnails, he often features very intimately provocative thumbnails. And even after this, the Bull still had his own special role in Jeremy's Discord, the one doing the most damage to Jeremy's marriage.
Come on, man. You know Christians don't actually follow their religion like that. You know a lot of Christians don't actually follow their religion like that. Come on, you expect Quartering to follow... You expect Quartering to... You think Quartering actually believes in anything related to any of that? Come on.
Is himself. And maybe the Wisconsin Bull as well. And that's not the only instance of this weird open marriage kind of thing that he pretends to not have. He talks about how he doesn't get too personal with his female employees.
As a general rule, I don't try to get too personal with my female employees or cohorts. I don't ask them a lot of questions like that. You know, I just keep it to business. That's how you stay out of trouble and you stay, you know, keep everybody feeling comfortable. And
but then proceeds to talk about his co-host Melanie Mack's breasts.
If you're in the chat worried about where Melanie Mack is, stop being such a fucking loser. You guys don't know I'm a boob guy anyway. I like my boobs, you know, 2 scoops full.
And his co-host is a now married and has been a Christian woman for quite some time now. But just a disclaimer, she says that she's okay with this, but I just wanted to point this out.
Scoops full.
And his co-host is a now married and has been a Christian woman for quite some time now.
Talking about, I'm not attracted to Melanie Mack because she's got like small tits.
But just a disclaimer, she says that
Quartering is the realest friend I've ever made in space. It's no coincidence that after he gave his life to Christ, the attacks and lies on him have increased rapidly. Satan, the accuser, is working through some filthy... is it supposed to say roaches?
she's okay with this, but I just wanted to point this out that he's very hypocritical and is constantly lying, especially about not getting too personal with women.
Hot take, there are exceptions, but I also don't think men...
It wasn't her gimmick too, is that she kept saying the F slur or something like that, talking about how she hated gay people or some shit like that.
Women should be hanging out as friends that often. You know,
I agree unless they're both like single, but if they're like in relationships, married.
When I used to work in the office, it'd be like work wives.
All these fucking tattoos.
I was like, nah, dude, like that's weird.
I did try some woman's breast milk at work, and apparently it really pissed off my wife, and I didn't know it was going to be a big deal.
Oh,
she was like,
I can understand why that would make her upset.
Yes.
I would have been upset too.
I definitely didn't.
Yeah.
And then, like,
also, why did she offer it to you? Was this the one that was like, "You're my work husband"?
Yes, that's who it was.
He's like so against work wives, but then he'll drink their breast milk when they call him their work husband. And not only that, he's now telling his female coworkers.
So been upset.
Really pissed off.
Work in the office and be like work wives. I was like, nah, dude, like that's weird.
I did try some woman
in relationships,
but I also don't think men.
Very hypocritical and is constantly lying, especially about not getting too personal with women.
I like hot take. There are exceptions, but I also don't think men and women should be hanging out as friends that often. You know,
I agree unless they're both like single, but if they're like in relationships, married.
When I used to work in the office and be like work wives, I was like, nah, dude, like that's weird.
I did try some woman's breast milk at work, and apparently it really pissed off my wife, and I didn't know it was going to be a big deal. She was like,
I can understand why that would make her upset.
I tried some woman's breast milk at work, and apparently it really pissed.
Why would you try some? Why would you do that in the first place?
Off my wife, and I didn't know it was going to be a big deal. She was like,
I can understand why that would make her upset.
Yes.
I would have been upset too.
I definitely didn't.
Yeah.
And then, like,
also, why did she offer it to you? Was this the one that was like, "You're my work husband"?
Yes, that's who it was.
He's like,
yeah, that's. There's a strange flirtation going on there. That's a strange mating ritual. Dude.
So against work wives.
Imagine letting this guy drink your breast milk. Just imagine letting this guy right here drink your breast milk.
But then he'll drink their breast milk when they call him their work husband. And not only that, he's now telling his female coworkers about this. Totally inappropriate. And that's not the only time he's done that. Obviously, you guys saw the clips at the start of the video.
Let me tell you this about Venti.
As much as the host do either.
I would give everything I had to have babies with that girl.
Then when I called him out on trying...
It's just like, these are inappropriate comments to make about people publicly like this. It's just... when they're kind of your peers is a good way of putting it. It's just off, you know? It's just really off. It's just really uncomfortable, kind of like frowned upon behavior is what I would say. Brittany Venti, you're trying to deplatform Kino Casino for laughing about your wife's pizza and Sky Bulls. But you're looking less after woman. I just saw a disturbing clip of you saying you want to have babies with me. It makes zero sense. Seems like you're just anti-free speech now. Quartering says, I never flagged anything. I showed proof. And of course, you could have asked me directly since we've known each other for years, but I guess this is one way to go about it. Well, why would she do that? Your conduct has been pretty openly public and deplorable, and she just told you she saw a disturbing clip of you saying that you wanted to have babies with her. So your conduct was public. That specific clip is already public. That needs to be addressed publicly. And then your behavior regarding Kino Casino should be addressed publicly. None of this, you're not owed privacy in terms of her confronting you. Jeremy, I saw everything. You said you were going to take them down and flex your connections and Josh Moon's DMs to do so after your proof. I don't want to have DMs with you after what happened with Josh Moon recently. It's very dishonest. You are anti-free speech. And then Quartering says, I hope this was worth it. It's like, dude, you're just embarrassing yourself here. This is super embarrassing behavior.
Trying to deplatform the Kino Casino, his tune changed.
I really think you guys can do it. If you spend, if you double the amount of time you're spending on my stream being mad, I think Brittany might actually see it, and she might let you touch a boob.
He's pretending like he never simped for me. He's a sour simp.
Don't know what. Quote more about Brittany Venti. Nobody gives a fuck about that dumb bitch. Are you joking? You guys do, because she's about 40 and she's still single and childless.
It turns out he's
in his 40s, by the way.
One with fertility issues, considering his search history.
Who do you see? Who do you schedule a RMC semen analysis with? Brother, oh my God, brother. Please never have a child, dude. I do not trust you to raise it. You're in your you're getting up there, man. You're in the 40s. Do not have children. Do not have children. You're not equipped, okay? There are certain people in life that will never be equipped to have children. You're just never going to be mature enough. You're just never going to be responsible enough. You're too self-centered. You're too much of a fucking liar. You're too much of a wretch. I don't care how much money you have. Fuck off. You are not deserving. You are not deserving. You have not earned this moment in your life. You have not earned this moment. The universe has set you up in such a specific way. Everything has aligned in your life to tell you, fuck off. We don't trust you with raising children. Stick to where you are. You're embarrassing yourself in this position. You're comfortable. You got money. Be grateful you even got that.
He also says that he was trying for a family with his wife and they still don't have kids.
Trying to start a family.
Good. Never have children. Never have children. Stop trying. Don't have children. Quite frankly, your wife is... I hope your wife never has children. She's stupid enough to marry you. Never do it.
Family, I've been feeling really stressed.
And it's
good.
Fine that they couldn't have children.
Good. You should feel more stress. I hope you feel enough stress to where your fucking liver gets poisoned through the amount of stress. Your liver decays. I hope your lungs give out through the stress. I hope your brain falls apart through the stress, the immense pressure that you're under to deliver a baby, and you can't do it because you are worthless. You are worthless incarnate. The sperm count in and of itself, it doesn't matter what number it is. It is worthless incarnate. Your entire being is not deserving. The universe has said no. In the alternate reality where you have a child, that child is miserable and regrets ever being born.
his comments are a little bit insensitive to his wife, aren't they? So this whole thing is just a projection. Down to the part where he talks about my cat and using the litter box.
Hopefully she can get enough money to pay somebody to clean her cat's litter boxes and maybe think about marrying her. Maybe one of you guys could do it.
Meanwhile, he can't even make the toilet himself and he has to piss in his basement.
I just peed in my basement.
And shitting himself in the Walmart. How much do you want to bet that if Gina Carano came out and said that she was against Jeremy's deplatforming, that he would become a sour simp for her too?
Okay, how much does Gina love me out of 10? Either a 9 or an 11. Which one?
Oh my god, dude.
Is it? Gina and I could do an excellent on-screen romance where, like, I'm the best friend. I'm like her best friend, but I pine after her, and then she just keeps banging all these other dudes.
His own fantasy.
The open cuck fantasy is crazy here, man.
He's a cuck.
And then we live happily ever after. Like, I think we could do that. She could just keep hooking up with fit dudes, MMA dudes, and then, like, they don't make her laugh, you know? They don't get her. And then there's me. Oh, you look tired. Did you bang another dude tonight? Oh, sweet. And then, like, my heart's breaking, you know?
And all of this is what makes it...
Dude, okay. The entertainment factor is there for quartering. Just keep telling your embarrassing stories and your embarrassing fantasies. Keep doing that, okay?
So funny that he tweets Neil deGrasse Tyson about him cheating on...
What hat to wear today? I cheated on my wife. Is that an option?
His wife. You know, he DM'd me while he was married asking if my friend was saying.
I'll probably cover this later today, but can you let me know if Jess is single? I have a hate crush on her. I'm sure you know that's a joke, but I'm compelled to say it. Is this the second time? Is it like, I feel like this has happened before to Venti, where, was it Venti? I think it was Venti. I feel like it was Venti, where somebody sent like a message like this, where they said, can you get me in contact with this friend of yours? I have a hate crush on her. What is with it, with these men going up to specifically Venti and talking about, can you hook me up with this person? I have a hate crush on them. If I had a quarter, it was like, no, if I had a nickel for every time this has happened, I'd have 2. Which isn't a lot, but it is strange that it's happened twice. This is strange. This is strange that this has happened twice for Venti.
Didn't Jesus say to not throw stones or something? Meanwhile, his wife is attractive. She keeps
I'm
herself
surprised
in
she didn't mention this, where it's like, it's strange that this has happened to me twice now.
shape. She takes care of herself. And
Maybe,
what does he
wait,
do?
hold it. Maybe with women this happens a lot more, so it's just like, maybe this has happened to her more times than I'm even aware of. Maybe this is just regular. Maybe it's just a regular business.
He continuously humiliates her and walks around like a slob dressed in his poopy palette. He should put some coffee brand coffee on those dark circles of his. You know, so long as it's not 100% genetic. In some cases it is, but in his case, he just looks tired, which is bad branding for his coffee. But anyway, now that you guys have the context of the bull and how he didn't want that out there, you can see why people would want to talk about this, especially considering Jer is a Christian conservative, building his entire brand off of free speech. His lack of transparency is what led to him having to message Josh Moon as a third party for a financial audit, which we'll get into later. And he has a massive melty threatening to go Karen mode at the Kick CEO to try to get the Kino Casino deplatformed on there as well, to specifically target their livelihood.
I feel like I missed something here. Eddie over at Kick already added me. If I want to, I could take their channel. I really don't want to, but I beg them to be reasonable. I have zero interest in dealing with this shit. I feel like, I don't know if I saw that one. Okay.
To specifically target their livelihood. And how reasonable he's...
I haven't done any flagging. Their channel is a walking TOS violation. I know they are ban evading. It would have been way easier to have their channel removed. I haven't done that. I know you're big mad at me, but if they keep bringing my family into shit, I will act. The response here said, I think this is Josh Moon who responds, I'm not mad at you and I have no idea why would you choose to proceed. Why would choose to proceed any statement with such an obviously false and disingenuous pretense?
To make it so that they cannot criticize him or the details about his life that he has elected to overshare. He even says, I'm not mundane Matt. My viewers 100% support that. Translation, I can get away with it.
Please tell me you are not flagging videos already.
Though Jeremy consistently has not taken accountability for it, he does directly admit he threatened them after the fact.
Yeah, please stop stating this as fact. I had anything to do with it. Yes, in a weak moment, I did threaten to report them, but as you can see, I never did.
About taking down their channel. He also doubled down and refused to apologize.
Shonhead says, threatening to deplatform a channel is like threatening to use a nuke in the world of the internet. Completely against the bro code. Every public figure is mocked and their personal lives gossiped about. I learn new lore about myself every day, but never threatened to destroy these people's lives. He apologized to the casino boys directly and just continue making content your fans want to see.
Apologize to them directly, which...
Rare Shoe W, I suppose. Not that credit is really earned there. This is like an obvious thing to point out. Oh, Shoe, on that second part, I will never apologize to those fucking losers who circulated Photoshop disgusting pictures of my wife. I guess what I would recommend this person does is not even apologize necessarily. Is just you know, Just stop. Just stop while you're ahead here, I would say. A lot of conservative women have said Lauren Southern, for sure, has said behind the scenes her male peers are trying to bane basically every single female content creator they talk to. Yeah. I can see this. Not too surprising. I'm noticing on my screen, tell me if the chat is too big for moments like this. I feel like the chat's fine. I feel like people can get... Yeah, I feel like this is fine. Let me know if I have to minimize the chat on the screen a little bit.
Further encouraged his audience to help try to get the Kino Casino deplatformed, and subsequently causing a mass flagging.
What is a 7th video flag down? At what point do people acknowledge this as a free speech issues and not just drama?
Campaign, where now every locale is trying to take free speech away and deplatform their critics because Jeremy set the precedent that it's okay to do so.
Why would you flag me? Don't flag me. Flag the Kino Casino guys.
Quartering gets to start a mass flagging campaign, all while he gets to cry about how
if you're gonna flag somebody, flag them, not me. First of all, how about no one get flagged down, okay? First will be your YouTube, which is in violation of ban evasion, easy takedown. Next will be your kicked. I literally begged the two to be reasonable. I tried everything. You chose this. All I wanted was to let you guys dunk on me.
he's the one that's actually under attack.
No evidence of that, of course.
So no, this isn't only drama and gossip. This has to do with a more...
Congratulations, Teddy Feezer. Feezer, all those privacy complaint led to YouTube taking down a thumbnail,
more serious topic of free speech and being able to tell jokes about someone without them crying harassment. And after the Kino Casino was suspended from YouTube, Jeremy knows this because he covers the news, entertainment. This was the #1 thing trending on entertainment on X. And he proceeds to post his birthday card that is...
Had a delicious steak dinner and maybe the most epic card from Mr. the Quartering yet. Birthday weekend kicking off. Yeah, okay. That's definitely him being like, I got you, motherfuckers. That's basically what he's doing. Can you make it like auto fade or timeout? Other than that, I think it's fine. Like some people have it scroll up. Not sure how easy that is. Venti has no idea that Ethan started all this anti-free. No, I'm sure she's aware and she just doesn't care, because it's basically about the targets. She probably agrees with Ethan on the target. She probably hates Hassan or something like that, given the politics, and she doesn't care. So it's not relevant to her. Let's try to fix this. Auto fade or timeout? Auto fade. I don't know what auto fade is. Let's mess with this a little bit. There's blending mode, additive. I don't know what that even does, if anything. I don't notice the difference. Transform, reset transform. Stretch the screen. Group in the phone. I don't know what I can do to edit the chat box exactly. It's not the end of the world. Maybe we can make it smaller. I could put it up here or something. Or is it too small? I can't tell if it's too small. Maybe that's okay.
Casino themed. Even if it was legitimate, you would think, if I don't want people to think that I did it, maybe don't post it right when they get banned and it's trending on Twitter. In a weak moment, he did threaten to report them, but he totally didn't do it, even though he literally leaked an email.
Like the email where he did do it. What's the email exactly? Is it this one right here up the very top? Or is it YouTube support? It must be YouTube support here.
Showing that
Thanks
he
for your report. Does it mention exactly who he reported here? Because he definitely reported somebody. Wouldn't surprise me though.
The channel.
Quartering caught flagging in 4K.
Literally.
Just want to point out, it wasn't our $10,000 a month.
I would imagine that report is for them. I would imagine that report is for them.
Because it wasn't our channel, and we weren't getting the money from it. It was our editor Flaked, who has a newborn fucking baby at home and a wife to fucking take care of, who had his 6-figure a year income taken away.
Just a bummer people are mad at me for no reason. For no reason! He pokes the bear several other times as well, and he flexes his Rumble contract that, quote, allows him to do this, as he said.
Was she, yelling about what she's
editor Flaked, who has a newborn fucking baby at home and a wife to fucking take care of, who had his 6-figure a year income taken away.
Just a bummer people are mad.
Mini Spurg over. It's just a bummer that people are mad at me for no reason. Because they can't get a reaction from me. They kind of did. People are mad at me, and because they can't get a reaction, but they did get a reaction from you. Harass those around me. It puts my friends in a horrible spot, and for that, I apologize.
I mean, for no reason. For no reason!
Virtue signal, criticize, tease, plays victim.
He pokes the bear several other times as well, and he flexes his Rumble contract that, quote,
everything is fair game. I can burn it all down. I have 5 years guaranteed. Salary at
allows him to do this. And people are mad at me for no reason. For no reason! He pokes the bear several other times as well, and he flexes his...
If you're looking for a platform that will support free speech, there's no better place in Rumble. I've never had an issue.
His Rumble contract that, quote, allows him to do this, as he said to Josh Moon. He's able to do it through Rumble's money, and the owner seems to be fine with it.
Strong message from me that you need to get your creators in.
You know what? With the chat thing, what I'm just realizing, isn't there an option to where, like, I could put, like, something, overview thing? Oh, wait. I think I just realized what I could do to fix this. Is it boxed? Yeah, there we go. That looks better. Let's look at the options, though. There's that. There's old school. There's Twitch. And then there's boxed. Let's do boxed. There we go. The background color. We want the background color to be like, what are we thinking, guys? I'm thinking pink. Wait. Somebody type in chat now. Because I think I have to wait for new ones now to get an example shown. Is it custom code, browser setting, custom, see is. It's gonna pop up on my thing? Yeah, okay, there it is. I thought the background would be pink or whatever, but I think this should work better. Okay, thanks, guys.
Line. You need to send a strong message that you're not going to support people deplatforming critics, because that is a slippery slope, one that I don't think DC really wants to travel down. You're going to lose a lot of your strong supporters, and I highly recommend thinking about fixing this.
Well, you know what? Our representative is going to get you to platform so you can go on our platform. It's so weird how he's saying he's not taking sides. And Cryboy Hamley here is the one doing this when he's built his entire platform on free speech and making jokes at other people's expenses, including their spouses.
Your wife has a son now, or a daughter, I'm told. Good for
See, I'm not sure I like the box that... Wait, well, hold on. I think I like it, actually.
the father and stuff like that. And dwelling on other people is a recipe for continued failure, Matt. Focus on yourself. Focus on your wife's child. Focus on making things better off the internet.
And building his whole career on criticizing people and pointing and laughing at them when they say it's harassment. But he's not allowed to be criticized or joked about.
Even comedians can't post their their content without getting struck down. It's getting scary.
And in my opinion, another tell that the quartering is not for free speech is that he steals content. If you go on his shorts page, there are endless videos, just video after video of him doing a 5-second intro of saying, look at this.
Watching stuff like this frustrates me because like it's like the income you get from doing scummy shit like this is a lot. And it's like, God, I wish I were scummy. God, I wish I were scummy sometimes. God, I wish I were stealing. God, I wish I was stealing sometimes.
Crazy clip. And then it just cuts to the clip and it's like 3 minutes long.
It's so annoying. Look, this is like bare minimum bottom debauchery behavior. This is like scum. This is like lower than dirt behavior. You're like outright stealing. You're like pretending as if you had anything. It's just... Wait, like one of the examples is like, it's like, you must need to go see a doctor if you don't find this funny. And then he like literally rips somebody else's content and plays it straightforwardly there. He just presents it and then he profits off of it. Dude, oh my God. Dude, this triggers the fuck out of me.
Check this out. Check this out.
What do you think?
Check this out.
No transformative content, no edits or anything. Not even a conclusion at the end. And he does this because he has nothing to add.
If you don't laugh at this, go see a therapist.
Quartering does not credit the original animator, Backbench Animations, but instead puts his own logo on the animation.
He just uploads his slop.
Another reason to not do this is you could get sued, obviously, which you should be fucking sued, obviously.
If you don't laugh at this, go see a therapist.
You should be fucking sued. You should be fucking sued. You should be in the dirt, sued.
He just uploads
disgusting fucking filth.
Slop, like his short slop, to feed the algorithm, and it's the only thing inflating his channel's numbers outside of him buying a bunch of advertisement.
I've got to do a bunch of low effort short slop that everyone's really mad about. I've got to do that, even though everyone does it, and you know, instead of complaining about it, you could just do it yourself.
Everyone does it. Everyone steals cars, guys. Everyone robs banks, guys. Everyone does that. I've seen tons of people do that throughout life. I've seen tons of people stab other people. I've seen other people murder. Yeah, that makes it okay, you fucking disgusting reprobate.
Quote-unquote free speech advocate, he does not understand why stealing content, rendering their content and speech useless, taking money and views away from them potentially, he does not understand why this is bad. But he's free to try to take down the Kino Casino for ban evading, for breaking the rules. But he can break the rules, and you're just jealous. Jeremy has a history of repeated blackout streams. He seems to have a very bad...
At least with the ban evasion stuff, like, I can understand why somebody would ban evade, especially given like how YouTube usually like ends up like banning channels or something like that for like stuff that like is not worthy of banning for, like, or they're not even giving specific reasons or whatever. I can understand why somebody would take the, you know, moment and be like, you know what, I'm gonna ban evade. Like reporting somebody who ban evades, man, unless like they got banned for like a very specific legitimate reason, I think is just like snitch behavior. You're like a total snitch. You're like a total snitch. You should like be treated like a total snitch. You should make shorts. You have a good idea for content and editing. I probably should. I don't want to because I hate shorts, but I probably should. It'd be good for growth.
Alcohol problem. And one of these streams that's very well known is the pissing in his basement stream.
My wife went out for pizza without me, and I'm angry about it. So I'm going to win this round, and I'm going to pee. If I don't win this round, I'm going to pee in my own basement. I'm not taking a pause to pee. Oh, I'm almost about to pee my pants. I got to pee so bad. Get up! No! I just peed in my basement. If you want to watch a streamer that wants to pee in the potty, go watch someone else. Have I pissed on the floor yet while my wife is out? The
funniest, I do have to say, the funniest he's ever been is at his expense. It's moments like that where it's just like, it's a good old natural, like, in the moment, like somebody embarrassing themselves.
You're right. No, not yet.
And this is another reason that people were critical of him, including the Kino Casino. He just constantly has dead air and he's a bad entertainer.
Okay.
Oh. 1, 2.
Yeah, like I feel like I've seen one of Quartering's videos, and he talks really slow. A live stream. Hold on. Quartering. Not dark hyper. Live stream. I like to get like a sense. Is he live right now? Oh, it had the little thing. Like I thought you might have. I want to get a sense. Okay, hold on. Just to get a sense of the live stream experience of the Quartering. Okay, this is the intro. To be fair, this is the intro, so there's probably going to be a little bit of you know, slowness to the beginning of the start of a stream. So it'll be a little bit of dead air, maybe. Awesome. No words yet. No words. A little bit of whistling. Quietness. Quietness. It's 40 seconds in. Quietness. Very quiet.
No, I was. We're on vacation.
There we go. 50 seconds.
We're on vacation for the next week.
What's that?
So now we play wonderful game.
You hear all the grey mates got wiped out?
Well, not all of them.
You've been living under a rock.
Wow. Amazing. Anyway.
Three,
It's like 5 so far.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Doobie doobie doo.
That doesn't count.
8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Holy, bro. That's insane broadcast, bro.
They don't call him Dead Air Jer for nothing.
Calling what the Quartering makes content is generous because a lot of it is just filler. Another example of his filler content is him over-explaining his technical issues that he seems to have like every show.
Close OBS, so they just stay on and overheat. They're constantly giving me problems like this.
Oh, yeah.
And like, and past the Amazon thing.
Why say the story?
And if it's not one of those two things, it'll be him asking how everyone's weekend is going.
What's everyone got going on this weekend? This weekend.
Would you like some content with your filler, sir?
What are you guys going up to?
Fail.
What are you guys up to this weekend?
So I think you can understand at this point why Jeremy's a low count and why people, including the Kino Casino, milk him for content. And he's only making it bigger every time he has a meltdown on Twitter and then deleting the tweets after. He loves to hide the evidence, constantly tweeting drunk and then deleting the tweets, all while begging his fans to support him and pay for his lifestyle. So let's get into the finance and grifting segment. You'll find that Jeremy oscillates between two polarities, and this is just one example of it. 1 second, it's, guys, I'm very successful. I don't need to go on Caleb Hammer's show, which, by the way, was one of the components that started all of this for him having his melty. The Kino Casino asked to audit his finances because of this constant confliction of saying he's rich, but he's poor. And they wanted a third party like Caleb Hammer.
We didn't raise our prices. He's got the whole coffee thing going on.
The Kino Casino asked to audit his finances because of this constant confliction of saying he's rich, but he's...
We didn't raise our prices due to the tariffs like a lot of our competitors did, and we're headed for a record month. Sure, margins are a little thinner, but we ate the cost and sales have been booming. Ideally, those tariffs will go away and it will be worth it.
poor, and they wanted a third party like Caleb Hammer to go over his finances. And then he agreed and backed out. And the quartering will even joke about firing his staff, and it's not really a joke because he actually did do it, and says that he's poor, he can't afford his assistant, he fired Luke Rozowski. And that's another thing they made fun of him for, was his constant e-begging, his constant crowdfunding, even though he claims to be a multi-millionaire. Jeremy loves to guilt his audience.
This is where
He'll say things
like you build up like more of an empire or whatever, and you get like other business ventures or whatever. I get why people do it. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm boring. Maybe I'm a boring guy. It's like, why indulge in all these other ventures or whatever? Just stick to your lane. Make your crappy fucking video content sludge. Be thankful that you get the money that you do from that sludge. Then do your fucking live streams or whatever. Don't pretend you're like anything more than that. I have a coffee business venture. Our coffee is super great.
like, I never go on vacation.
A night that might actually lead to me taking a day off work. I haven't.
Must explain that he thinks people should be able to express some pretty outrageous things. Okay, was he reading here something about Musk?
Been taking a day off work in 3 years, but if I go on Nick's stream later and I can generate another 1,000 sales on Coffee Brand Coffee, I might actually take tomorrow off.
If my channel makes it through this Christmas, it'll be a huge miracle.
He's begged for his
1,000 sales on Coffee Brand Coffee, I might actually take tomorrow off.
If my channel makes it through this Christmas, it'll be a huge miracle.
He's begged for his audience to bail him out for overspending on coffee, which is a repeated theme that he overspends money, by the way.
I shipped way too many Mother's Day gift boxes to Amazon. If I don't move through at least half of what I sent there, Coffee Brand Coffee is going out of business. That's how bad it is. But now I've marked it down 10. I may have to mark it down, more. Literally, Coffee Brand Coffee is in huge trouble. It's extinction level event. I'm not like, this isn't a shill. This isn't
he's starting these other different business ventures that you have no clue how to manage and no clue what to do properly for it.
A grift. I'm asking for a bit of a bailout.
Meanwhile, he can somehow afford a saltwater fish tank, plus paying someone to clean the fish's poop, the fish Janny. Jeremy loves his Jannies to clean up his mess.
Pick up the broom and sweep it up.
He's getting banned. Watch.
He better not ban him. He better not. He actually banned him for just asking how your weekend. Bro, he's gonna lose so many people. He better not.
His mess.
Pick up the broom and sweep it up.
He's getting banned. Watch.
How was your weekend, Jer?
He better not ban him. He better not.
Dude, why'd he ban him? Why'd he ban him?
He actually banned him for just asking how your weekend. Bro, he's gonna lose so many people.
He can apparently afford a $10,000 RC race car track.
How much? Well, it was about $10,000 to do this. If you do it yourself, probably going to be $4,000 to $5,000. If you're not a lazy, fat, smelly bum like me, that shipping container was like $5,000 or $6,000.
Contractor installs such as solar vents and lighting.
And inside, I've run power. I'm not going to include that. That's like a luxury. And Huck's pooping on my track. Thanks, bud.
New garage, gym, car lift, car wash, studio, sets, and an RV.
What's the status of the garage, gym? We have all the permitting done. I want to have a car wash in there. Like, every man would love to have a car wash in their garage, right?
But then he'll turn around and criticize other people for taking money and overspending it.
People stealing my money and then living better than I do. I think that these ghetto fucks would come through with a brand.
Okay, dude, come on, man. For all the money you make from just the little things that I've seen that you have, living better than you do, come on. Come on. Get real, dude.
New iPhone and have a $0 copay on like $4,000 worth of medication that they were just selling anyway. Just because I can pay my bills now doesn't mean I think, people should be buying name brand shit and all this other stuff when I'm paying for it.
Except his fans are the ones paying for it. He begs them, guilts them, say he's gonna go out of business, turn around, buy a bunch of luxury goods by his own description, and then just...
People say business ventures. The real truth is all of them put money in the stock market. In the last 10 years, if you put like 10K in the stock market a year, the portfolio would be $1 million. Yeah, maybe.
Keep asking for more. It's crazy that in his own mind, he thinks he treats his audience well by like spamming them with ads on ads, having them pay more money to get discounts on things. So like spending money to have to spend more money. And then the content that he charges them for is just the same content that he already had repackaged. It's just grift after grift after grift. And it gets to the point where his own fans are tired of his coffee shills. They're saying to not even buy coffee anymore until morale improves. There are so many things that, and it gets to the point where his own...
Let's see, I wanted to read these.
he charges them for is just
3 new videos a week when you join on the quartering website.
the same content that he already had repackaged. It's just grift after.
Jeremy, first, I appreciate you addressing these issues. I can tell you're genuinely trying to manage through the growing pains. I'm sure scaling up at the level you're at isn't easy. My concern is that I signed up back in October 2024 through the website for an annual membership, and I've also supported coffee brand coffee. I'm not planning to pay for Rumble Premium until I can see the original promises delivered on. I paid you directly over $100 for October 2024 to October 2025. Under your new plan, will I have access to the promised 2 to 3 members only videos per week? When will those members only videos resume? I haven't seen one since March. Will I have access to the member call-in segment? Let's see. Well, I've waited long enough. I get doing a week of Rumble only just for absolutely shitting on your YouTube subscribers that got you to this point. It's pathetic. Pushed this website to combat Rumble. Then when Rumble unzipped just a little bit, Jeremy dropped to his knees quicker than a fentanyl zombie expecting free crack. I've been a subscriber since 2018, bought his coffee, cookbooks, and Trump stickers to support. I already pay for YouTube Premium. I'm not paying for another premium service so I don't have to sit through ad after ad. Hopefully the courting will one day stop shitting on the people who got him his success. These people deserve this to happen to them. I don't care that this happens to them. In fact, if this is the one good thing that you've done in your life, quartering, this is it. Scamming fucking retards like this. Scamming fucking retards like this. They deserve to be scammed. If you enjoy a quartering videos unironically, hate to say it, you deserve to be scammed by the quartering when he doesn't deliver on his dog shit material. If you like his dog shit, you're already a fucking dunce. To one degree or another. Yeah.
Grift after grift, and it gets to the point where his own fans are.
It's fucking awesome, dude. Longtime pay pig whales seething back in May about how quartering stopped delivering on promises after they prepaid $100 for a year of membership. What's going on with the member videos? I thought there was going to be 2 to 3 videos per week. There's none for the month of April. I really enjoy the less more personal conversation in them. In addition to supporting the channel, those member videos are the main reason I signed up for an annual membership. I hear you, brother. Not only that, but when he started the memberships, everyone who signed up for the first month or so was promised a founding member Discord badge. Well, it's been around 6 months, and nobody has received one to date. So I canceled my membership and canceled on YouTube/Rumble. His videos are mostly him begging people to buy massively overpriced coffee anyways. Not to mention that the quality of the content has gone way downhill. It was never that high up, but okay. There were also supposed to be call-ins. I supported exclusively games in the public before because I believe Jeremy actually has good intentions. But working with other people, even good people, can be unexpectedly difficult. That said, at some point, I can't rationalize giving another $100 for a 1 to 2 month push followed by silence. To be clear, I want to see these ideas actually delivered on, and I hope Jeremy gets the partners he needs to actually make one of these projects sustainable. Totally agree. The membership promises are just not being delivered upon. When that was Jeremy's focus, it got done. He also read and replied to this Discord channel. It seems the natives are getting restless with their paid membership quartering. Dude.
Tired of his coffee shills. They're saying to not even buy.
So whatever happened to extra weekly videos on thequartering.com? What exactly did I pay for?
And then the quartering responds, 1 drops today. I'm a little behind. boy.
Coffee anymore until morale improves.
I'm ordering more coffee to keep the YouTube channel alive. Not too much coffee. A little bit of fire under his feet to improve is good. Don't buy any. If he truly gave a fuck, he would stick to his word and actually partake in this fucking server. Our show, he gives a fuck to his members. But that lasted, what, a month? Maybe? Dude, he's getting flamed here.
There are so many things that he told his audience he would deliver on that I cannot sit here and read them all.
It's not rocket science. You also get tax breaks for it. I promise it was the first thing they would have been told to do if they talked to a CPA or a financial advisor. Yeah. Probably. Head mod talking shit about the coffee grift. Funny it's for exhaustion, as it's exhausting to constantly hear about coffee. LMAO. Folgers works fine. I'll drink any coffee, I don't care, but not paying fucking 10 to 20 for shit I can get cheaper and last longer. I don't care about the flavor and all that jazz, just give me some fucking mud. Fuck all that frou-frou fairy flavor bullshit, and man, I need my this or that spice. Sit on it and spin, no coffee is good enough for those prices.
Also, you guys will have to pause to read. It's just this.
Wait, what's this last one?
Morale improves. There are so many things that he told his audience he would deliver on that I cannot sit here and read them all. So,
Quartering revealed on his show today he plans to beg his audience for what? $14,000 in the next few weeks to fund IRL coverage of America Fest, which is some TPUSA event in Phoenix, December 18th to 21st. He split his live show today into two parts. The first aired at his normal time when he had to take a break for some appointment, and the second just started. So more info coming on that as this develops. But he spent about 30 minutes of the first hour live stream brainstorming ways to get his audience to pay for this trip. This will be at least the fourth time this series directly asks his audience to pay for business expenses while he continues to spend money on vanity purchases just like he won the lottery. Dude, this guy's... but he keeps grifting enough to get away with it. He keeps grifting enough to get away with it. You have incentivized him. The audience has incentivized him. He's gotten away with the grift. His YouTube channel, in of itself, is all a grift. You have encouraged this behavior. I'm not saying this guy commenting here. This one's like some Kiwi farmer. But they have allowed this to transpire, so they're now just getting grifted even further in. First, there was $300,000 beg to cover his purchase of a K-Cup machine. Then he was doing a fundraiser. The manufacturer coffee facial scrub, which we never heard about again. Then he was doing a fundraiser to build a new studio, which got scrapped after the money came in, and he bought watches, aquariums, and built an RC car track with the money instead. Oh, it's so awesome. It's so awesome. Actually, like, this guy is scum, but again, I have to restate this. This is awesome. All this scamming from like this specific audience is so funny. It's so funny. It's so cool because like they deserve this. They deserve to deplete their money and spend it on a worthless fucking hack like this. This is what you guys do with your money. You made this choice. You kept getting grifted. You kept getting grifted. You lost. You lost. You lost. You lost. You have no one else but to blame. You only have yourselves to blame for indulging this motherfucker in the first place. Stupid fucking losers. It's like falling for Trump. It's like finally realizing, oh, Trump's a grifter. Oh, Trump's a liar. Oh, Trump is not living up to his promises. Yes. You all fell for the lies. You fell after red flag after red flag after red flag. At a certain point, you know, it's like What's the old saying? You tricked me. Yeah, you tricked me once. Shame on you. Tricked me twice. Shame on me. Now trick me into an Iran war. Well then, like, I'm cattle. Okay. Jeez, man. I was just asked to send everyone to Phoenix to cover some event 5,000 other grifters are already covering. Us also not counting the constant begging to give him money to pay for the live show staff, which when he already has a Rumble contract, and the extreme begging to buy out the Mother's Day gift boxes he greedily over-ordered and was about to eat a loss on, then guilted his fans into turning into a profit for him. It's so good, dude. It's so good. Gordon, are you running a business or a personal charity? The idea of a business is to make money, and if someone isn't going to return investment, you shouldn't be doing it. Funding trips to make content is fine for small streamers, but you have made millions, so what the fuck is going on here? Well, he knows he can get away with it. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. He's going to do it. So you have to, at this point, collectively admit shame that you fell for it and say, I'm a fucking dumbass. I fell for this fucking loser's scams. And you have to encourage other people not to fall for it. And then he'll eventually learn that he can't get away with it anymore. On another note, Jeremy is still trying to clear out rancid tangerine-flavored coffee K-Cups he brewed back in March from his coffee website. This was a spring flavor he over-ordered around the same time he had the Mother's Day gift box fiasco, where he thought he was going to take his YouTuber white label coffee mainstream and break through with the normie audience. A reminder, one of his big selling points and pitches is that his coffee is fresh roasted on demand, which is part of how he justifies the premium price he charges. Wow.
You guys will have to pause to read. It's just this constant crowdfunding and begging for money when he is a multi-millionaire, and him continuously not delivering on what he says. Jeremy's not above seemingly scamming charity for his grift either. He asked for his fans to pay for his trip with his co-host to AmFest, which he already paid for, but he continuously asked for more money to compensate for it. And he didn't need to go. It was a huge waste of money. He didn't end up doing any interviews. It just seemed like a waste of time to spend, what was it, like $12,000 to $16,000 on this trip. His fans, after being disappointed time and time again, constantly sold things, having to pay to get discounts on things. They actually funded the trip, but there was a condition. One of the whales who funded him said you have to donate the extra money to charity.
Jeremy, what happened to the Christmas cards or Toys for Tots dono from AmFest? Genuine question, no troll. There was a donation made, and there wasn't much left, to be honest.
But then when he's asked about his donation, he says that there was
how was the donation made though? It would have to be made through a GoFundMe or something like that, like a specific charity fund, I think, for him to be obligated to send that donation, part of that donation, to a specific charity. Like Toys for Tots. Is there another GoFundMe coffee sales Discord group popping off? Travel our equipment. Nice grift you got there.
Condition. One of the whales who funded him said you have to donate the extra money to charity.
Jeremy, what happened to the Christmas cards or Toys for Tots dono from AmFest? Genuine question, no troll. There was a donation made, and there wasn't much left, to be honest.
But then when he's asked about his donation, he says that there wasn't much extra.
We had one person cover enough for the whole thing. Their only ask is that everything we raised above and beyond that, we would donate. There definitely wasn't as much left as I had hoped, but I made a separate donation to Toys for Tots anyway.
What I did do, though, was...
So he's saying he made a donation to Toys for Tots. Toys for Tots.
About his donation, he says that there wasn't much extra.
We had one person cover enough for the whole thing. Their only ask is that everything we raised above and beyond that, we would donate. There definitely wasn't as much left as I had hoped, but I made a separate donation to Toys for Tots.
Where's the proof with date?
Anyway.
What I did do, though, was purchase a bunch of cards to open on stream over the weekend. I bought a bunch of kids' cards, you know.
Oh, boy, everybody. I have about $10,000 in product to open up.
So just to be clear, the whale donated all of the expenses for the trip, and he had made $6,000 approximately prior to that. But he, quote, doesn't have that much left over to donate to charity. It seems like those poor kids got scammed out of their toys so that Jeremy could buy his. Those Pokemon cards should be in the hands of some child.
You don't understand. What are kids going to do with a Magic the Gathering collection or a Pokemon collection? What are they going to do with that? Play with them? Me, the quartering, deserves to play with cards. Far more. I deserve these cards. I deserve to play with the $10,000 decks.
And if he did donate, how much was it? Only a few $100s? And even if he did overspend and spend even more money for some reason, because he loves to waste money,
I'm sorry. You will forever be considered like the biggest fucking loser in my eyes. I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know, man. I guess I could see it. Okay, I guess I can kind of see it, but like, I personally don't think I could do it. $10,000 on like a deck of cards or some crazy specific like fandom item or whatever. I don't think I could do it, man. 10,000 is like, there's so much more important things you could be spending that on, or more vital things, or things that would, I don't understand that expense.
Proceeded to spend like $10,000 on Pokemon cards, which he regularly loses money on because somehow at a game where it doesn't require any skill, he still sucks at it. And Jeremy can say, no, that's not true. But if it's not true, then why not get financially audited when you're doing all these suspicious things, wasting your fans' money, especially when you live in a mansion and you're a multi-millionaire? And it seems like he's lying about his coffee grift as well. He told his audience that he makes everything in-house, it's his machinery, begged his audience for money for this.
There's a big difference between what I do and what most everyone else does. I don't drop ship my coffee. We roast our own special blends. We hand flavor our beans. We pack our orders. We ship our orders. We handle our customer service. We are not a dropship outlet. We're a real coffee company. I need to try and reach out and give you an understanding of why I could use some help. What is the solution? Well, it's to buy about $80,000 in equipment.
And then it turns out that it's seemingly a white label company that actually...
The Proof Coffee brand coffee equals Mill Creek Coffee. On June 15th, the quartering uploaded a video to Twitter of coffee being brewed with the caption, "Visited Coffee Brand Coffee HQ, more to come." With all employees wearing his branded shirts, internet observers noted his business address was listed in Utah at the same address as Player One Coffee, owned by Jeremy's sponsor, Meta PC's CEO, Zach blank blank. This quickly led to the revelation both companies passed off local brewery Mill Creek Coffee Roasters facilities as their own in promotional social media posts. The left stills are from the Coffee Brand Coffee facility video. On the right are Mill Creek Coffee Roasters facilities. Red arrows point out the obvious, this is the same facility. Neither Coffee Brand Coffee or Player One Coffee own any roasting equipment or roast their own coffee in any way. They simply repackage wholesale Mill Creek Coffee Roasters beans. See there, red arrows pointing to these. Zach Blank, head roaster at Mill Creek Roasters. Right picture is older picture of him.
And
so it's the same. Wait, okay.
Equipment.
So this business supports LGBTQ stuff. So it goes against quartering's morals and principles allegedly here.
Turns out that it's seemingly a white label company that actually supports the SJW stuff that he says he doesn't like.
If you're wondering, Mill Creek is still as woke as ever. June 25th, Pride Wine Wednesday tasting.
Like and is woke.
And for the past 3 years, I've prided Coffee Brand Coffee on remaining completely apolitical. And that
Wait, hold up. Yeah,
that actually supports the
lie.
SJW stuff that he says he doesn't like and is woke.
And for the past 3 years, I've prided Coffee Brand Coffee on remaining completely apolitical. And
Gotcha. There's a certain class of YouTubers, I won't name others, but the quartering is like patient zero. That at this point, if you give them money, even if you're a fan, you know it's a scam. Yeah, you should probably go with the presumption of like giving money to people like this that I don't know, man. So, I don't know, like, someone like quartering, it's like very obvious. Even without knowing the interworkings of like all these stories about the quartering, like you should probably just go off the presumption, just based off just watching 1 or 2 or maybe 5 videos of his, that like this guy is like grifter through and through. Like he just presents it. He is the most blatant like example of a grifter. Like even his own symbol here, the little icon here for his channel, the quartering icon, like the symbol is apparently plagiarized as well. Through and through, grift. Nothing but grift. He's like, this is not a good enough compliment. This is like a I can't think. I don't know my basketball players very well. I'm trying to think of one that feels appropriate. I'm trying to think of an appropriate example of how good of a grifter he is. I don't know, man. I feel like you could say he's like Kobe. He's like the Kobe of grifting. He's really good, man. Even when there's like huge red flags, he's still making his money, man. He's still making his money. The huge red flags aren't you know, while they're super transparent, you know, he's still able to do what he's able to do, you know?
that's literally why I called it that.
And the overlap of the staff, it's the same staff that's handling the generic coffee.
This is my actual facility. These terminally online retards have been hoping and praying for years. They don't have a legitimate company. Why? I have zero idea.
That handles Jeremy's coffee. He just gives them t-shirts and tells them.
When Zach isn't taste testing our new varietals are keeping the roasting process nice and tight. Here's a screenshot from Quartering's HQ tour where you can very clearly see this is Mill Creek's head roaster. Even the same extremely distinct 2 orange plastic slats in the doorway in the back. It's pretty damning, but there's not really much room for debate that Quartering is lying to his fans here.
Put it on so you can take the photo and say it's his own staff. And you may say, well, what's the big deal if it's white label? Well, the big deal is that he's lying to squeeze more money out of his fans because he claims, well, we paid for the machinery. I want you guys to pay for it. And this is our own staff. And it's just this whole thing to try to get more money out of his audience. There's so many inconsistencies, like Player One Coffee, which is ran by the CEO of
He does all the same shit every other Republican does. He's just a retard about it. He doesn't need to be all extra and claim to be making the shit from scratch. Yeah. I mean, to be honest though, scamming Republicans, scamming MAGA cultists especially, if you're shameless enough especially, it's not that difficult. It's apparently not that difficult. There's like a story of like somebody who made like an AI model or whatever that had like a MAGA theme around her, and he made like tons of fucking money off of that. So it's apparently not that difficult. So all that shit about Jeremy slaving over finding the perfect blends and overseeing the coffee roasting process and all that, big shocker, but it's bullshit. Never stepped foot inside this facility. He's just throwing someone else's coffee in his package, and his entire involvement is marketing it as a separate brand, which he chose to do by lying every step of the way. So it's like a coffee mill place owned by Jeremy's sponsor, Meta PC.
Jeremy's sponsor, Meta PCs, seems to be the one repackaging the coffee when Jeremy says, oh, it's mine, I make it in-house. And he admits that he doesn't roast his own coffee, so it's just this constant back and forth. Claims it's his staff, even though it doesn't seem like it is. It just seems like he made them put shirts on because it's the same staff if you cross-reference the photos. And then he mentions the place that's actually making the coffee, while also pretending to not know what it is.
Does Mill Creek roast your coffee beans? Who's that?
Yeah, it's funny because the woman who runs the company is totally unaffected by it. She was laughing about it to me. Like, I was seeing the emails come in, and they were hilarious. You did a little fulfillment work for a guy I don't like on the internet. You as a woman, you shouldn't do, like, that's how they read.
I get my coffee from over a dozen providers.
It is his staff, it isn't his staff. He doesn't know the coffee manufacturer, he does know it. I own the equipment, I don't own the equipment. It's this constant...
He can't keep his lies straight. That's crazy.
A dozen providers.
It is his staff, it isn't his staff. He doesn't know the coffee manufacturer, he does know it. I own the equipment,
We own our own equipment and pay our staff directly. I know you're not not actually a potential customer, you're just a retard. Here's what you need to know. If I was just drop shipping coffee, do you think I would have 30 blends, including Kona? Does anyone drop ship 50 a pound coffee?
don't own the equipment. It's this constant discrepancy. Successful business, but also can you guys pay for my mistakes and bail me out? We're almost out of business. He also admits that it's in Utah, which is where the actual manufacturer was that he mentions in the video.
These are my company, my employees located in Utah, in the United States, all salaried.
So it's like, which is it? Well, in my opinion, I think it's pretty clear that this is a white label thing and he's trying to cover it up to squeeze more money out of his audience. And then people who talk about it are getting flagged. And you know, if it actually was what he said, I wouldn't complain about the price, but it's crazy that it seems like he's just lying to his fans about it being a generic coffee and then claiming everything is his own when he just does what everyone else does, which is fine, but be honest about it.
There's a big difference between what I do and what most everyone else does.
Which, by the way, you guys should check out Reed Street Soap, artisan soap, beef tallow soap, and they smell amazing.
Yeah, I don't care.
People false flagging, he would log off instead of just tweeting and it's really starting to stink. If he was truly sorry about the deplatforming, starting a whole wave of people false flagging, he would log off instead of just tweeting and deleting his tweets, and he would go to rehab. But he doesn't, and instead he just keeps victimizing himself. It just seems like he's powerless to all of his addictions, and not just alcohol. This is someone that needs abstract thoughts explained to them, like, imagine food, but there's nobody to feed it to you. Genuinely, he might be brain damaged from all that drinking. That might be why he can't even point to the Middle East on the map, despite him covering the politics surrounding Iran.
You know, holding...
Genuinely, he might be brain damaged from all that drinking. That might be why he can't even point to the Middle East on the map, despite him covering the politics.
Cheering for Iran is not a surprise. Donald Trump is not going to nuke Iran. Holy shit, log off X for a little while and go touch grass. He will announce some sort of deal in the coming hours, and everyone will just move on to the next thing and sell doom and gloom to people in exchange for clips.
Politics surrounding Iran.
You know, holding pattern was?
Mm-hmm.
So if we go...
He's zooming in to Southeast Asia. Look, he's in Indonesia and Australia, for fuck's sake! Jer! Look at Hannah's face! Bro, he's in South America!
He's in
South America!
Is it?
Now he's
No,
in
not here.
North America! That's the Atlantic Ocean! That's the Atlantic Ocean! You're in the wrong fucking hemisphere, you mongoloid!
What is he looking for? What's the thing called?
I couldn't. He's looking for Iran. He doesn't. He's not even... Buddy, are you fucking retarded? Andy had a better idea. At least Andy knows where the Middle East fucking is.
I really try to stay out of the Jew stuff.
I just try to stay out of the Jew stuff. Holy shit, man.
The Palestine stuff, I don't understand at all. And if you misspeak, like, it could ruin your career.
I appreciate the compliment on my content, Robert. It really is disappointing to see you going down the TDS path and literally calling for a coup to remove President Trump from office. If Iran has such a high IQ, why are more than 40% of their marriages inbred? I'm just curious. I try to stay out of the Jew stuff. I try to stay out of the Palestine stuff. inserts himself into the Iran war stuff, which is related to Israel and everything going on in the Middle East. You fucking sped.
Yeah.
So like America first, America last. Whatever happens over in Israel, you know, I don't really care.
He'll go back and forth on anything,
Okay.
even with politics, like he did with Jack Posobiec, calling him out for sex.
The reason I do not attend in real life conservative events very often is because of what I saw from Jack Posobiec and his brother at one of the few in real life events I ever attended. It shattered the entire online persona I had come to respect. Him, his brother, and a sex cult woman.
Parties, but then wanting to have him on the show.
So Jeremy Hambley started virtue signaling about how much better he is than Jack Posobiec and how he doesn't engage in the degeneracy at all of these conservative after parties and the horrible things that he's seen, okay? He says, the reason I do not attend IRL conservative events very often is because what I saw from Jack Posobiec and his brother at one of the few IRL events I ever attended. It shattered the entire online persona I had come to respect, him, his brother, and a sex cult woman. Now he's referring here to Miss Klein of the Nexium cult, who was making the rounds in the right-wing circles a number of years ago, trying to rally defenders for the Nexium cult, whose pedophile leader is currently serving 120 years in prison for convicted pedophilia and human trafficking. And Jack Posobiec was palling around with this woman, and Jer is calling it out. Okay, next tweet.
Okay, here we go.
He says, I watched Jack parade around a woman from a sex cult at the only live event I was ever at. Maybe I'll tell that story. Now, mind you, this was years and years ago. He says he took down Jack Murphy, and that was the far more difficult Jack to reveal the truth about. Well, it turns out that Jeremy Hambley, despite what he's saying here about Jack Posobiec, just a few months ago was inviting Jack Posobiec on for an interview with him at AmFest. He was begging Jack Posobiec for clout and to be associated with him, knowing what he knew about Jack Posobiec. And it's actually going to get a lot worse after that.
Dude, this is embarrassing. This is really reprehensible and embarrassing. This is low.
Click through to our actual account and click follow. Because the reason it's really important you follow and you download the app this coming up week, because we are like packed to the gills with guests. We're gonna have more and more guests.
Which, by the way, was a fucking super big lie.
It was a lie. All the guests that he promised actually were never interviewed. So he scammed that aspect of the AmFest fundraiser as well. You can go to our YouTube clip channel. You can go through the playlist. You can learn everything for yourselves.
It's all there.
I think I sent Hannah Claire like a half dozen last night. I know Myron wants to come on.
No wonder he wanted that clip channel taken down. That has to be the actual reason.
Jack Posobiec.
Listen to
we're
that.
gonna have
after what he said about Jack Posobiec that he knew for years, he still wanted to interact with Jack Posobiec and engage with him.
And he
I wonder
only said
why.
that because he was mad about Jack not showing up at AmFest.
Exactly. The only reason he made these comments about the sex cult is because he was upset that Jack stiffed him and didn't show up at AmFest. But it gets worse. Let's go to the next video.
That's
it gets a lot
wild.
worse for Jer, because the exact woman that he was upset that Jack Posobiec was associating with at a conservative event, Jeremy Hambley invited that same woman into his home. This was the #2 woman in the organization, the Nexium cult. You can learn all about them in the HBO documentary The Vow. But not only did he invite this sex cult woman into his home, but he will call her in this clip a good friend. I wonder why he wants to shut down, folks. I wonder why.
And by the way, we had a more thorough version of this on last week's clip channel, so you can find it there about the Nexium cult and all that stuff. So we had like a 3-hour show about it.
Watching a documentary or a video that's out right now on the Nexium cult, the NXIV or whatever. And
I know
one
two
of
of the people that were in that.
Really?
Who said? I know people in the kidnapping sect cult. Why would you smile while saying that? It should be like, I know too.
Yeah, I interviewed one of them. One of them's been to my house.
They've been to your house.
I didn't
says it
dabble in
with
the cult.
glee too, as if he's like proud of it. It's like not shit that you would want to share with glee, at least.
But I know all about it from the inside.
Right.
So you masqueraded as a dabbler. I respect that even more.
I became good friends with the #2 lady.
After
good friends, good friends, good friends, very good friends.
With the #2 lady in the organization who's been in his home. This is an organization that sex trafficked women, that molested children, that branded women with irons, that participated in sleep deprivation.
Perhaps best friends.
Calorie deprivation,
Maybe.
all forms of human torture and abuse. And Jeremy Hambley considers the #2 woman in this organization, basically a Ghislaine Maxwell type woman who would procure women for the leader's desires, a good friend that he invites into his home. I wonder why he wants us silenced. I wonder why he wants our channels taken down. I wonder why he wants our livelihood destroyed. It's because we showcase things like this in a humorous, mocking way that is effective and it scares him and it makes him upset and he cries.
The more he tries to shut this down, the more people are going to hear about it. There was quite the crash out last night. So the last thing he said was, this is fair. I think X has been a net negative for me. I'll take a break. You know, he's finally going to take everyone's advice, right? Wrong. He says, it's all hilarious to me because these retards pretend their critique is genuine and they really care. Ha 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 ha. He takes a 20-hour break. That's the longest hiatus he is capable of taking. A true addict. Just through and through in everything in his life, whether it's food, work, he's a workaholic, self-admittedly, drinking. I wouldn't even be surprised he had a shopping addiction considering how much he overspends. Sure seems like it. He's just very overindulgent. But what I was up to before the stream, you know, I was ready to go at like before 8, and then I stumble upon all these creepy, weird videos of Jeremy just perusing around Ren Fair, including one of which was a child. I'm sitting here trying to download for the past half an hour, and I was trying to watch all of them and download them, but I couldn't do it in time for you guys.
If I did see a girl in a chainmail bikini, you know, we would have got her on camera. Here's a MILF. And we got, oh boy.
It's like, you don't do this shit in public. It's just antisocial through and through. This is just, you need to calm the fuck down, dude.
With her kid.
We got thick girl right there, boys. Rock.
You know, I think it's so funny that Jeremy is perving on like the moms, like someone who's probably already has a kid, right? Perving on these women. But then when one his size walks by, this is literally his looks match.
Rock. Well, here's another one.
Yeah. He's like panning to all the skinny girls. Yeah, he has no riz.
Oh boy.
How does he do
right
it?
there, boys. Rock.
Yeah, he was wrong at the other girl, not the one his size.
MILF, yeah. She's keeping it tight. You know she DTF, she got kids.
Oh my god. I didn't even hear that part. This is my first time hearing that.
You know she's DTF, she has kids. Oh, that's incredible. That's incredible stuff.
I actually feel nauseous. Genuinely, that made me like, I'm skinny now. Every time I'm hungry, I know what I'm gonna do.
Here you go.
Would you guess that this is a white man?
Excuse me, officer. I know.
Yeah, I would. I just based on voice alone, yes.
Bad, but somebody paid me $20 to do it.
Oh yeah, so he was making excuses. He was like, "Oh, if I get caught, that's what I'm gonna say to the police."
It's weird, but I don't really.
Was she expecting me to think the predator, like that? I would think a black person would hear this. I know she's racist. So did she assume that I would think this is like a black person? Is that the joke?
Skinny now.
Is that her like joke here?
I don't think every time I'm hungry, I know what I'm gonna do.
Here you go.
Would you guess that this is a white man?
Yes, I would. Anyway. Let's read. Genocide in Gaza. Loner Box is wrong. Okay, we will exit out of this. Loner Box is wrong. Okay, so we're going to a thorough debunking of Loner Box's position on why there actually is a genocide in Gaza. Why Loner Box has been doing genocide denial. So, I've been meaning to read this for a bit. I had this saved for like 2 days, I think. 2-3 days. 4 days. 5 days, maybe. Time is a blur. Time is a blur to me, okay? It's felt long, but it also hasn't felt long. Okay. Dude, speaking of time, holy shit. This just felt like it's like good and bad, but it's felt like the longest year. It's felt like the longest year since my last birthday. Time is etched by very slowly. Extremely slowly. Oh my god, is it just me? Is this just me? Really feeling it. I'm really feeling it. Holy shit. All right, let's read this. This was initially meant to be a video, but due to... Oh, is it my birthday? No. My birthday is June 3rd. June 3rd. This was initially meant to be a video, but due to technical issues, I believe came from my hardware, I guess my laptop is fucked, I've been forced to publish this on Substack. Please, oh my god, can you chill, phone? There you go, relax. I've been forced to publish this on Substack. Please forgive any issues with formatting. I intended this to be a video. Israel is committing genocide, actually. Introduction. Hi everyone, I'd like to apologize for not releasing a video in so long, and I hope you can accept this pitifully short video as recompense. Today's video is going to revisit the claim that Israel is committing genocide, and the subject of the video will be YouTuber, politics, and drama streamer Lonerbox, who has been covering Gaza for well over 2 years, and who does not believe that Israel is committing a genocide. One, Lonerbox is wrong, and the purpose of this video is to discuss that. To begin, I want to make clear what is not the purpose of this video, which is to be drama. It's not made to satisfy people who want to turn real-life issues into problems of personality, reality TV, or some kind of football match. This is a real-life issue, and I am aiming to address Lonerbox's treatment of the subject on that basis, not because I care about his personal life. And I don't want to hear people discuss his personal life in response to this video. On the other hand, this is a video I have every right to make, and I am Palestinian, and I disapprove of this denial that Israel is committing genocide. Since I last addressed this subject, the world has moved considerably closer to my position. From human rights organizations, we see that groups such as Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Israel's most prominent human rights organization, B'Tselem, I don't know if I'm saying that right, B'Tselem, Doctors Without Borders, and Refugees International have recognized Israel has committed genocide. Many Israeli scholars have also elected to call it genocide, including most prominently Omar Bartov, a Holocaust scholar. The UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry for the OPT, chaired by experts of international law, found that Israel committed genocide. And most importantly, several nations and heads of state have recognized that it is genocide. As of writing this, states such as Brazil, Mexico, along with all Israel's neighbors, and several EU countries such as Ireland, Spain, recognize that Israel is committing genocide. These matter because states are the constituent bodies which have the power to make international law norms and whose voices are represented in international legal institutions. I want to highlight the following excerpt from the President of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, one of the most popular politicians in the world, who says, find clip here. Okay, who says something here. It says blank, 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 blank. You can tell this was supposed to be a video. I agree with President Steinbaum that this is the position of the international community and that Lonerbox is pulling against it. Lastly, I want to discuss the unique shift in American politics because I am American and Lonerbox primarily comments on American politics. Many prominent American politicians have called what Israel is doing a genocide, including very famously the new mayor of New York City, the biggest city in the entire country, right in front of Donald Trump, one of the many Americans complicit in this genocide. But most interesting out of all of these is former Vice President Kamala Harris. In an interview with MSNBC, Kamala is asked whether she believes Israel has committed genocide. She responds in the following way. See clip. 16, reference point for 14, and then reference point for 16. All these reference points are like all the way down here. 14, 16. This is what she says about it.
In the past couple of weeks, we have seen the indictments of former FBI Director James Comey, the indictment just a few days ago of the Attorney General of New York, Letitia James. You call this in your book Trump's vengeance agenda.
Before it even happened.
Before it happened.
Yes.
You predicted this. You seem like saying I told you so, but this is one of those things that you predicted. Yeah. You were an Attorney General of the second largest DOJ in the country, second only to the United States DOJ. What does what we're seeing mean for the rule of law in this country?
This is a full-on frontal attack on the rule of law in our country. And you know, one of the things that we talked about during those 107 days and even before was that the Supreme Court, during the course of the election cycle, made the decision, as you'll recall, that the president would be immune from any of his conduct while in office. So we went into the election with this individual.
Okay, so you just put the whole video here? Okay, got it. I imagine what he wanted to do was he wanted to put the clip of specific quotes from any of these.
Todas las denuncias que se presentaron junto con el gobierno de Chile por la situación que está viviendo Gaza. Y
Okay, I don't have the subtitles, do I?
El posicionamiento de acuerdo con la comunidad internacional.
Okay, all right. Well, we're just going to go all the way up because let's go all the way back. $15, $14. Okay. All right. Despite all this, Linderbox's opinion remains completely unchanged. Frankly, this irritates me a lot, and after reviewing how he has addressed the issue, I've come to understand that he is wrong for 3 reasons. 1, he does not understand the law on the matter. 2, he engages in poor legal reasoning. 3, he misapplies the law that he does understand to the facts. Wait. He misapplies the law he does understand to the facts. I must add, for the sake of transparency, that for parts of this video where I wanted to make certain that what his beliefs were on this are that relevant issue, I posed him a question, and my characterization of his views were based in part on this correspondence. To this end, I believe Linderbox's position denying that Israel is committing genocide is unreasonable. This video will show this and will be structured as follows. Part 1 will address some preliminary issues that Linderbox got wrong, which informs how he considered the substance of this claim. Part 2 will look at the elements of the crime. This will be the longest part, by the way. And as I go through each element and its sub-elements, I will explain my position and Linderbox's errors on the way. Part 3 will discuss the defenses which Linderbox has raised and which I will rebut. And then this video concludes and I might say a few words. Break. Gotta make it sound like he's doing like a little video. Break. Part 1, preliminary issues. So here I will discuss the preliminary issues with Linderbox's position. Those don't deal with the elements of the crime itself, but they do discuss the modes of responsibility for genocide and his mischaracterization of the process at the ICJ, which he commented on heavily. State responsibility. Responding to a comment from a chatter, Lunderbox says, surely a commander could have breached orders. Yeah, the problem is, though, I don't really know if a commander breaching orders counts as a genocide. I think there needs to be a level of command either from a state or a military. I don't know what level of the military it has to be, but I don't think I've ever seen a genocide where it's just troops disobeying orders and killing people post-surrender. The presumption here is that where a commander breaches orders, suggesting that they've been given orders not to kill civilians, that Lonerbox does not know if this would constitute genocide. Later on, Lonerbox comments on his position on this matter. I don't think it's a genocide happening in Gaza right now. I don't think that's the general campaign. I never even denied that. Like, yeah, maybe acts of genocide are happening or have happened. There are definitely things related to the convention in terms of incitement and not being enforced. Here in this statement, Lonerbox is engaging in language which is confusing from a legal perspective. Genocide is not happening. It's not the general campaign. However, maybe acts of genocide are happening or have happened. Looking at this in connection to his earlier statement on the need for this to come from a level of command either from a state or the military, it is clear that Lonerbox is missing an understanding of state responsibility. The issue here is how a state becomes liable for wrongful acts. The court described the law of state responsibility as follows. One of the cornerstones of the law of state of responsibility that the conduct of any state organ is to be considered an act of the state under international law and therefore gives rise to the responsibility of the state if it constitutes a breach of an international obligation of the state. The court, citing the ILC's articles on state responsibility as the source of what is a customary international law rule, explains that 1. The conduct of any state organ shall be considered an act of that state under international law, whether the organ exercises legislative, executive, judicial, or any other functions, whatever position it holds in the organization of the state, and whatever its character as an organ of the central government or of a territorial unit of the state. And 2, an organ includes any person or entity which has that state's which has that status in accordance with the internal law of the state. The court also identified using precedent that there is also a form of de facto responsibility where the party engaging in a wrongful act is dependent and under the control of the state. In Bosnia versus Serbia, the court ruled that this occurs where the person, group of person, or the entities acts with complete dependence on the state, of which they are ultimately merely the instrument. Now, Israel's case must be distinguished. There is no other army operating in Gaza with any form of connection to Israel. It's just the IDF, Israel's army. The question is not to what degree does Israel have control over the IDF. They are the IDF. The question is if any of the organs of the state, or if any of the persons or entities with power, that is legislative, executive, judicial, or involves any other function, has committed the wrongful act of genocide. Regarding Lonerbox's earlier statement, where he suggests that somehow an act of genocide may have occurred, while also asserting that Israel is not committing genocide. When looking at this in conjunction with the law of state responsibility, this statement makes no sense. This is not a case of Israel giving support to some foreign armed force or rebel group. It's their army. And Israel can be held responsible for any wrongful act which any person and their army commits. This is how state responsibility works. To another concern, how low does the responsibility go? Well, the ILC articles do not give us a limit. And the fact that it indicates that a person without reference to rank can make a state liable indicates that the intention was never meant to limit state responsibility based on the rank of the one committing the wrongful act. This is supported by the commentary of the ILC articles, which indicates that there is no distinction made at the level of principle between the acts of superior and subordinate officials. Provided they are acting in their official capacity, this is expressed in the phrase, whatever position it holds in the organization of the state. In Article 4. No doubt, lower-level officials may have a more restricted scope of activity. Oh, wait, hold on. Is this is not a quote? Okay, I'm making sure because the orange chain I'm used to this being a quote from like Lonerbox or something from how it's been structured so far. I'm pretty sure this person. Okay, the formatting. Okay, the formatting confused me a little bit. I was just making sure. Mixed commissions of the Second World War often. Wait, hold on. Okay, no doubt lower-level officials may have more restricted scope of activity, and they may not be able to make final decisions, but the conduct carried out by them in their official capacity is nonetheless attributable to the state for the purposes of Article 4. Mixed commissions after the Second World War often had to consider the conduct of minor organs of the state, such as administrators of enemy property, mayors, and police officers, and consistently treated the acts of such persons as attributable to this state. The next question, which Lonerbox had, regarded orders. What happens if an IDF soldier, hypothetically, is committing an act of genocide against the orders of their commander or the army in general? Well, it seems this was an issue the folks writing the ILC considered, since they gave a pretty clear answer. Article 7 of the ILC, Articles on State Responsibility, reads out, the conduct of an organ of a state or of a person or entity empowered to exercise elements of the governmental authority shall be considered an act of the state under international law if the organ, person, or entity acts in that capacity, even if it exceeds its authority or contravenes instructions. Article 9 also deals with a situation where there is an absence of default and official authority, which still creates liability. The article states the following. The conduct of a person or group of persons shall be considered an act of a state under international law if the person or group of persons is in fact exercising elements of the governmental authority in the absence or default of the official authorities and in circumstances such as to call for the exercise of those elements of authority. The last issue I'll address is official capacity, just to make this point clear. An action under official capacity is an action which is done using the authority given to them by the state. The way it is phrased by the draft articles is whether the action was carried out by persons cloaked with governmental authority. So, for instance, if an IDF soldier on vacation in France out of uniform and acting completely on his own decides to start torturing French people, this is not an act done in their official capacity as a soldier. However, if they are torturing Gazans while working in the IDF, even if orders are given otherwise, this is an act done under their official capacity. So I hope it's clear where Lonerbox got the issue wrong here. And more importantly, how this makes his assertion that Israel is not committing genocide much more difficult to sustain. Not only does Lonerbox have to rebut arguments that the highest officials of Israel have genocidal intent, but he also has to rebut all cases where someone shows an IDF soldier committed genocide. For Israel to have not committed genocide, literally every single IDF soldier has to have never inter alia killed Gazans, seriously harmed them mentally or physically, or deliberately inflicted upon them conditions of life calculated to bring about their destruction. I think they meant destruction here. I think their destruction with the intent, distinction with the intent to destroy, Gazans. Maybe they didn't meant distinction. Okay. Now, for this video, I will focus on Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. I think that this guy, Netanyahu, has genocidal intent towards the Palestinian population in Gaza. I think focusing on him is the most expedient because, by virtue of his position, his level of involvement gives us a wider view on the commission of genocide in Gaza. This isn't to ignore the fact that countless Israelis have committed genocide in their personal capacity. For instance, I'd like to note the bombing of an in vitro fertility clinic in Gaza, where a UN investigation found that Israel committed an act of genocide where IDF soldiers destroyed 4,000 embryos with no apparent military objective in the building. I would also like to note the controlled demolition and erasure of the Kibbutz Kazuya, where satellite footage shows that the IDF just razed an entire neighborhood edge to edge, and where the Lieutenant Colonel Ador Yotz said, "Eliminate the terrorist nest known as Kibbutz Ikaza," bragging that Kibbutz Ikazas no longer exists. And in a post earlier that year, he tells his soldiers to remember Alamek, a group the Bible asked Israel to destroy whole cloth, man, woman, and child. I think these are acts of genocide for which the state of Israel is responsible, but we'd be here all day if we talked about every incident. We will focus on Netanyahu then because he is the most powerful person in Israel who clearly bears the biggest singular personal responsibility for this genocide. Plausibility. In December 2023, South Africa brought a case to the International Court of Justice alleging that Israel committed genocide. On January 26, the ICJ released its provisional measures asking Israel to not engage in a series of measures aimed at preventing an irreparable and imminent risk of the Palestinians' right not to suffer genocide. Now, a big point which Lunderbox was adamant on was the issue of plausibility. He claimed that in the January 26 order that the ICJ did not hold that Israel was plausibly committing a genocide. He argued the following, quote, "There's been this widespread interpretation that what the ICJ said was that they found the accusation of genocide to be plausible, that Israel is plausibly committing a genocide. This is a claim that went around. People would talk about plausible genocide when they cited a court. But some people noticed that's not actually what they said. There is not actually any direct mention of plausible genocide." End quote. He then cites an earlier stream giving us his impression from the month before. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think they've ever used the words Israel is plausibly committing genocide. I think what they actually said was that some of the rights raised by South Africa are plausible. Did I cover Repsion versus Firebat? It's on my list of stuff to cover. We might not get to it this stream, but it's on my list. I also wanted to cover I had tons of stuff to cover today. We'll see. We'll see what happens, but it's on my list. It's on my watch later. It's right here. Is it good? Is it worth covering? Please tell me it's worth covering. I have this, and I have Contra, and then I have Hutch and J Stock, and then I have Brittany Simon talking about how Kyle Kulinski being edgy is the worst thing ever. I have tons of different things I could cover. over like at least 2-3 streams, depending on how long each stream is. No, this one's about Lonerbox. It's not about Destiny. This article is over Lonerbox. What was I doing? Okay, there you go. Watch Perry cover it. Okay, I guess I'll watch Perry cover it at some point and see if it's worth covering. I kind of want to go in blind for stuff like that instead of watching Perry cover it first, but maybe I'll get a sense by watching Perry. He later states his overall conclusion is that they haven't said anything about the merits. They haven't said anything about whether or not South Africa has a well-founded case. They haven't said anything about whether or not that 84-page document is good enough case for genocide. In short, he argued that the court did not rule that it was plausible that Israel committed genocide, and that instead they only ruled on whether the right to not suffer genocide exists. Repsion was trying to get Firebat's address. He had leaks. Okay, gotcha. Sounds like Repsion. Barry showed leaks of Repsion showing that they want to go to Firebat's house. Okay. I'll have to look at Perry's coverage then. Okay. Where were we? To make this argument, Lonerbox cites the following sources. He cites an interview with the former president of the ICJ. He cites the separate opinion of Judge Nolt, who decided on the Gaza genocide case. And he cites an article which itself cites a declaration of ad hoc Judge Kress from the Gambia versus Myanmar case. Starting with the interview with Johan Donge, I don't know how to say that. Lonerbox presents her interview to the BBC where she states the following. The court's test uses the idea of plausibility, but the test is the plausibility of the rights asserted by the applicant. The court decided that the Palestinians had a plausible right to be protected from genocide and that South Africa had the right to present that claim in court. It did not decide that the claim of genocide was plausible. Now, you would think that this is a pretty good argument. The lady who was the president of the court basically said what he said himself has asserted, but as you'll see, it's not. Let's look more critically at the source he is pulling from. So on its face, Lonerbox is using an interview as evidence of the law. However, let's be clear on this. An interview is not a valid source of international law. It's not so incomprehensible why he believed this interview is relevant to the issue, but think about this like a lawyer for a second. She cites no authorities here. She is one judge of many, and if you wrote a brief and cited to an interview where you should have cited to an actual source of law, you would lose your case. It would be like citing Ruth Bader Ginsburg doing an interview, which you should be citing the actual opinion she wrote. In fact, interestingly enough, he seemed to also have doubts about what she was doing. After presenting his position, he said the following. The question I would have to ask, though, is how normal is it for, even if she's the former president now, so I guess someone else will be giving provisional measures next time, or giving the next stage, or reading out whatever the next stage is, or the next orders. But how normal is it for a former in an ongoing case for one of the presidents who is literally giving out the orders to go on the media to talk about the case? Is that normal? I mean, maybe she cleared up some confusion around the plausible genocide thing, but I feel like there would be a better way to do that. It was a preliminary case for temporary measures. The fact they didn't rule about genocide occurring can't be used as proof it isn't occurring. Yeah, it was always a stupid argument in the first place, to be honest. It's like they didn't rule on it being a genocide, so therefore it's not a genocide. It's like, okay, we're talking like legalese and shit like that. the idea that the judge didn't know what she was talking about, the chief judge of the ICJ is Cope. Yes, there was a better way to do that, which was to write a separate opinion or a declaration where she cited her sources. Remember, the judges aren't making up rules. They are using actual sources of law to make their conclusions. And it is actually very irresponsible, especially in a case like this, where thousands of people might die, for her to separately give her opinion outside of legal context. So we can't actually consider this interview as evidence of the law. Now, the other sources do have some actual legal weight. Let's turn to the separate opinion, which Lohnerbox cites from Judge Nolt. Immediately after the interview ends, Lohnerbox use him as a source, saying, "You might think, well, a risk of irreparable harm or a risk of irreparable harm under the Genocide Convention, well, so it's not plausible genocide, but there's an immediate risk of people being genocided. Are these different?" Turns out they actually are quite different. And we know that because of one of the judges, Judge Nolt, wrote an addendum to the first issuance of provisional measures. To this end, he directly quotes from part of the separate opinion, namely where Nolt says, "My decision is to vote in favor of the measures indicated rest on the plausible claim by South Africa that certain statements by Israeli state officials, including members of its military, give rise to a real and imminent risk of irreparable prejudice to the rights of Palestinians under the Genocide Convention," which he characterizes as meaning that the quotes from certain state officials give rise to a real and imminent risk of irreparable prejudice. He's saying that's plausible, okay? Later, he quotes another section of the decision where Nolt says that, quote, "I am not persuaded that South Africa has plausibly shown that the military operation undertaken by Israel as such is being pursued with genocidal intent." Thus, Lohnerbox concludes that, so he's rejecting the idea that it's even plausible, at least according to South Africa's evidence, that Israel's attack on Gaza is being pursued with genocidal intent. But then at the same time, he's also saying that it's possible that there is a real and imminent risk of irreparable prejudice. A real and imminent risk. Again, because legal language is confusing, but he's saying the statements are raising the chance, the non-zero chance that genocide can happen. But he doesn't seem to think that it's happening right now, that it's being pursued with genocidal intent. That's the gist of what he's saying. Unfortunately for Lohnerbox, this representation of Nolt's opinion is wrong, because he both misunderstands the authority of Nolt's opinion and what Nolt is actually deciding. Let's start with what Nolt actually decided. So where Lohnerbox says he is saying the statements are raising the chance, the non-zero chance that genocide can happen, he's wrong. Nolt isn't saying this. He is saying he only thinks that the separate charge of incitement, as it exists in the convention, can be shown to be plausible. This is evidence where Nolt says the following, quote, "I cannot possibly exclude that such statements contribute to a potential failure by Israel to prevent and punish acts of public and direct incitement to a genocide." And this is contrasted to Lohnerbox's portrayal, which did not make it clear that failing to prevent and punish acts of incitement was the issue Nolt found plausible. As well, the way in which the opinion is connected to the interview and Lohnerbox's overall conclusion, it must be said, Nolt is not arguing that plausibility is unrelated to the merits of the case. That's actually why it's important to distinguish that between Nolt's conclusion that he believes Israel is plausibly inciting genocide, which is a decision related to the success of the case, and Lohnerbox's use of Nolt's opinion in a broader argument, arguing that plausibility doesn't relate to the merits of the case. Nolt's opinion actually shows an opposite interpretation. Yeah. Let's see. My recollection is where a number of different rulings, but many were in agreements on the question being put before them. The comments are basically commentary and aren't binding. Yeah. Yeah, that's the sense I've been getting here. It's my, Is the quality on my live okay? Is it like blurry here for anyone? Or is that just me? I can't tell. It should be fine. Maybe it's just me. That should be okay. Okay. Did I just read all this? I have completely forgotten where the fuck I am now. I'm so stupid. Holy shit. Noel's opinion, actually decided. So where Lonerbox says he's saying the statements are raising the chance, the non-zero chance that the genocide can happen, he's wrong. He's not saying this. He only thinks there's a separate charge of assignment. Contrastive, make it clear, plausible, as well as the way in which concludes connect to the interview. Lonerbox. Dude, I actually just lost where the fuck I am. I need to, like, be better at this, where I just immediately just go to the next thing. I think I'm here. So I'm just going to read this anyway. Fuck you. So where Lonerbox says he's saying that the statements are raising the chance, the non-zero chance that genocide can happen, he's wrong. No, isn't saying this. He's saying that he only thinks that the separate charge of incitement as it exists in the convention can be shown to be plausible. This is evidence where he's saying the following. Okay. I feel like I'm gaslighting myself. I feel like I read this all. I'm sorry. Now turning to the authority of the opinion, you'll notice right away that this is the opinion of Judge Nault. But the court comprises 15 judges and is not part of the actual document which contains the order. A separate opinion is not nothing, but it's not a conclusive source on the law. So even where Nault asserts genocide is not happening, is not dispositive of the entire case. Separate opinions are actually very rarely cited in case law, and any effect they've had on the law usually only comes later when it's formally adopted by the court. This means that while it's always worth noting separate opinions, there's no obligation for the court, and especially the public, to accept a separate opinion on its face. Thus, Lonerbox needs to not just cite a separate opinion on the issue of plausibility, he would have to make an argument, if he were inclined to do so, as to why it's a good idea to accept it in the first place. Same thing happens to me. Sometimes your brain just doesn't put what you read into memory. Dude, that is my brain fully. I just talk about my brain sometimes. Sometimes my brain, it's not that I'm stupid necessarily. It's that retaining stuff sometimes, like really retaining stuff, it can be a little bit more difficult than I would like it to be. It's fucking annoying. Yeah, you finish that opposite interpretation. That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. Anyway. Last piece of evidence of the law that Lonerbox cites is an article which discusses declaration from ad hoc Judge Kress deciding on the Gambia versus Myanmar case, which also discussed genocide. Now, looking at the nature of the source, the article itself is actually a valid source of international law, where it is what is referred to as a subsidiary source of international law. What this means, though, is not an article that can be used to create law, but rather is a source which is elucidating the law. Lonerbox uses the article to say the following. When it talks about plausible, it's also worth acknowledging that plausibility is a low standard. It is low legal standard for which reasons I laid out. This person, I think, even lays it out on previous case law with Gambia versus Myanmar. Emery, this guy is mega coping. Let me send you something. Sure, yeah, send it to me. I'm pretty sure he's talking about like the legal standards or whatever. I think he was talking about if you put this in like law speak, the specifics of some of these things. Application of the Convention, the prevention and punishment of the crime of genocide in the Gaza Strip, South Africa versus Israel. What part am I supposed to read exactly? Judge Knoll? Oh, let me just in case. Should be fine, but we're looking for Judge Knoll, right? I think we're looking for Judge Knoll. We should be good. Declaration of Judge Knoll. Circumstances in this case are heartbreaking. On October 7, 2023, persons associated with Hamas attacked Israel from the Gaza Strip. They committed atrocities during which more than 1,000 Israelis were killed and over 200 were taken hostage. Rockets continue to be fired into Israel. Israel has responded with a military operation in the Gaza Strip, as a result of which thousands of Palestinian civilians have been killed and wounded. A large population of Palestinians living in the Gaza Strip have been displaced, and a large percentage of all buildings, for a population of some 2 million, have been destroyed. See paragraph 13 of the order. This apocalyptic situation arises from a complicated political historical context. Many people around this world hold widely different views about who is responsible for the current situation, about various aspects of the larger conflict. What exactly do you want me to look for? It's not cherry picking. I used It's not cherry picking to use an individual ruling when they're all individual tellings. All right, wait. Are you saying this guy is saying that Lonerbox is cherry picking? Is that like the cope? Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure what the exact cope is, like the specific cope. Is that the cope where he's saying Lonerbox is cherry picking this guy's entire, like, he's accusing him of cherry picking falsely. Okay, I don't know. My head's swirling. I don't even know where the fuck we're at now. I'm like all over the place on this. This. He's saying it's not valid to use an individual ruling, but they are all individual rulings. I don't think he's denying that necessarily. I'm pretty sure he was saying the specific individual ruling from Judge Knoll, if I remember correctly. He's saying that the way Lonerbox is talking about Judge Knoll's reviewing of this individual ruling is framed in a way as if it came to Lonerbox's closer conclusion, which is that it's not plausible. But if I remember correctly, he's saying that actually there's a little bit more wiggle room to the exact specifics of the ruling, right? I'm sorry. I'm like, my mind's like in like 20 different places about like this whole argument. I'm still retaining things that I'm like listening to, and it's already like just like crazy legal mumbo jumbo shit with like the arguments and blah blah blah. So like, hold on. I'm sorry. Can you put it succinctly here? What I'm missing? I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, so there's this narrative that's been in this article twice now, where they're saying that, you know, this chief judge, she's like Ico, she doesn't know what she's talking about, and also it's just like her opinion, man. And then they're saying with this judge, it's also just like one ruling, and they're saying it's like it's valid, but it's not that useful. But they're all individual rulings in this case. Sometimes when you get like maybe like one like big like joint ruling, like in the Supreme Court, you get like a joint ruling with like 5 judges, and you get one on the side. That's not the case here. They're all individual rulings, so you kind of have to pick an individual ruling. You know what I mean? there wasn't like a big joint ruling that they all joined onto. So like it's perfectly valid to use individual rulings here because that's all you've got, you know.
Oh, wait. Okay. So is the cope basically that the guy is picking, Lonerbox picks Judge Nolt's ruling, for example, I think. He talks about Judge Nolt's reviewing of it. And the cope is basically that this guy is zoning in on this particular ruling, right? And is misframing it. I'm confused on the criticism exactly. The cope exactly.
The guy saying that Lonerbox is like making a mistake by he like cherry picking this one ruling, but like instead of he pretends like it's not valid to use like he said. Scroll earlier up. He says, like,
he's saying it's not valid to do that when it actually is valid. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, it's as simple as that.
Oh,
he did this earlier with that judge. He's like, her statement's not law, it's just her opinion. But she's like, I mean, like, they all just gave their opinion in this case. There was like one ruling that was like between three of them in one of the instances, but like otherwise it's just all individual declarations. So
the argument is basically because they're all, it's not a collective ruling, it's like individualized. It'd be understandable why Lonerbox would pick this individual ruling or pick an individual ruling to go over in general.
It's valid in this case to use an individual ruling. Like if there was like a big joint ruling where there's like 5 judges that all ruled together and then one was off on their own, it would be valid to then say, well, you shouldn't give that much weight because it's just the majority of them decided this. But there was no unity in this case. They didn't collectively decide this. There was all individual ruling. It's Supreme Court, You sometimes get that too, where there's like every single judge has their own ruling.
That was one of the criticisms here early on when he starts talking about To make this argument, Lonerbox cites the following sources. He cites an interview with a former president of the ICJ. 2, he cites the separate opinion of Judge. Okay, so the cope is basically this part where it's like he's citing a separate opinion, but that's a ruling.
We're saying that, but they're all separate. There's no point saying it's a separate opinion. Every single opinion is a separate opinion.
Yeah, it's not like just a separate opinion. It's like an individual ruling of the matter.
Well, I mean, that doesn't matter. I mean, they're all rulings, but they're all individual rulings. Like there's nothing he can point to that isn't. If he points to something, it's also going to have to be an individual ruling. So Lonerbox could turn around and say, "Oh, you're just picking an individual ruling too."
In general, that's the cope. The framing here is as if it was an individual ruling, as if it was just a secondary, separate opinion in general.
Yeah, like secondary, lesser, but they're all on the same playing field.
Yeah, okay.
So if he wanted to point to something, if he wanted to point to something, it would also be an individual, separate opinion because they were all like on that list. You can see they were basically all like that.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Okay, I'm so sorry.
I didn't know. It's okay. It's okay. This is nothing you deal with. A small minefield. But this framing. I mean, he's making good points. But this framing annoys me.
No, that's fine. Yeah,
I think
I was just trying to make sure I understood the argument and I wasn't missing something. So yeah.
It's all right. It is a little bit esoteric. I understand.
It is. It's a little overwhelming, actually.
Yeah.
So I'm making sure I'm trying to understand.
I'm going to go back to my holiday. See you later.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to go back to my Anzac Day weekend.
Lonerbox says he's saying the statements are raising the chance, the non-zero chance that genocide can happen. I think I've read this. Okay. Now we're over. Let's just do here. Let's actually get a little context here. How about this? Last piece of evidence of the law that Lonerbox cites is an article which discusses a declaration from ad hoc Judge Kress deciding on the Gambia versus Myanmar case, which also discussed genocide. Now, looking at the nature of the source, the article itself is actually a valid source of international law, since it is what is referred to as a subsidiary source of international law, which just means, what this means, though, is not an article can be used to create law, but rather it is a source which is elucidating the law. Lonerbox uses the article to say the following. When it talks about plausible, it's also worth acknowledging that plausibility is a low standard. It's a low legal standard for the reasons that I laid out. This person, I think, even lays it out based on previous case law with Gambia, Myanmar. Now, immediately, he says something wrong here. It's not based on previous case law. The only source which the article uses, which argues the plausibility standard is low, is a declaration of Judge Kress. A declaration is not case law, and thus Lonerbox overstated the authority of the source. Next, he reads out the article's analysis of the issue. So when Judge Kress made his declaration in Gambia versus Myanmar, the court has provided more guidance on how to assess plausibility. 3 final observations can be offered. First, the court has shown flexibility, particularly when it was faced with obligations of irrega omnes parties' character. Okay, I don't know what the fuck this is. What is this? Let's look this up. Oh my God, can we please? Thank you. Be normal. Towards all. A Latin phrase against all. Towards all. Legal terms. I want legal terms. Legal definition. Towards all, referring to rights or obligations enforceable against everyone rather than specific parties. Okay. Maybe we'll read these out sometime. I have a feeling we're not going to get through all of this in this stream. I have a feeling this is going to have to be broken down stream by stream or something like that. Against all parties, characters such as genocide, torture, and racial discrimination. In this declaration, Judge Kress questioned the argument that the court should apply a stricter plausibility standard at the provisional measures phase in cases of allegations in exceptional gravity. He wondered in this context whether the protective function of provisional measures does in fact not point to the opposite direction, precisely because fundamental values are at stake. He highlighted that, in the end, the court has applied a low plausibility standard with respect to the question of genocidal intent. Okay, so this is an important point to retain. The formatting of this, I know where I'm at right now. I know this is not a Lonerbox quote, but sometimes the formatting is so annoying at times where, like, the orange stain makes me think it's going to be a Lonerbox quote because that's how he's usually put it together. Based on this, he asserts it's not that hard. It seems to cross that threshold, or at least not as hard as people would make it out to be. However, is this what the article is arguing? The purpose of the article is to shed some light on the notion of plausibility in the context of such provisional measures. Because the author believes that the court's indication of provisional measures in a case concerning Syria Syria provided a new departure point to discuss a problem mentioned in Kress' declaration, which is the confusion on what plausibility even means and what standards should accompany it. Lonerbox only reads the conclusion which the author made from Kress' declaration and ignores the paragraph right below, which regards development that occurred in the Syria and Myanmar cases, where she says the court used the reasonable grounds to believe standard when indicating provisional measures. Now, Kress does argue that a low standard is used for plausibility when deciding genocidal cases, but as mentioned, Kress has only issued a declaration, and this does not have the authority of case law. I will show, for instance, that Kress's formula is not the one which is most supported by the law, as it contradicts other separate opinions and declarations. Case law, which is more dispositive in the case of South Africa versus Israel, also contradicts the standard used by Israel. So let's begin by explaining what plausibility is and where it actually comes from. The court began using the plausibility standard in 2009 in Belgium versus Senegal. And the judge themselves have been divided on what it actually means. Okay, so there's like these things, like these numbers where they list the, where he lists the actual source. Oh, I regret not doing this sooner, but what I could do is have a separate, can I do this? Can we make this function where it functions smoothly? Where the sourcings, we can look at the sourcings on a separate one. I should have done this sooner. I regret not doing this sooner. Why didn't I do this? So anything that's source, we can literally just connect to right here. If we had to read our question, where it's from. Talk more later. This guy is misunderstanding international law. Oh, okay. The judges themselves have been divided on what it actually means. Some judges argue that it only relates to existence of the rights, while others use a different standard. That is actually found in the case law. NE that is actually found in the case law, which is that the case must have a reasonable prospect of success in order for provisional measures to be indicated. For instance, the court in Finland versus Denmark stated that for Finland to succeed against Denmark, it must substantiate the right it claims to a point where a reasonable prospect of success is in the main case exists. 50. That is case law, by the way. And now that I have shown a foundation in the case law, here's where I use the separate opinions and declarations to help bolster this argument. So he's citing all of these things that you would have to look at on your own time, I would suppose. I wonder how he would have formatted this in his fucking video. How would have this been done? Would it just been like an image of the exact quote or something for what point he's trying to make? It would have to be. Article 38 ICJ statute says the sources of law for international law, there's no distinction between court rulings and declarations, it's just nomenclature. Relief under which treaty the wording matters. Treaties have different standards for which for relief he needs to expand on this. Yeah, this is like dense. This is not is dense the word? Dense is probably not the word. Dense usually means stupid or something like that. But like I was talking about like compacted to substance. Yeah, dense is accurate. Yeah. This is yeah, you'd have to expand on like 20 other numerous different things in terms of legalities, I think. Which I am not qualified for in terms of debunking or even fully agreeing to each and every specific thing here. For instance, Judge Talati in Nicaragua versus Germany argues the conditions set forth in the court's jurisprudence can be summed in two elements. First, there has to be some prospect of success on the merits. In the jurisprudence of the courts, this element would be covered by the conditions of jurisdiction and plausibility of rights, and this includes whether there is a plausibility that the rights are being or have been infringed. Oh, my cat's coming in. It is only if there is some prospect of success on the merits, i.e. the court has prima facie jurisdiction, and that there is a case to be answered at the merits stage, that the second element of a real and imminent risk of irreparable harm comes into play. He's skipping over things that are assumed, but I don't think you can assume them. I like what he's doing, but there's issues. Yeah, it seems like it seems like I'm probably going to agree with like the overall conclusions, but you know, people that are a little bit more knowledgeable on this are going to be able to pinpoint stuff that is probably not like super duper accurate, or there's like wiggle room where this is not exactly true. Judge Greenwood set forth in Nicaragua versus Costa Rica that since provisional measures are ordered for the purpose of protecting rights, which might subsequently be adjudged to belong to one of the parties, it follows that it cannot be sufficient for a party simply to assert that it has a right. It must be some prospect of success. And lastly, Judge Abraham laid out the standard, asserting that the most important point is that the court must be satisfied that the arguments are sufficiently serious on the merits, and that it may reasonably be argued that the respondent's conduct is causing injury or is liable to cause imminent injury to the right. Um, 54. Okay, most of these are going to be like links to, or like the exact case law or thing that he's referencing, citations. So not only is it clear from the case law that plausibility relates to the chance of the case succeeding on the merits of the claim, but also that several judges have supported this interpretation. And it should be noted, this standard for explaining what plausibility means is the one the Israelis used during their argument. In their presentation to the court in South Africa versus Israel, they argued that we can safely say that plausibility is an elusive concept. Simply declaring that claimed rights are plausible is insufficient. The issue was addressed by Judge Greenwood in the border area case when he emphasized that what is required is something more than assertion, but less than proof. In other words, the party must show that there is at least a reasonable possibility that the right it claims exists as a matter of law and will be adjudged to apply to that party's case. He later discussed this in terms of a reasonable prospect of success. The court did not limit itself to considering whether the applicant plausibly held the rights in question under international law, but extended the field of inquiry to include consideration as to whether it was plausible that the respondent had breached the rights in question. This approach appears also in Ukraine versus Russia, where the court concluded that on the basis of the evidence presented by the parties, it appears that some of the acts complained of by Ukraine fulfill this condition of plausibility. In other words, the court was prepared to consider not only the question of the plausibility, or the plausibility of rights, but also the question of the possible breach of such rights. The Israelis were adamant that plausibility had to be decided on the question of breach. That's why they mentioned it twice, and they themselves use a reasonable prospect of success standard, because it is the right standard, but also because it's a hard wall to climb, and they thought it was the best chance to beat the South Africans' argument, and that it was and thus it does seem to say something that the court decided to indicate provisional measures in the Gaza case. In short, Israel was right. Box was wrong. It must also be noted that the position of the court in Finland versus Denmark, the position of Judge Talidi, Greenwood, Abraham, and even the position of Israel regarding what plausibility actually means is based on strong reasoning, stronger than what Box is asserting. For instance, imagine you are Britain, and France has decided to sue Britain at the ICJ for whatever reason, and they ask the court to indicate provisional measures. Well, imagine how unfair it might be for Britain if the court placed restrictions or obligations that they'd have to follow at whatever cost, and France doesn't even need to show if they have a case that could succeed. Britain would be restrained by France for the years it would take for the court to decide, and Britain might end up suffering the costs of following the orders for nothing. No state would accept that. The judges also affirmed that this reasoning holds true. For instance, Judge Abraham makes the reasoning clear, saying that if the argument is not sufficiently serious on the merits, that it might impede the exercise by the respondent to the request for professional measures of its right to act as it sees fit, within the limits set by international law. I must end with saying, though, that the judges themselves freely admit that plausibility is an issue that they understand is confusing. As one judge said, the criterion seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Thus, I have to acknowledge that other judges have different ideas on issue of plausibility. But it is clear that there is nothing wrong with saying Israel is plausibly committing genocide, as there is a solid legal basis showing this interpretation is consistent with the court's jurisprudence, as well Lunderbox's portrayal of the relationship between the standard of plausibility and whether plausibility relates to the chance the case will succeed is based on one weak legal reasoning and analysis. Okay, so we can do part 2 next stream. We'll just do each part over time, one part of stream. I think we can do that way. Yeah, I think that will work. So it seems interesting so far. Let's see the Purple Perry stuff. Purple Perry. What's going on with all this? What is all this? Do we have a time?
Much drama starring Himpleton and come off as like having confidence and having like a prepared, a definitive statement. But he's just using fancy words, trying to string them together. Yeah, exactly. Feigned energy word salad. Exactly. Amazing way of putting it. Easy going.
And research their type of behavior online because it's right in front of me. And these are the type of individuals that I love talking about. The people who record themselves doing horrible things. The people who record themselves live streaming.
And of course, but it's still stutters though. Still stutters.
Degrading their
despite the energy.
Partner. People who get on camera and admit, hey, I did X, Y, and Z, and I'm a monster, and I'm a terrible person. These are the types of people who make my hobby easy. So buckle up, Chuckle Flux, grab yourself a root beer, maybe even a spliff, because by the time this video is complete, I will have presented an overview of who Firebat is, and why every single individual needs to be aware of who they are, what they are doing, but most of all, document and A-log everything they do because this person loves to delete things. Now, with that said, let's begin. Now, when this video premieres, they are probably going to change their username. I'm letting you guys know that ahead of time.
I wonder what Transfirebat is doing right now. Can we see how Transfirebat is doing right now?
I'm a monster and I'm a terrible...
Well, hold on. Not what I wanted. Always slipping. Transfirebat family.
What?
I just want to see this. Transfirebat gets angry with pregnant wife over Avatar: The Last Airbender.
What?
Backwards to them.
I mean, I can read it.
That doesn't mean anything.
I mean, what I see is what's going to be shown later.
Fine. Prove it.
Tell you what, later, you check out the live stream when you're sitting
Or you can
bored.
show the live stream right now.
Or maybe you can go piss off.
That's not very nice.
Okay, that wasn't very nice to me, was it? Rainbow twin. Let me bring it up. Give me a second. Oh, look.
Well, when is it backwards then? What determines
Never.
that?
I don't know. It's a system thing. I love you. You look great, by the way. My wife is going for one of the forget the name, Suki people from Suki from the Avatar: Last Airbender cartoon.
She's from that village after the Earthbender Avatar.
Oh, God damn, I can't remember it. Chat, help me. Help us out. Last Airbender, the Earth nation that hosts
Earthbender Avatar.
Earth. I was going to finish. Let me finish talking, you fucking...
Not Bastungsee.
So stupid, dude.
Okay? It's an island out in the ocean.
But it's part of the Earth Nation.
Cool. It's an island. It's a little baby island.
Yeah, if you let me finish before you interrupted me, like, yo, this is what I deal with,
tell you
folks.
anyway.
This is what I fucking deal with.
I was going to tell you anyway.
Whatever.
You don't even remember the damn Earth. Do you remember if the Earthbender's a girl or a boy?
It's a girl.
Jeez. That's
Yes. I love all the incarnations of the Avatar.
impressive. And what's her name?
You know, there's loving them and then remembering their bloody names, which names always escape me. They always escape me.
What was Aang's previous incarnation, the fire one?
I can't remember.
Roku.
Oh, like the Roku device people use for. Wait a minute. Is that where people got the idea to call it a Roku? And call it the Fire Stick?
This series came out in the early 2000s. I forgot
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah, and guess what? The Roku was designed years and years later.
So, really, nobody cared because nobody got sued.
I think it's funny. The point that it's funny.
It's not funny because you're not.
It's funny to me, though.
Why are you so tense and defensive about it? If it's so hilarious.
Because the chat loves it when I'm being tense. So.
Yeah, okay.
But if we go to their main channel, we'll see their channel description right off the bat says, "Welcome to my channel. I am a
It's kind of fucked up. Is Miller here? Miller, you're kind of getting... They're like, Repsion's stealing your thunder, man. He's like, Repsion, I'm going to document and archive this like, Miller's sitting there, fucking setting up a bot to, like, download every single video Fire uploads. And Repsion's like, I alone am going to archive this person. It's kind of fucked up, man. It's kind of fucked up. He's so mad.
Miller must be, like, fucking just filled with fury. Ball fisted. Full fist, just furious. Wait, is the drama still playing? Are there still show times for the drama? Okay, there are in certain places. Okay. Not in locations that I usually go to. Do I care about seeing the drama? Kind of. Kind of. It looks neat.
Panic, it's crazy. Oh yeah, that's actually a good point, Callie. I don't know, guys. Isn't like, doesn't Repsion say that he has like diagnosed like BPD or bipolar or something? Or is it something I vaguely remember that, but I'm not sure the exact diagnosis.
transgender Christian Republican creator sharing my life and perspectives and experiences. There's no scripts, just honest content and conversations. Now, right off the bat, I find that Christian, Republican, and transgender is quite a hefty statement. But one of the first things that really bothers me about Firebat is the fact that they...
I'm a bit confused, though. I don't understand why, like, Repsion is going after a fellow Zionist. That is a bit odd. If you don't know, Firebat's like a huge Zionist.
identify as Christian when everything that they do online and the content they post online is the exact opposite of what Christianity would otherwise represent. As many of you guys know, I'm an ex-Christian. I grew up Christian. But when Firebat talks about him being a freak, that is not an understatement by any margin. In fact, Firebat's on record saying this.
I'm into, as a fetish, actually, the Black New World Order.
Okay, for those of you who don't
Oh my god, it's me! You might...
know what the Black New World Order is, allow me to educate you on something that I didn't know either until today.
Now, is that true?
Black New World Order, interracial BDSM found with pornographic content.
Oh my god!
Very epic. Very epic. Very epic. Okay, cool. I want to watch the drama, but I don't want to go to any of the theaters that are farther from me. What's the verdict on that article? I just did part 1 of it. It's dense, and I feel like it's super long, and I want to get to something else before I leave to go watch a movie or something. I haven't decided if I even want to watch a movie, but I wasn't certainly going to read that for the entire fucking stream because it's super duper fucking long. So I got to give it I gotta give it like a little bit of a little bit of a breath. It's a little bit long for one stream when I have other things I want to do. So far, the verdict for me personally, even with the things that you pinpointed out, it's not that bad. It's pretty okay. I don't know if I could put it on a like rate scale right now. Probably like a 5 out of 10 so far. I think it's okay. I think it's doing a thorough job. It's not amazing. Skip ahead to when he's playing an audio file on screen. That's where the leak is. Cool. Let's do that. We want background voice. Yeah, fuck it. No, we want some chill waves. Okay. Back to the thingy thing.
Oh my God, it's me. You might.
Audio file, right here, right.
Such as Miller at South Tower.
I give it a 6. Yeah, it's hard for me to rank it properly, given like I've only seen the first part, and I have to let it sit and marinate a little bit and try to read it again and retain it a little bit better. But I think it's doing an okay job at showing Loner Boxes. I mean, like, I already know Loner Box is a genocide denial piece of shit, but, you know, it's getting a little bit more specific on the criteria of it.
And some other Femios fans, some other people. And they had the following VC, which I will now be leaking.
Oh!
Where, okay, I'm just going to tell you what happened. This fucking Repsion guy said that he wanted Firebat's address so that he could show up to their house to fuck with them. That's what...
Okay. I need to turn off the... Okay. Just so I can hear this very clearly. Okay, wait. Is Perry setting this up and is Perry poisoning the well? Okay, is he setting this up in a very specific way to where, like, if I hear this audio, I'm going to think that it's a one-to-one of what Perry is describing here. Or am I going to hear this audio and I'm going to have to sit here and think, okay, Perry, you might have exaggerated this a little bit. This is still out there, still cringe, but you know, you kind of exaggerated. Or is he actually like being totally descriptive here? Let's see.
What this guy is going to say in this VC. It's insane. You don't believe me? Oh, well, let's listen to it together.
Okay. Okay. One speed, we're not speeding this up for the purposes of clarity.
Orders to get everything, but yes, that is absolutely...
Now, it's going to be in media res. We're going to start in media res.
Orders to get everything, but yes, that is absolutely going to be in there.
Oh, Repsion, I have a...
All right, so Repsion joined Femio's Discord VC. And he's saying, oh, I just learned about this Firebat person. I'm going to make a video on them. And Femio is in heaven. They are like, oh my God, this is my moment. I'm going to become famous. That's basically what's happening. And they're just sitting here the whole time, gooning, basically, to the idea that... to the idea that they're going to be in a Repsion video. I mean, of course they are. Repsion is famous. He has 700,000 subscribers. For heaven's sake. This is my big moment. This is my Femio's big moment. And so that's what's happening. I don't know exactly what they were saying, but that's what's happened so far in this convo.
I have a video. I sent it to Femio's that you might appreciate.
I sent it.
Oh, you sent it? Okay. Where Firebat goes on a turbo racist rant, and I...
Okay, yeah, I'll look. I didn't really focus on any of the race.
Dude, I can't wait for the epic Miller rant in this call. It's so awesome.
This stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
So right
the
now.
Other day.
Okay, so let me give you some context. So I found out.
Right.
So this is
Repsion explaining how he found out about Firebat.
Really, I don't know if you know, we're in the same state, Firebat and me. Okay.
Oh my God.
We're literally 30 minutes away from each other, so it's fucking wild.
Yeah, and by the way, there's something I can do. Maybe somebody can AI process this call. The whole time, Femios is just being like an insufferable retard, going, "Oh my god, like doing their."
Wait, why would you set it up as we're 30 minutes away? We're 30 minutes away from each other, dude.
I guess they're practicing their Valley Girl accent for Sleepy Time VCs. I don't know. It's insufferable. It's wretched, and they like.
Miller doesn't speak ever. Wait, are you just saying Miller doesn't speak in this call, or are you saying Miller normally doesn't speak ever, but in this call Miller is speaking? I just want to make sure I'm understanding here.
Derail the convo to talk about themselves a bunch. Yeah, that's Femios for you. Anyway, does anyone have a picture of Repsion I can pull up on screen?
I'm dating this girl, okay? And I'm dating this girl, and she shows me her Facebook message. She's like, "Hey, would you take a look at this?"
Oh my god.
And this was about 8 months ago. I'm dead ass, okay? And it's a bunch of these messages and voice memos from this guy.
Femios is looking for vulnerable freaks to exploit so that synth can add them to the AI worshipping family and garnish their wages. Not a joke.
And she was telling me how she was an apartment manager at this apartment, and she went in the hot tub, and she had a full-on interaction with him at the hot tub for like almost 2 hours. They just sat in the hot tub and talked.
Right. So Firebat was speaking with Repsion's new girlfriend, which I assume that he met through Facebook dating as well.
And after they interacted, he tried to add her on Facebook and just sent her barrages of messages and messages and messages and voice memos.
Give him the info, right? He just
no, not at all. And what's crazy about this is because we were in bed, we were literally sitting together in bed, and she's giving me these voice memos. She's like, "I want you to look through this, because this seems like somebody you would talk about." I'm like, "This is a nobody. It's just some weird creepo on the fucking internet," right? I didn't know he had a fucking YouTube channel and everything. Little did you know. Little did I know.
So, guys, Repsion's girlfriend is getting rizzed up by the Green Goblin on Facebook DMs. It's so fucking over. It's so fucking over.
So she just, like a month ago, she's like, "Oh my god, this is the dude I was in the hot tub with." And I'm like, "It is the same dude. Like, there's no fucking way." So instantly, she let me get on her Facebook, and I was gonna download all the voice. No, dude. All I can say is that it was real, but he had voice memos like professing his love and asking like if she'd be down to meet up and go out to a bar. This was all simultaneous.
So, no, you're getting it. Yeah, he's cheating on Tanya, right? So, Firebat. Oh, thank you, Butterflies, for the 2 Canadian. Thanks so much for the support, guys. Don't forget to support this stream.
Imagine your girlfriend is literally trans Firebat's type. And Firebat thinks that they have a shot with your girlfriend. Dog. What a predicament.
If you like this insane, exclusive Repsion, you can donate. You can join my Patreon for the Wickborn. Repsion's new side chick, or Repsion's... Yeah, so, Firebats, apparently, Repsion's new side chick, or Repsion's new, piece of arm candy, was in a hot tub with Firebats at some public gym. Which, I don't know how common it is to use hot tubs in public gyms, so, in the US, so I don't know what that really says about Repsion's new girlfriend. But me personally, the kind of person I think that would go into a public hot tub gym with somebody like this, someone who looks like this, I don't know that I would want to date them, but to each their own.
I would question it. I would definitely question it. I would be like, why are you... Wow. Okay.
So yeah. Firebat met Repsion's current GF in a public gym hot tub and was, speaking about their life with them, and then they found them on Facebook and started rizzing them up. And obviously, if you're not familiar, Firebat is Firebat's married. And has a kid on the way 1 month from now. I believe the pregnancy is quite progressed. So Firebat's about to have a kid in a month, and they're cheating on their wife with somebody they met at a public gym hot tub. Actually, 1 second, guys. 1 second.
You're infected now. Okay, we need to skip forward a little bit.
Waffle stomping or French toast stomping? And cheating on their wife.
When he's with his wife?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Like just the most wretched F slurs of all time. Fucking reacting in the VC. Sorry, nothing I can do about that, guys. No, this is actually a good point, Queen Bee, QQ. This is, I believe, the first example I know of Firebat trying to cheat on his wife, or his girlfriend at the time, with a woman, and not a black man. No, QQ, Firebat isn't meant to be poly. He just cheats on his wife, and then she forgives him. He's not supposed to cheat, to be clear. But usually, when he does cheat, and that is quite often, it's with black men. But this time, it's with a woman.
More.
And so last week she came over. We went to the account. He yeeted everything, and I've been trying to figure out how to recover. Apparently, there's a way to recover messages. But I want it so bad. But he had, dude, I swear to God, fucking 5 to 10 minute voice memos on Facebook sent to her of just talking like randomly about like his sexuality, his like things she would never interact with him other than like, hey, how are you? And he'd be like,
randomly? What do you mean randomly?
My stream dying again. My stream's can you guys hear me?
Will she provide her number willingly to this person after a hot tub experience?
Okay, it's back. What's the last thing you heard? I think it just went down for a list.
Am I mishearing this? She provided her number to somebody after a hot tub experience, and then randomly Firebat is giving out their specific sexual interests.
Yeah. He's just saying that Firebat was like sexually bring up sexual topics in these messages with his girlfriend.
Like things she would never interact with him other than like, hey, how are you? And he'd be like, very really basic formality stuff. And he would just go on paragraphs and paragraphs. And he professed his love to her and wanting to marry her. It's just
oh my god,
super sexual conversations too, completely unwarranted. So when she said
Firebat
and I wish I'm so mad that he fucking deleted everything. No, it wasn't even deleted. It was terminated. The Facebook account was terminated because I was going through because you can
right. Yeah, so Firebat's Facebook account was terminated. Now, as it happens, ages ago, I did cover Firebat complaining about the reaction they were getting on Facebook. So if you don't know Firebats, they do. I mean, you do know because we saw in this video. But the kind of stuff that Firebat posts on FetLife, they also post like skimpy photo shoots of them in like maid dresses and cow outfits on Facebook, and that's why Firebat lost their Facebook account. Anyway.
Cover messages.
OMG, Quella doing their best Valley Girl impression. It's so over, guys. Please do not say "oh my god" in a effeminate, insufferable, flamboyant way in chat, or I'm gonna crash out. To be quite frank.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, because some of the stuff that he sent her was sexual, and some of the posts that were originally in there, they're not there. Her messages are, and it says this has violated Facebook's terms of service, and like it's all gone. Even with the recovery process.
Got like AI'd on that shit. He got AI.
It has to be, and I was so angry because this was just a couple months ago that this happened, and I don't have any record of it. So
Repsion, you're making Repsion angry, and you won't like Repsion. You won't like Repsion when he's angry. You won't like Repsion when he's angry. Firebat.
A couple weeks ago when she sent me the video, she actually sent me your video, Femoys.
Oh my god.
It's like, you need to watch this. And I'm like, okay. And I watched it, and I'm like, oh, and here we are. And then
they're like gurning to this. Like it's like this is Femios's golden hour. They've never I'm serious. As far as I know, Femios has literally never been in any way relevant in the mainstream. So I mean, to them, this is like their big break, right? This is them hitting the mainstream. as insufferable in victory as they are in their normal, lapid failure of a life.
Yeah. So I've been just
so
like,
you recognized me when I made the air fryer comment.
yes.
You already knew, and
Yeah.
you just held your tongue. You just bit your tongue.
Yeah, I don't know what this is about.
That's fucking awesome.
Well done.
Restraint. But yeah, so I actually popped into his live stream today.
Yeah, we saw some of the mess.
How many views does Repsion get you? Well, it's difficult because, oh my god, they really think they're serving cunt right now. Bro thinks he's serving cunt right now. It's so over. It's difficult though, Pazuzu, because when they talk about Onision,
let's see, 53K 11 days ago, 174K 2 months ago, 1.6K 4 months ago. It just varies on the topic. It seems to vary on the topic, varies on the video. Yeah.
they get like hundreds of thousands. When they talk about
A message to Frogan, 12K 4 months ago. Tried to play on that little Hassan Bad a little bit. They love terrorism a bit. And didn't work out too much in viewership there, I guess. I played Dispatch all episodes, 1.3K views. I'm getting 95% of my body covered up with tattoos, 8.8K, okay.
normal drama like the Frogan shit or the Emerald shit or the IDub shits, they get like 10K at most. And when they just talk about whatever they want to or play video game, they get like fuck all. Right? So it really depends. It's basically only if they cover Onision stuff that they get any meaningful views. Wow, Repsion touches go. Oh, we haven't gone there yet, Cathy. So it depends what you mean, but not that particularly. They're not real. They're kind of like a washed-up YouTuber, but Firebat's obviously, to them this is their big moment, so they're going crazy on it. Anyway, let me continue it.
It's just a few people captured them and put them. We're quite good at A-logging at this
I was
point.
kind of troll baiting. I was hoping you would. He said my name a few times, which is all I wanted. I just wanted that. I just needed to hear I needed to hear him butcher my name because it's funny when people.
Here's all of our names.
Firebat is like.
Repsion's girlfriend is 100% schizo. You mean their current girlfriend or the one that they had like a huge drama with?
So illiterate. It's so funny.
Oh yeah, he's the genuinely.
I'm dyslexic as fuck.
I mean, this does help us. This does give us an insight, guys, into the average Firebat audience. These are the kind of people that would sit there watching the trough. The kinds of people that can put up with a Femio stream. This is what they. This is how they be. This is how they be. It really is. It's a what do you call it? It's a fucking albatross around your neck.
It's a rough life. Okay.
Can fucking have a speech impediment.
I'm probably gonna have to start skipping every time Perry fucking talks to get the full.
I can even speak better than him, which is crazy.
Repsion bragging. I have a crypt. You're really saying your site's high?
You're quite like Firebats. It's unique.
The thing is, I don't think Firebat is dyslexic. I think Firebat is functionally illiterate.
Correct.
Oh, so I did.
They can't read either.
I don't even know how I should ask this. Does anybody know where his actual address is, like where he lives?
Dog. Asking for the fucking address verbatim. So anyone have his docs? Anyone knows exactly where he lives right now? I want to kind of show up there.
So, Repsion asking for Firebat's address, right? Where does this person live? Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, what do you say? It's so fucking blatant and on its face. Does anyone know where this person lives? Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? And this is why I wanted some more info, if anyone knows about the history of this Repsion guy. Isn't this not fucking insane to fucking ask? And it gets worse, believe it or not, guys. If you think, oh, he's just asking, he's not doing it. No, it gets worse. This guy wants to know where's the fucking address of this person. That's why I mentioned earlier, right? Like, I feel like Repsion is A-logged. Repsion, is a lolcout to a lot of people. And I'm pretty sure his KF has, PII against him, which is shitty. So I'm surely Repsion realizes that it's fucked up to have like your right. I don't know why would you. You might remember back in the day, people such as Very True were saying, "Hey, Firebat, you should delete the stuff because it's a liability." And now we see how it's a liability. It's because people like Repsion, I guess, want to use it. It's insane.
Yeah.
But
A shooter was fatally shot in the lobby of the Washington Hilton after opening fire during the White House Correspondents' Dinner tonight. President Trump was evacuated from the event per TMZ. U.S. President Donald Trump posts to Truth Social following tonight's shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington, stating that the D.C. Secret Service and law enforcement did a fantastic job. They acted quickly and bravely. President Trump says that the shooter has been apprehended and that he has recommended they let the show go on, but will entirely be guided by law enforcement. Donald J. Trump says, let show go on. They will make a decision shortly. Regardless of that decision, the evening will be much different than planned. We'll just plain have to do it again. Okay.
Actually gets way worse, guys.
Ask this. Does anybody know where his actual address is, like where he lives? Because I know he's like off the top of your head, because I have an idea and I would totally fucking do this, and I want to do this. I want to stream bomb him IRL.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That would be so Kino. That would be so fucking Kino.
Yeah.
So
I want to know where his actual address is, like where he lives. Because I know he's like off the top of your head, because I have an idea and I would totally fucking do this, and I want to do this. I want to stream bomb him IRL.
Oh my god. Oh my.
Dude. This guy's desperate for attention. Holy shit, man. I want to stream bomb this fucking loser freak. This loser freak rapist. I want to harass this loser freak rapist in real life, because I can't make content interesting enough. I have to do something. I have to do something. We'll just stream bomb loser freak rapist here. Can anyone give me the exact address so I can just make this easy content and get like hugs and kisses from all these people that are sucking on my cock for doing the bare minimum here of just harassing a loser freak rapist. Brilliant.
God, that would be so Kino. That would be so fucking Kino.
Yeah.
So Repsion is saying, I have a great idea, guys. I want to Frank Castle Firebats. I want to harass Firebats at their house in real life. That's what he's saying. Bro wants to Frank Castle boogie Firebats. Like, does anyone have their address? I want to like fucking break the law and harass this person. This is like this would be. I'm pretty sure this would be illegal, right? I'm looking for the Frank Castle clip as context. I'm pretty sure they're literally saying, I want to meet up to this person's house in real life so I can fuck with them. Repsion wants to do this, It's insane.
Go down this way, bud.
For all I know, he already has, by the way. This is what Repsion wants to be doing. Like, what the fuck? And what's Femiuse's reaction? Oh my god, that'd be so keen. Oh my god, absolute cinema. Like they're just like, Femuse is cheering on this person getting fucked with IRL. Having people show up to their house IRL. Femuse is cheering it on. Repsion, it's like one thing for like this mentally fit. Well, guys, come on. Femuse is young. They don't know any better. It's one thing for, Femuse, a nobody, worthless wretch. I mean, we all already know that Femuse is a worthless wretch. But like, it's insane to me that Repsion is saying this, to be honest. Maybe it's just because I don't know as much about him. This guy's been around for like over a decade. For almost 2 decades. And he's saying, yeah, I want to stream bomb this person. I want to live stream going to this person's house, so doxing them, right? So everyone knows what, obviously, and it's on, Firebats made this information way too available. But still, just because the information's available doesn't mean that you should be asking for it and then saying, I'm going to go show up to this person's house. Like, what a disgusting, fucking, crazy fucking thing for this Repsion guy to do. It's just on its face, right? I don't know what else to say. It's on its face insane, but everyone in this VC is like cheering it on. Like, it's crazy.
Oh my god, that would be so Kino. That would be so fucking Kino.
Gas.
I do not have
No.
it off the top of my head.
I was like, I literally want to go up to him and be like, why did you rape Sarah Faye? Why did you rape Sarah in person? And I will absolutely.
Like this worthless, wretched, ugly.
Dude, it's the most virtue signal fucking gay content you can make too. Where you go up and you're just like, why'd you do this? Why did you do this? Why did you do this? Like, you could just easily just do this on the internet. You already have. No one gives a shit enough about this person for you to go do this in public. Even if they did, like, what you're doing is deranged. It's unhealthy. You're just striving to look for attention.
Slur. Femios is literally like sitting there clapping like a seal at the idea of like somebody getting fucking harassed and berated in real life.
Absolutely 100% do it. I've always wanted to do something like this.
Also, I just realized that Repsion sounds exactly like Boblax. But credit to Boblax, he would never do this, as far as I know.
And I will absolutely 100% do it. I've always wanted
He does kind of sound like Boblax. I do kind of hear it.
Do something like this with somebody.
Oh my god!
And I think the
It's insane. Like, this fucking Repsion guy is giddy. He is giddy. I've always wanted to harass someone IRL. I've always wanted to go up to somebody's house and fuck with them. I've always wanted to, like, break the law. What the fuck? He's, like, giddy about it. Initially, when I heard that, Repsion was about to make a video on Firebat, I was like, oh, maybe I'll reach out to him and I'll, like, try work something out. Maybe I'll give him, like, maybe I'll help him. Because if you don't know, I have, like, exclusive archives of Firebat stuff that nobody else has. And by I mean Spencer, at Spencer, W. Spencer. And I was thinking, hey, maybe I can share my archives, or I could get Spencer to share his archives to help this guy out of all the old crazy stuff Firebat did.
That would have been nice of him. That would have been nice. That would have been a nice little treat for Repsion. But no treats for Repsion. No treats for Repsion because he's a deluded fucking freak who can't just chill. He can't chill. He can't relax. He has to go and he has to find the address of this freak and invade his personal space. Like, there's nothing you can do, Repsion. You make fun of him on the internet. Move on. Move on. I have to get so invested that I go over to this guy's house.
But I don't know, man. I'm burning. I'm preemptively burning the Repsion bridge. What the fuck, Repsion? You're just, like, sitting here, giddily saying, oh my god, I've always wanted to, like, fuck with... I've always wanted to be a disgusting subhuman degenerate, show up to someone's house to fuck with them. Fuck, god, what the fuck is your problem, man? What the fuck is your problem? As far as I know, obviously, there's also there's the part, Quella, where, Firebat is an unstable person, so it's unsafe for Repsion. But I don't really care about Repsion. I care about Repsion's escalating and doing so and saying he's going to do some disgusting shit. So, like, fuck him, basically. It's like, what the fuck? Like,
listen, it doesn't affect me. You do this behavior, like, who knows what happens, And I'm not going to feel bad for either party getting hurt, but this is deranged and should not be, like, just normalized and tolerated. This needs to be condemned and mocked and ridiculed. And it, quite honestly, is pathetic. I can think of very few circumstances that would warrant some behavior like this. Very few. This is not one of them. When I say very few, I think of, like, maybe 2 or 3 max.
What the fuck? That is a good point, Catty. This is Ico's top guy. This is Ico's top guy. That is true. I don't even know what to say, right? I feel kind of like stupefied here. Like, do I need to sit here and explain why it's bad to go to somebody's house and harass them IRL? How would you feel, Repsion, if someone did this to you? How would you feel, Femios, if someone did this to you? Right? Like, it should be obvious. It should go without saying. That's asking for someone's
Not to mention, while you have more to work with to have a, specific negative opinion on Firebat, if every person who had a negative opinion that they thought was validated through what they've heard on the internet, and they're like, Can we just show up to this person's house? Can we show up to, like, normalizing this normalizes those people who are fed false narratives, information about specific people, have a specific vendetta and hatred against this, and then you're just encouraging that to happen. So what if I thought that Repzion was a total Zionist, rapist freak? The Zionist part is true. You're basically pro-rape if you're pro-Zionist, by the way. But what if I thought it was like okay because you have a bad character, because you have specific political takes, or you have specific philosophy takes, or moral stances, or whatever. You have certain low character that I thought, oh yeah, like anything can happen to you. Anything can happen to you by anyone. If I started encouraging that, do you think that would be okay? I don't think so. And even if somebody admits to being a rapist, vigilante justice is now just okay? Immediately off rip? No? I don't think so.
To harass the IRL.
Aiko is supporting Repzion now. I don't know what Aiko's doing. I guess Aiko maybe watched Repzion's video on Firebat. So maybe that's what Perry's referencing. This is your top guy. Because remember, this is something she was unaware of. Apparently, this call where he's basically just saying, let's go to his house. I want to go to his house. I want to harass him at his house. Repzion made a fucking Firebat video. Yeah, so she covered that. I better coverage is pretty poor. I remember watching very briefly. It was like I wanted to see people's reactions, the very few that were actually reacting to Bad Empanada's content poop or whatever on the Ethan Klein. And she was watching that, and then Bad Empanada showed up in chat and said, "You're not doing a good reaction stream. You're not adding substance to this. You're playing a bunch of sound bites from your soundboard and shit like that. You need to stop watching this now, or I'm going to copyright strike you." So she just stopped. Common Bad Empanada win. Awesome. Amazing. All right.
IRL is some of the most disgusting shit you can fucking do. It's wretched. It's as far as I know, illegal. As far as I know, it's just illegal. And it's also, even if it wasn't illegal, it's pretty mean. It's pretty mean to do.
The perfect example is Firebat.
I can't.
Oh my
god. Oh my god. No fucking way. Bro.
I can't condone, but I can't also condemn.
Come on, I understand. I get it. But
I'm
not going to do it.
Yeah, so Femius is saying, I'm dreaming. This is perfect. I'm so happy this is happening. And then one of Femius's less deranged Discord members is like, oh, I disavow that, but it would be funny. The Nicholas Zero strat. But Femius isn't even disavowing. They're just saying, yes, harass this person IRL. This is grounds for a restraining order, in all likelihood. Not that Firebats will ever, do that, but it's this is insanely wretched behavior. Insanely wretched behavior from these people.
Bad Empanada wasn't watching Aiko react to it. He probably saw 5 minutes. 5 minutes is enough to get a general idea of somebody's reaction. I'm going to be honest. 5 minutes is enough. 5 minutes is enough. You should be reacting in a way that somebody like Bad Empanada going in and watching your coverage isn't getting the indication that you're adding nothing to it. From 5 minutes, I would understand a minute or two maybe if you're letting the person speak out their thoughts. But if you're abusing your soundboard and you're not adding substance enough quality to your commentary or something like that, I can see why Bad Empanada would be like, I need to copyright strike you. If you need to stop watching this or I'm copyright striking you because this is fucking god awful. And I feel like you're making money off of my work. You're not adding enough of your commentary, your substantive commentary, your thoughts, your opinions. You're just playing fucking soundboards and shit like that. This is why I personally get conscious sometimes of even playing other people's material at times where if like I'm doing like some pauses or whatever, letting people get out their thoughts, where I'm not trying to let too much of it play at once without saying something. Because people validly, by the way, get a little annoyed that reaction streamers or reaction content creators can do this to where they'll just watch. And they could make money off of that. Using a soundboard isn't abusing it. It is. It is. I'm sorry, it is. That's not enough. A soundboard is not enough. If I just did this, hold on. Is this too loud? If I just did this, like, is this like valid enough commentary over like anything in this video? Or if I just like played like a clip of like somebody else's quote or some shit like that, just randomly, sporadically. Yeah, it's really not. It's really not. Bad Empanada doesn't care about that. He said he did it after he said he was going to go eat. He did it after he said he was going to go Ethan on people. Bad Empanada, fun fact. All right. Bad Empanada has always done that before he went hard on anyone about Ethan at all. He's always done that. Almost to a degree where I would respectfully disagree with, his particular way that he wants people to react to his content or any content where he thinks it's valid. But people have different expectations. People have different, like, boundary. Like, it would be understandable that every person kind of has a particular way of, like, thinking what is a valid content reaction to where it's not stealing. And that's his. And I disagree with that in specific ways. But, like, if he's watching your content and you're reacting the way Aiko does, sorry. It's not going to pass. It's not going to fly. It clearly didn't. And I would imagine there's probably a lot of other people that would watch that. And while they wouldn't say anything like Bad Empanada, they probably wouldn't be, like, too happy about the coverage, necessarily speaking. They probably just wouldn't make legal threats or ask them to take they probably just wouldn't bother. Yeah, 5 minutes is an insane amount of time. I bet I could tell you most movies end if you let me watch the first how they end if you watch the first 5 minutes. Well, maybe I wouldn't go that far exactly, but I can see what you're saying. I get the point of what you're saying. 5 minutes is enough to kind of get a feeler or of somebody's level of commitment, at least as it stands, to what's kind of how they're going to go about contributing to your material. Bad Empanada has been anti-react longer than Ethan. Yeah. Yeah, he's kind of anti-react. But he's also not, because I've seen the way, like, okay, anti-react is like very specific wording. I get what you mean by that, but like, he's done react content too, right? Everyone's done it. It's just like what level to degree, how you're utilizing it. And I think the way Bad Empanada has particularly done react content, what he has, which is somebody says something, you get the full context of what they say, he responds as they're saying it, depending on like the pause or whatever, depending on the clip, and then he contributes more depth and knowledge as a response of the debunking, or added to the commentary of somebody he agrees with, more explanation to why they're right or the historical, blah, 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 blah. You get the point. You get the point. There's more substance to it. I said 5 minutes tops as in that's the maximum. No way he watched more than that. Okay. I'm going to be real with you, Chief. we have no idea how much he's watched of Aiko's content. Okay? We just don't. But I'm working with the parameters of you saying 5 minutes. Okay? So if we're working within 5 minutes, hell, even 3 minutes, let's be ultra. Let's move it a little bit closer to like lesser. Let's lessen the time. 3 minutes. I think you can get a semi-reasonable understanding of what somebody's contributing to your content. Semi-reasonable. I don't think that's not, I don't think that's too far out of the realm of plausibility. And I think it's somewhat semi-reasonable that somebody shouldn't have to sit, at least in a live reaction setting, sit for 20 minutes, 25 minutes before they come to the conclusion of, you know what, I don't think this is a valid reaction. I personally don't feel it. If they have to sit through Aiko, like just doing the over and over again, and just adding like very little, or just adding like one word statements, or just like maybe at moments like a minute of commentary at certain points, 30 seconds. Like, I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing it. Yeah, what is happening? I'm so stoned or hardly commentary. Now, that's not me saying every time Aiko has ever reacted to something has been meritless. There hasn't been enough commentary. It depends on the topic, depends on the video, But this does happen, and I can perfectly reason how BE would come to the conclusion of, this is fucking dog shit commentary. I don't like your reaction. I don't like you using my fucking content in the way that you're using it. And I don't want you fucking watching any more of it, even if you agree with me, which she did agree with Bad Empanada there. I don't want this. Fuck off. That's even worse. When Aiko agrees with Bad Empanada, and Bad Empanada's like, fuck off, I don't want you using my fucking content. You're using it like dog shit. I would imagine BE would probably be more charitable and generous to somebody in that kind of setting where they agree with his, commentary, And I'm not going to lie to you. There has probably been a reaction I've done in the past of Bad Empanada's content where it wouldn't even surprise me that if he had caught it at a certain moment, maybe I didn't add enough. Because he is pretty fucking strict. But, yeah. He didn't watch Aiko. He went there because he was told Aiko was reacting and he could. Aiko does normal reacts. Queenman's probably worse than her in terms of transformation. Okay. I would agree with that in terms of there's long pauses. In Queenman's, it's a long joke. It's a long-running joke that there's long pauses and Queenman reacts. I don't disagree with this. If, like, Bad Empanada, I don't know how much, because I know he knows of Queenman's existence, and he has watched one or two segments at least, the Loner Box debate for sure. But I would imagine if there's a circumstance where Queenman is reacting to a Bad Empanada video, and Bad Empanada's told of this, and he watches a Queenman reaction, I would imagine there might be a portion of 5 minutes where it is possible it's not good enough for Bad Empanada's standards. That being said, I do think I'm giving that like a 5 out of 10 of possibility more than Aiko, because I think Aiko's transformation is not just silence, it's the lack of substance in what she says. It's how long is what she's saying as a response, what actual content is she contributing to add to the video? What is the substance of what she is saying, right, to the video? And let's be honest, by comparison, anytime, generally, most times, when Queenman is adding to a video and he does pause and say something, it has merit and is a bit more weighty. It has more length to it as well. So I don't disagree. I do think he'd probably do this with Queenman. But that even adds to my argument, is that Aiko's transformation is not substantive enough, and usually isn't substantive enough for probably a lot of different people. He specifically said he was going to start doing after React content after the Ethan stuff. Yeah, I don't disagree with this. Bad Empanada watched Aiko. Yeah, Aiko was reacting to one of Bad Empanada's videos at one point, and Bad Empanada came in and said, "This dog shit, reaction is not good enough. Stop watching my content. You can't just do soundboard. All I'm hearing is soundboard and very little substance from you in terms of what you agree with in terms of the video. I feel like you're stealing from me." It was in succession. That was the chats. If anyone asks you politely to stop, it's probably polite to just stop. I guess Bad Empanada ask you stop. He's giving you a warning. Yeah, I would say if somebody politely comes in, even if you disagree, I would probably just not even push it for the most part. Out of just pragmatism, not really respect, but pragmatism of, you know what, I'm not going to push it here. I'll reevaluate. Maybe I'm doing something wrong in terms of, maybe I am, I don't know. It would depend on how I'm reacting in that moment. If I feel like if I'm doing something like this where I'm adding substance almost every single time and the pauses are crazy. For instance, we will do this. Again, we have a part 3 that we are going to do. This is my Neon Genesis Evangelion. So we will be doing another part of this. I have 2 parts of this for anyone who hasn't heard of this. Every second of Snark stream, if say I'm doing this and the literal gimmick is every second I pause and I snark the content nuke with major substance, sometimes for quite a while. If I get 10 minutes in to the whole content nuke and I've already got 9 hours, nearly 10 of commentary on the substance of the video and, just Ethan in general, the whole drama in general, if I have 10 hours worth of that out of 10 minutes, nearly 10 hours out of 10 minutes, and Ethan was like, "I don't want you watching my video. I ask you that you take this." I would tell him to fuck off, because that is fair use. Fuck you. What are you going to do about it? Try proving that in court. After every second I give commentary, fuck you. Now that's one of those circumstances or where I know I'm doing enough commentary. Obviously, I'll tell somebody to fuck off. Problem is sometimes it could be Kathy messing with you. Yeah, it could. Could be. So we just we make sure it's not Kathy. That's the goal. What if someone's a Zionist and thinks you're just rambling nonsense instead of a good thing in the legal system? That's not how it works. Good thing that's never how it's worked in terms of, that's never how it worked. The substance of what Aiko says is very little and provides almost little to nothing to the video each time. The length is very little and the substance is very little. It's not about whether or not you're saying something it's about whether or not you're adding your own content, your actual own content to the video. Your own value, basically. if I were to put on Aiko's video about the Bad Empanada React, and I feel like I'm watching more of Bad Empanada's video, if it feels more like a watch party than it feels like her content, then, you know, why not just go watch the original video? Now, again, that's subjective to a degree on where that lies in. But if Bad Empanada is watching it and he feels like, you know what? I kind of got a case here. Fuck this piece of shit. I think I could fucking, like, within my right, copyright strike this because I think this person has contributed very little value to this on their own accord. And I feel like I'm kind of getting gypped here. Whatever money this person's making, I could have been making if they had just gone and watched my content. Now, again, hard to really prove for certain, but it's worth getting upset a little bit of being like, you know, regardless of the fact that these audience members, whether or not they would have seen this without Aiko watching it beforehand, I still feel like this person's using my content to make easy content and make easy money. And that pisses me off. And I don't like that. I don't like you using my shit like that. Understandable why somebody would have that, you know, gripe. Talking about being high is not adding enough. I was going to watch Aiko replay the same 5 minutes over and over again when they just want to watch the original. Have you ever tried looking for a clip on Aiko's? I feel like you're misunderstanding the entire point. Disagreeing with the video, especially it changes the nature of the content according to Kratos' case. Disagreeing with the video, especially... Yeah. The other problem is Aiko... This makes her case harder, actually. Is the agreeing with the video probably does make her case harder, because if most of it is just agreeing, right, and you're not adding too much of value in terms of the agreement, it's like, I don't know. What can I tell you? It makes it much more easier for somebody to be like, you know, I kind of don't like somebody just turn this on and letting this go. This is why people had a problem with what Hassan was doing. So this was the issue. And this was actually a legitimate criticism, because this did happen where Hassan would turn on something and let it play for a long time. It depended on the video, obviously. Some things were framed, you know, without context or whatever, or clipped in such a way that made it seem like he was gone for longer. But there is a legitimate concern that, like, some things would play for a little bit longer than necessary. And what does Hassan do when he comes back or whatever? Like, after he lets it play, he'll like add in like an agreement, like a small agreement here or there, and not much more to that. You know, that was the concern. That was the issue. It was a valid issue to raise at that time, where, you know, some people didn't like that being used in such a way. She's not expanding on it at all. She's very passive in her agreement. Yeah. Also, it's boring content. That's the worst part. It's boring. This is what I get concerned about, is that if, like, if I'm reading, for example, even just reading that article there, I'm reading somebody's, like, hard work put together. And if I feel like I'm not adding enough value to it on my own merit, and if I'm passively just agreeing with it instead of like trying to figure out what's going on or challenging it at all, or even just figuring out why I agree with it, then, you know, not only is it like, am I kind of taking away from this person's hard work to, well, I'm not making money, but you know what I mean, to make any content at all. Like, isn't it just boring too? It's just kind of boring. Again, you're missing the point. It's like a watch party. Yeah, somebody sneezed in the house.
I just want to show up. You know, he's doing a live
say
stream.
that if you wanted to,
Like, I want to show up to Firehouse after Raz of the live stream. What the fuck is your problem?
there is a very famous YouTuber who has a friend who lives in the same building. I'm just saying.
Oh, well, that was a claim. I don't know if it was verified, but like Firebat claims.
I was just getting information about specifics, potentially, like being a little vague about it, but there's certain people in this house right now.
Lily Tino's friend lives in the same apartment building.
Lily Tino.
That's right. I forgot
Lily
about
Tino. That name's
Yeah, and they're like, I don't know, these people are like such wretched poo-touching A-logs that they know that Firebat lives in the same apartment as the friend of some other trans lolcow. I mean, like, come on, dude. I forgot. I don't know exactly who was in this call. I know there's people like South Tower, whatever, that have been like, A-logging Firebat forever.
Is this a general gist, or should I get more from this? As they get more unhinged here, Alex, or do I got the general gist of this loser wanted to go and harass the rapist freak at their own home? Wait, what's this? Hold on. Purple Perry Gaming has issued the following demands. Repsion in the next 72 hours needs to upload a video apologizing for getting TFB's address and talking about showing up to their house. Okay, so they actually gave the address? Not in the video, I would hope. Please not in the video. Please tell me in the video, in the audio recording, the address is not said. It's not long. I'd listen to the end. Do you have the audio recording so I don't have to listen to? No offense to Perry, because I like Perry, but I don't want to sit here forever with Perry's commentary here. I kind of would rather just listen. If you have the audio, if you have it, otherwise I can just watch it on this end. It's not the end of the world. I have no idea who that is, and I don't give a shit. Aiko Keck. So Aiko is just basically okay with showing up to people's house. Aiko is just okay with showing up to people's house and harassing them. I don't have it? Okay, that's fair. We'll,
like archiving their shit.
We'll try to get to the end of the recording then.
And they have been called out by people such as myself for going too far, and now here they are giving presumably Repsion their address. I don't know if they actually did, but giving Repsion their address.
Sounds familiar. I probably.
The trans woman who...
You don't get to get away with this. You don't get to get away with this. A watch party is not when you watch 5 minutes and then spend an hour ranting about your ex-boyfriends. Dog. In the specific context of what I watched in the Bad Empanada React stream, when you're talking about the substance of the commentary of the video, and your contributions in 5 minutes is very little, not pausing for an hour to rant about ex-boyfriends, it is perfectly understandable why anyone, let alone Bad Empanada, myself, Perry, any fucking random person you could throw out there, if somebody's reacting, I'm sure whether or not they would want to file a copyright strike is another thing. But why somebody would look at that coverage and be like, this is kind of lame. I feel like this person's just kind of taking from this and not really adding very much to this. Passively reacting and passive agreement with soundboard noises is not enough. That's the point I'm making. That's the point. It's not enough. I'm not saying that's every single time, but most times when I see Aiko coverage, I don't feel like it's really, I don't really think it's that good of coverage. I don't really think it's that good of like react content. Personally, I could see why a lot of people would not like that coverage. I can kind of see it. Now, if you're talking about, I watched 5 minutes, I watched an Aiko stream where 5 minutes into the coverage of one video, she spends an hour ranting about ex-boyfriends out of nowhere. That's her own substantive content at that point. That's perfectly fine. Whether or not that's good content isn't a totally subjective thing. Whether or not people enjoy watching that, that's another thing. But that's fine. That's not what I'm talking about.
Is kind of bricky and keeps talking about her pussy with cake pops.
Oh!
Yeah, she's like,
Lily
I am
Tino,
converting
yeah, I
my
don't like this
marshmallow
person.
wine into a marshmallow tunnel.
Wait, Lily Tino lives in Washington?
No, but Alessio's friend lives in the same building.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, interesting.
Wait, are you including the waffle stomp lore?
No.
Yes!
I don't even know what that is.
No.
Oh my god,
apparently shits in the shower and then stops it down the drain.
Yes, oh my god, this is my most recent stream.
It's not. Yeah, Reption is not power.
And these people are like worthless, right? Because they'll like obviously the waffle stomp stuff is funny or whatever. Like, how are you going to how are these people speaking about breaking the law and fucking with somebody IRL in the same giddy tone they are? Oh, did you know that they poop in the shower? Like, how? It's just they're fucking. These people are deranged. These people are fucking deranged. What else do they fucking say? Like, they have no fucking standards. They have no fucking standards. They have no fucking restraint. They're saying that they want to IRL fuck with the spirit. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, you know? Listen, I want to be clear. There have been times where I felt like I've gone too far with the Firebat coverage, right? And that was just me, Firebat's doing call-ins. Here's a link to the call-ins. That's what I think is too far.
Wouldn't that be like, is that classified as a brigade on the technicality? I think it would probably. Yeah, maybe. Or is that specifically catered towards like just chat, the actual chat or something? I would imagine that, yeah. If you're sending a link out to like the specific VCs with the intent of like trolling this person with your community, that's a bit of a brigade, yeah.
And too poo touchy or whatever.
It's a bit,
is fucking. Oh wow, here's a link to their chat. I think even that's like kind of like excessive. And these people are giving docs info, encouraging someone to fuck with them IRL. It's insane.
And the wife outed him on stream that he pressed in the shower.
And stomped it down the drain. Yes, I covered it yesterday.
All right, I'm clearly behind. Let me. Do you have a timestamp for that exact?
There's a whole argument that happened between here. I'll DM it to you.
Man, see, I was gonna release my video tonight. I don't think I'm going to. I'll release it tomorrow.
He did that, and I told him to remove the link at the time chat was split. Like, I kind of understand why somebody would do that. I don't think you should, but I kind of understand why it would be like funny to like link to the thing and be like, go troll on the VC or whatever. I kind of understand because like you're trying to have like a little bit of fun. I kind of get that, but like the doxing somebody's house and going in and trolling, it's like, that's a whole nother level, obviously. Yeah, he linked it in a stream chat while Firebat was alive.
Argument. So like if you go to the time where it's 46:30, I think. Yeah. Hold on, let me write it down in your DM just so you don't forget.
You know that this makes you a frontline news reporter, right, Femias?
Yeah. So Kanya versus Firebat fight goes off the rails. The whole fight is
Right, and there's more of it. I just woke up randomly like 3 minutes ago. Well, Spencer, great Firebat update. People are trying to. Repsion, pictured here on screen. He's very angry. He doesn't like rapists. Not one bit. And so he's asking for Firebat's address to go fuck with them IRL at their house and stream it.
best because
That's part one of the call. Then there's more of it here.
We should do more than just go to his house. I think we should do more. More. The rapist needs to suffer.
Spencer, we need to hold the old Firebat archive stuff hostage. Spencer, Repsion, I'm Purple Parrot Gaming. I have access to thousands of hours of Firebat footage that no one else has archived. If you, Repsion, do not apologize, do not post a main channel video apologizing to Firebat for the audio we just heard of you saying that you would show up to their house to fuck with them, I will get my people, my agents, my top guy Spencer, to delete the archive. I will get him to delete the archive. Thousands of hours of content.
Oh wait, you could just have the archive but just never send it. Why would he delete the archive? He just really wanted to make he really wants to make sure it never gets into Repsion's hands.
Of crazy A-log material. Gone like that. In a moment. The ball is now in your court, Repsion, to do the right thing. And disavow your own statements, Femu's for encouraging those statements, as well as their disgusting behavior, where they make fun of molestation victims. And to, in that video, apologize to me. Apologize to me in that video. I need you to apologize to Firebat and to me, Repsion. Because you're making me look bad. You're letting me down by engaging in this disgusting behavior. I believe in ethical, lolcow journalism, Repsion, and I would like an apology for the way that you have made me look.
I think that's perfectly reasonable. Apologize to Perry.
Do not delete the archive. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Miller. I'm sorry, Miller.
Do not delete the archive you promised me.
I need to take radical action. It's not in my hands anymore. It's not in my hands anymore. It's in Repsion's hands. If Repsion is going to giggle about showing up to this person's house, what do you think is worse, Miller? Me deleting an archive? Or this?
All of our names.
Firebat is like so illiterate. It's so
Oh
funny.
yeah, he's the genuine.
I'm defensive as fuck.
Or this. Or this.
Yeah, and I would totally fucking do this, and I want to do it. Like, I don't even know how I should ask this. Does anybody know where his actual address is, like where he lives? I know he's.
It's so crazy to ask this. This should be like, not even close. It should not even be close to something on your mind. I was 40 seconds of not talking. In addition was passive agreement. Another 40 seconds and reacting with confusion. I get what you're trying to do. You're trying to snark the fuck out of me. I get what you're trying to do. You think this is substantive commentary in your chat here? You think this is substantive snarking? Let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing. It's not. It's not. Should I actually go show you? Can we find the bad empanada? Did she delete it? Do we have to go over it bit by bit? And I have to explain to you what was wrong with it and why he was upset with it? We can't find it, can we? Probably not. You're lucky here. Because I was going to sit down and explain to you very thoroughly over a long period of time. She said she was going to delete it. Wow. Amazing. It's almost like you kind of missed the entire point of what I was saying. Over a elongated period of time of coverage, there is nothing but... Okay, here we go. Don't know what to tell you. 10 minutes. We're done with the topic. I want to sit here. I feel like I have to explain something that is very fucking simple to understand. And then this passive fucking snarking of like, oh, you're doing the exact same behaviors. As if my point wasn't that over a long period of time, over a coverage of an entire fucking hour 30 long video, that the amounts of times that this was happening was enough to substantiate over a period of 5 minutes of somebody watching to be like, I think this is fucking trash. I want you to be copyright struck. And if you don't stop watching this, then I'm going to do that to you. Like, I'm doing this. I'm looking over the coverage of somebody, and I know that I do the same fucking behaviors. Your fucking snarky fucking comments is not an example of me doing this behavior over an elongated period of time of having nothing but worthless commentary the entire fucking time. And just soundboard designs. I think it's super understandable. And pretending like it's not understandable, my fucking criticism, and as if you don't fucking understand what the fuck I'm talking about, and why somebody would make the decision to do that, like Bad Empanada did. And I even said that Bad Empanada would probably do this to me, or Queenman, or anyone else, when you completely misunderstand my fucking point. It's very frustrating to hear the fucking snark. That snark is garbage. As if you said anything that was meaningful.
Off the top of your head, because I have
very annoying. Tried to handle it respectfully. Tried to fucking calm down and just tell you. But I think you know. I think you know what the fuck I'm saying. And that's why I timed out for 10 minutes.
Yeah, and I would totally fucking do this, and I want to do this. I want to stream bomb in my IRL.
Oh my god! Oh my god! That would be so Kino. That would be so fucking Kino.
Yeah,
I do not.
No, I already.
Extreme measures need to be on the table, dude. I'm gonna become a radical from some of these fucking chatters. Like, okay. I love you all, but god damn, man.
Which of these is worse? Which of these two actions is worse, Miller? Which of these actions is worse? It's out of my hands. It's out of my hands. Repsion, you have
also 40 seconds, then you make a snark, then the criticism is 40 seconds, and here's your snark contribution. Here's the contribution. It's passive agreement, as if part of my critique wasn't that it was 3 minutes or 5 minutes or 2 minutes or elongated periods of times, not 40 seconds.
72
Fuck, man. Holy shit. You just triggered the fuck out of me. You have a fucking talent. You have a talent for it. I control awe so hard right now, but I will refrain. Well, if awe is not upset and returns after 10 minutes, you control them then.
First to respond. Or this archive.
God, actually blood boiling fucking shit you just did to me.
Is going to go bye-bye. It's going to have to go bye-bye. 72 hours. Or this archive goes bye-bye. Exclusive content no one else is out.
Awesome. I think I get it. Is there any more? Okay. God damn. I get it. Okay. Let's see right here.
Oh, I should clarify.
Perhaps I should just start disagreeing. Then I would make substantive commentary. As if I ever said that. As if that was the only thing I ever said. That disagreement is the only substantive commentary. No, actually what I said was, if you're agreeing too much in such a passive way and you're not adding any more value to the agreement or any more exploration into the topic, that's probably what the fuck I'm saying. Damn, bro.
And I mean, so at yesterday with Paris Miller, to be clear. If you guys think, oh, we already have an archive, just to be clear, because Miller archives.
Okay, I think we get it. There's nothing more. Whatever I'm missing, Perry's commentary is just making it. Not that he's doing bad commentary. It's just, what more am I gonna gain? Okay, what more am I gonna gain from that? Holy fuck, man. Jesus.
Okay.
This was on the topic list. She's upset with Kyle Kulinski for being edgy. Can't wait to hear Brittany dude, as if I wasn't triggered enough. Because I've already heard a tiny bit of this, and oh my god, dude. I'm so sick of these people throwing so hard. Their vibes are so off. They make me, dude, they make me want to be, I can see why some people get reactionary based off vibes that Brittany Simon produces here. It's the most fucking woke scoldy behavior imaginable. Oh my God, dude.
It's no one's fault. It's everyone's responsibility.
Okay.
You are responsible for keeping people safe. And when you don't do...
Is it just me too? By the way, hold on. I don't know if anyone's remembered Brittany Simon past material. But I feel like there was a point where Brittany Simon... I'm not saying this is every time. No, okay. I don't know if this is a worthy criticism. Probably not. Okay. No, I can't do that. I can't be that guy who says she's like this every time I see her. Because there's like a plethora of commentary out there that she's made. I'm sure she's in a better mood at other instances. I was going to say, it feels like she's like always in a worse mood or something like that. Or she's always like super, like she's like the fun police. This is also it's like the fun police here. Like, I feel like this person is like the fun police in terms of like, I'm just philosophy talking right now, and like, here's the numerical scale of like this person's contribution. I feel like Hassan is like too much of like a misogynist, and it's like always the fun police of like, let me get like super descriptive on how this person is like the worst, or not the worst person, but like this person is like not that good of a person, and you guys are, it's just like the worst commentary too. It's like the worst fucking things that you pinpoint and nitpick over. God damn, man, these people fucking frustrate me.
do that, it's now your responsibility to do something about it. Okay? That's the point. Okay, now, with that said, let's talk about this new thing from Kyle Kulinski and everything, because he just continues to have the worst takes ever.
Oh, wow. Okay. It's already bad.
So there is this pipeline, okay, of boy podcasts to politics. Okay, I'm going to watch a TikTok, then we're going to watch Kyle. I'm not a fan of Kyle Kulinski, even though I used to be. I find him to be too much of a dude bro. At the end of the day, his suggestion to be as ruthless and dirty and disgusting as Republicans is so destiny coded. The two of them might as well be together. And I am never going to do anything that supports the mindset that we should be.
It's so cringe, dude. Because basically, say what you want about Destiny. There's a threshold of like where Destiny's behavior. The actual problem with Destiny's behavior is not that it's not that he's making edgy jokes, and it's the actual conduct of his behavior, the actual sexual misconduct, or the actual bullying and gaslighting and psychological abuse that he does to people in his life. That's the actual problems. And then doing this conduct that would onto his son or any other person in his life. It's basically like it's more personal, and this is being reframed into this idea of like, because this person is like super edgy and says edgy stuff here or there, that means they have nothing of value to contribute, and that means like you should never listen to them, and they're just bad holistically for the left. And Kyle Kulinski's just like Destiny in this sense, where Kyle Kulinski has a couple edgy dude bro like things that he says here or there, or language that normal people tend to have used in their lives that they can relate to some degree, that would feel comfortable, and the idea that, you know what, this person is pretty far progressive, but they kind of understand and they're kind of normal about why somebody like I, myself, would say, I don't know, say retard for a slur or anything like that, like why they would think like I think. And they're talking to me on a down-to-earth level that I can kind of understand, and they make jokes like I probably would. It's like saying, it's like saying like, you can't, I don't, dude, it's just so frustrating. It's tone policing. It's just tone policing.
Ugly as ugly people. So for political people on YouTube who advocate to go...
Also, I'm sorry, dude. There's maybe like one or two things I could pinpoint that Kyle Kulinski has said that might be over the line, where I can actually see a legitimate criticism of like, you probably shouldn't have made that joke. Probably actually over the line. Not the end of the world, but like, Let's probably not do that. Like, I can think like of a billion different things that Destiny has done where it's primarily like, and this is mostly due to his own character, where he has made specific jokes that are glorifying, sanitizing, certain perspectives that actually lead to real harm. To suggest that Kyle is like Destiny in this regard is not even remotely true. Again, I think the worst thing I can think of was like he posted a meme where it had it was like Indian face or something like that, and it was something like derogatory towards Indians or whatever, but it was about like how like Elon Musk abuses them or some shit like that, or like they had like used they had went and created accounts that were portraying themselves as like Americans or something like that, or something else. It was like bot farms or something. It was something related to that. And I don't remember the exact context, but it was basically just the way that it was portrayed as a meme can come off as like pretty grapery, pretty kind of like racially insensitive, to say the least. But I don't think the point of the joke that he was trying to convey there was that Indians are below or something like that, or that there's a problem I have with Indians or something. It was just the poor framing, dude.
Low as Republicans, useless, not helpful, not good. We do not want violence. We do not want to become ugly people.
That's not true. That's not true. Okay? You're wrong. You're wrong. People do want violence. Do you know why? Because people were celebrating Luigi Mangione. People do actually want violence. How do you think any of this thing, how any of these things are actually going to happen through fruition? End goal, end state. How do you think most of these things are probably going to pan out? That's probably what realistically is going to happen. People want it in the sense of they want change. They don't know that they want this, but they do want this. People are pissed. People actually do want these things. People are pissed. We don't want the left to become like Republicans. It's like, I kind of want people to have like a backbone. I kind of want people to have balls. And in terms of inflicting state violence, you would inflict state violence appropriately on the people who are abusing the system to make reforms. You kind of do want something akin to demagification. No? Well, do you not think state violence would happen that way? Do you not presume that certain things that you want to flourish, to have growth, will require violence? You're a fucking sped.
Destiny coded, the two of them might as well be together. And I am never going to do anything that supports the mindset that we should be as ugly people.
This feels like the meme. Can I find this? No, you know what? I'm just going to describe it because I don't have all day. It feels like the meme of like when you go up and you're like, say in a video game, you're about to go up and kill the main villain who's about to commit a like mass slaughter, genocide or whatever. You pull out your gun and it's like, the villain's like, you know what? You're no different than me. Like, everyone's like me. Everyone's out for blood and like. Do you think, killing me now will stop more violence? The end goal of what you're doing actually will resolve in like actual peace or whatever, or a better future, generally speaking. And it's like saying these are equivalent. Stopping the madman right now, or stopping the mad administration right now. You're just equivalent to them. You're just as ugly as them. The fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? Blood, what are you talking about?
So for political people on YouTube who advocate to go as low as Republicans, useless.
No, you do need to go low. Why? Because they have chosen to go extremely low. And it seems like the adequate response to fighting people that are going this low, who have no rules, is to do that low behavior in an act of self-defense. I'm sorry, that's just the fucking truth of the matter. Sorry it hurts your fucking feelings. Sorry it doesn't fit your moral compass of the numerical values of your attitudes. They're like a 1 to me. Your life is like a 1 to me. You're like valueless. You're like worthless. Remember when this stupid fucking loser was describing her brother's life as fucking worthless, as on the numerical value scale? Dude, I can't even say it right now. I'm so fucking pissed. This fucking filth wants to tell me how to fucking run my life, how we should conduct ourselves when fighting fascism. Fuck off.
Not helpful. Not good. We do
Fuck
not
you. Fuck you. Actually, fuck you. Fuck off. You're not helpful. This little fucking flag in the bottom right corner and this fucking virtue signal of I have the best fucking morals and values and principles. My philosophy. I think everyone's in this little bubble and I'm trying to get everyone to understand that everyone's like misogynist and Hassan's bad or this person's bad and but they don't fit my fucking criteria of a perfect person. Well, how about fuck you? How about fuck you? Not everyone's gonna be fucking perfect. Yeah, Kyle's not fucking perfect. You know who also isn't fucking perfect? Bad Empanada. You know who's also not fucking perfect? Fucking Queeman. You know who's also not fucking perfect? J-Stock. You know who's not perfect? Me. Hassan's not fucking perfect. No one's fucking perfect. No one's gonna live up to your fucking standards. Worthless. Coalition has to build up fucking allies. To some degree or another. And I'm not saying all these people that I list are in this specific criteria of political advocacy or something, you know what I mean? But the general principle applies. The general standard applies of these are your allies that you have to work with. People will grow and change over time. And you know what? Some people will stay stagnant and will not be perfect in the long run. MLK wasn't perfect. Fucking Bernie Sanders is not perfect. In fact, most of these people kind of in one way or another supported pretty horrible things. And that's part of what is the problem with Bad and Banada's, criterias, is that realistically what he wants is America to be destroyed because he thinks of the criteria of certain advocates, which is not necessarily false, fully. Some of these advocates are harmful in certain ways. But guess what? This is a system that you have to work with. These are the people that you have to work with in conjunction. And, as far as we can go, wherever we have to stoop, whatever rules we have to break, in the meantime, to survive is moral. To combat a unjust, disgusting administration. Sorry. That I know it doesn't sound nice here, but that is true. I get the sentiment, Emery, but your side will always be defined by your worst actors. Yeah, that's part of the problem. But guess what? The sad thing is, no matter what, that was, I'm saying to get anything done, you have to collaborate with the people that are imperfect, are your worst actors. And this doesn't negate their contributions as a whole.
Violence. We do not want to become ugly people. We do not want to become hateful. We don't want to have to use...
We already are hateful. What do you... You don't understand anything. You're like in a little bubble. You're like in a little fantasy world. There's appropriate vectors of hate. There's appropriate measures of hatred. And then there's being consumed by hatred. My appropriate displays of hatred are going to go to those people accordingly. I am not going to be consumed by hatred, but I have to equip that hatred for that time and utilize it at the appropriate time. This is what Kyle is doing. This is what anyone else on our left-hand side is doing.
Slurs in an edgy way so we can contend with Republicans. No, I will not be as ugly as the Republicans. Because again, I think the thing that led people to even being Republican in the first place was an ugliness within themselves that gets pushed out into the world, that makes them double down on their bad ideas. And I want to free people from their bad ideas. Okay, so first the TikTok, then we'll go into Kyle Kulinski.
The hatred is at the bad ideas, at the political ideology. The hatred is our side, our good ideas are being snuffed out at their own self-interest. So what do we have to do sometimes? This is not even all the time. Zoran Mondani is a perfect example of somebody that is appropriately, because also it's important for someone in his position, mind you, to be in the position of attacking the notion that socialism or democratic social, or like, capitalist socialism, however you want to define the structure, those policies that don't work. He's making them work over time. And he's handling people that are full of hatred in appropriate manners and making them like him. But this only goes so far. So when Trump responds to people like Mamdani with hostility, and it becomes transparent that at a certain point, you do have to respond with some means of hatred, then that time will come, right? But like, it has to be used appropriately, tonally. Kyle and Hassan are in positions, a lot of pundits are in positions where they are a lot more free will, free to express their adamant hatred, rightfully so, their rightful hatred at these people and these systems as it stands. To suggest that it's inappropriate to use this edgy comment or this edgy humor or this and this and this and this, because then you're just stooping to their level. Well, how do you think their level even won in the first place? How do you even think they get where they get in the first place? They bulldoze with this demeanor. They bulldoze with this aggressive behavior. Fighting back appropriately means getting just as aggressive in your defense, in a self-defensive measure, and more, quite frankly, and more. Expand more. Illegalize being Republican. Remove the party. Treat it as how the communists are treated, quite frankly. Because it is destructive as a party. It should be treated with contempt, rightfully so.
Okay.
Pipeline is more than just a bunch of political videos. It's like a cultural movement that actually exists in every single hobby you can imagine. It's everywhere. It's in lifting. It's in hunting. It's in rap music. It's in tabletop games. Like, there are alt-right people who lie in wait and build massive audiences. I mean, fucking huge. They become pillars of these hobbies. And they don't talk about politics once. At all. They don't actually express any political opinion. What they do is that how they actually
shaking my head in agreement. Okay, what's the point? Move on.
Their hobby itself becomes a bunch of dog whistles for political opinions, and people dig into that in the comments, and then that leads people off of those hobbies or off of those spaces.
Nodding, shaking my head, nodding, shaking my head, nodding. Cool, awesome.
Pages. Like, that's the change. This
point-
is why after the election, when people were like, oh, we need a Joe Rogan to the left, it's like, no. What you need is you need like 100 people who do shit like Joe Rogan, right? Who do their own hobbies, who don't talk about politics, and you just need them to also to happen to be leftists. That's what you need. You don't need more fucking people to lecture people about, you know, about like fucking Marxism.
Heard
Like,
this about a billion times. Cool,
Nobody
cool.
needs that. Like, what the internet needs as a proper cultural reaction would be, 100, 1,000 hobby channels that just get big enough that they become their
No
own
one disagrees with this. No, there's no problem with this. What's the point?
There's their own counter narrative
Move on to the
inside
point.
of the hobbies. That's what you need.
So this happened a while back with tabletop games when the quartering was banned. I forget which one he was banned from. Maybe you guys remember. The quartering was banned from, I think it's Magic the Gathering, because he was being so misogynistic. There were a few guys who were banned from being in these communities because everything they did was so misogynistic. And that, I think there's something to this that's really powerful. You start to love a guy, you start to love a musician, you start to love a person. And then even with this Charlie Kirk stuff, you realize how many of the people you liked, you didn't know their political views. Well, now you know. This happened in the gym bro bubble, because I do love me a gym bubble. And the gym bubble is very conservative, generally speaking. And I waited to see if the girls I follow in the gym bubble posted anything about Charlie Kirk or followed anyone. I had to unfollow some gym girlies because they were following Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro. I was like, absolutely not. Okay, I do. I go through the people I follow and I see they're following. And if they're following any of these people, I unfollow them. I'm not interested. Because if they want to play some neutral, well, the president, or, well, I just like some of the things he says, no. Okay, so I think that there is.
How do you think you're acting here? What do you think why do you think you make these decisions? Like, think about this. Where does this stem from? Where does this stem from, Brittany? Why do you make these decisions exactly? Disappointment. Right? Anger. Resentment. Concern. Why? Where does this stem from? Stems from their support of a political project that has decimated the lives of God only knows how many lives and counting over a period. And this isn't just Trump years. This is, well, really, it's not just the Republicans, it's Democrats too, but that's a whole other thing. Bush years, Reagan years, Trump years. What do you think this stems from? You think there's like maybe a hatred, a contempt that you have, a resentment you have of that political party, right? Do you think you make these decisions to unfollow these people because they personally affected you? These people personally affected you in one way, shape, or form? No. You make these out of pure contempt. Immeasurable contempt. That's what you make these choices off of. That's how you're already operating, Brittany. You think you're any fucking different? You think you're really any fucking different? You're just doing a high and mighty, I'm above all you. You know, I just don't associate with any of these people. I just I passively, aggressively, just, that's the key word here, aggressively just, ignore all these people because all their, thoughts and opinions on politics is inherently worthless and disgusting, right? Yeah. Do you think you probably, write them off as people overall? Where do you think that fucking comes from, stupid fucking loser? Where do you think that comes from? Where do you think that comes from? Contempt. Hatred. You're not fucking better than us. You're not fucking better than us. In fact, you're fucking worthless. To me, at least. That's subjective. Fuck. Oh my god. This person angers the fuck out of me. Snobby, fucking smug, fucking existence. Fuck. I'm actually, triggered. I actually just have all my rage. It's all centered on this moment. Are you kind of being misogynist right now? No, because I've expressed the same Rage for Asmongold. I'm not being sexist here. Not this time. I'm not being misogynistic here. Not this time.
I don't know if this is exactly the solution, but I think the conversation is interesting. I also think it's why gamers tend to be political, because all of a sudden you're just gaming, and now, okay, and now all of a sudden we're talking about trans people. Notice some of the most homophobic, misogynistic, remember Gamergate, hello? Fun fact, I was a liberal when Gamergate happened, and it pushed me into progressivism. The way I saw men respond to Anita Sarkeesian pushed me more progressive, because I was like, oh my God, you are misogynist, you are sexist.
I mean, that is true. That is true.
I was a liberal, and I was like, oh, this is not the
Yeah,
answer.
and what does that make you feel? How does that make you feel? They're like less than, they're like pieces of filth. Like their perspectives are like inherently worthless. Like you don't want to associate with them. There's like contempt. You think like they add in a vicious cycle of vicious morals and principles, dubious, that like strip people of their like human rights. Yeah, you think so, right? Like, oh my God, dude.
You all are responding to her way too hard. You are not being cool. Gamergate, even with the article happening with oh, I can't remember her name right now. The one girl who wrote the article, but Anita Sarkeesian specifically, the way they went for her, that was it. I was like, oh, this can't be good. You know what I mean?
And you know what it would have been appropriate? Instead of doing like everything on the back foot, the responses should have been more aggressive. Woke 2 should have happened. Woke 2 should have happened at that point where you got more aggressive of like, oh, actually you're like just like filth and nobody should ever fuck you. Nobody should ever be near you because you're a rapist. You're probably a rapist freak because your takes on Anita Sarkeesian are fucking deranged. Your unhealthy obsession with this stupid fucking gaming journalism and gaming news and stuff like that, it's unhealthy. You need help. You should be put in a fucking mental asylum. Because it was deranged. There was people that went to deranged proportions. And it was normalized to treat these people as the villains. When realistically, man, like, it just wasn't the case. It just wasn't the case. And they got away with a lot of what they did. They ruined these people's lives in the ways that they did because, quite frankly, the other side didn't push back hard enough.
Tell me Patty passes. As far as I know, Lee Beef Patty is not a conservative, and she does seem to pass all the tests. Please, Lord in heaven, let Lee Beef Patty be consistent. She seems to be good, but you never know with these gym people, but I hope so. Same with Jesse James West. They collab a lot. Fingers crossed. He seems to be one of the good ones. Okay? Fingers crossed, okay? So it's one of those things where, Chatter, don't make me gag. It says, why do progressives continue to support the exploitation of animals? Animal agriculture.
Like your refusal. Also, here's the other thing. Here's the problem. Is the refusal to engage. Now, that's your own personal decision, I suppose. I can't force anyone to make these decisions. But your refusal to engage with these people, by the way, and push back on these people, lets them do what they're doing tenfold, right? It's complicit, actually. Because if you don't hammer back to the best of your, means, right? Then they just kind of get away with the narrative unscathed overall. Like, they get a lot more leeway. I'm not saying Brittany Simon alone is responsible. I'm just saying if you lead with a mindset of like, oh, I'm just going to ignore everyone and, sit in my own little bubble, by the way, because what you're doing is bubble behavior, then these people really get away with a lot more than they should. The unfortunate thing is that you have to have stupid fucking narcissistic, psychopathic losers like Destiny for a brief period of time at least, push back on these deranged fucking narcissistic, whiny, rightoid fucking fascists on their takes, their racist takes, their sexist takes, transphobic takes, all of this stuff. And then you give a lot of ground to the liberal, by the way, that's, is presenting himself as an ally when he, clearly wasn't that much more of an ally in terms of certain situations, right? It's the problem is the neoliberalism. The problem is the overall democratic structure of the overall structure of America and what people were consistent in these morals and principles when applied to stuff like Palestine or foreign policy and stuff like that. So you gave a lot of ground to people like that to be the representatives. The problem with Destiny wasn't just, oh, he's edgy. Because then you reduce, you miss the point of what's wrong with those people. I know Brittany knows it's not as simple as that, but when you frame it as, this is just what's wrong with this person. No, it's the opinions expressed. It's the patterns of behavior expressed. It's not because this stupid fucking loser decided to say a slur or two. That's really not what the problem is. It's more about the conduct of overall behavior.
Is vile terrible for the
I don't think I can ever think of any example of Kyle even remotely, and to put them in the same bracket is disgusting. You're actual filth for doing this. It's like saying this Destiny and Kyle are the fucking same because they've made some edgy jokes. You're fucking wholly worthless. Loosen up, you fucking loser.
Not necessary for health. Why not reject the oppression of animals? I think it's a journey, and I think everyone comes to the realization of everything in their life when it hits them personally, at home, realistically embodied. You can't expect people to do it overnight, but I think it's a good question, okay? But I think you have to understand, and I think I do about everything, that people only come to realizations when they come to them. So maybe people will come to the realization, maybe they won't. But you don't want people to come to the realization performatively. You want it to be embodied and real, okay? So you got to keep tabs on that, okay? You want it to be a real embodied experience. That's, I think, so important. Whether the embodied experience is to side on caution or the embodied experience is to go all the way and be like, I'm vegan. But vegan philosophically is a philosophically I have to come to.
God, I do not care. Holy shit, I do not care.
To say about this. This is from the podcast Joshua Citarelli? I don't know who this is at all. This is them. And they had Kyle Kulinski on, and I think we should talk about this section.
Right. On the topic of, I want to segue us into this, on this topic of alt media, why is the right wing so overwhelmingly dominant? There's a 2025 Media Matters study, I'm sure you've seen this, and we can dispute their method of categorization and all this stuff, but they report, and I think it's fair to say, it's 90% dominated by conservative voices. Why do you think that is?
I think they're willing to shitpost. I think they're willing to be edgy. I think they're willing to, push boundaries. They're willing to do the things that naturally and organically get more eyeballs on them. And I think that's tied into, you don't start overtly political. You start with just something interesting and edgy, and then eventually you become political. Yeah. Again, it's like the Rogan thing that we talked about before. And they're willing to do that. Whereas I feel
edgy can mean a lot of different ways. Basically, edgy just means you're doing some form of over the line a little bit, controversial behavior, or whatever. In terms of edgy humor, that's basically what it means. You can make progressive jokes or progressive political stances, and edgy over the line means. Let's not sit here and pretend American Dad or any other sitcom like South Park hasn't, made edgy jokes that have had constructive political messages. They've also have pretty problematic ones as well. But let's not pretend this isn't something that was out of the realm of possibility. This is just a ridiculous standard. It's like fun policing. It's like a presentation of yourself as willing to fight back is kind of important here. Fighting back in general and, lessening the strength of this very specific, optically strengthened position, as in, I'm willing to say the crazy thing, being willing to go to that level, but do it for overall progressive messages is kind of vital, I think.
There's still a little bit of an aversion to be actually edgy, actually push boundaries, actually hey, look at me, get some attention by doing something crazy. Yeah. And I think we suffer as a result of that. And yeah, hearing those numbers is, that's a dagger to my heart too. 90%, that's what that study said, 90% right wing. Yeah. Oh my God, we got a lot of work to do, man.
Speaking of being edgy, you recently called the president.
Notes here. It's pushing those lines is the only reason that people are regretting their decisions to back Trump or back Republicans at this point is because it's vibes also. This is the important thing people keep forgetting is this is based off vibes, unfortunately, not necessarily specific policies and statistics all the time. That's not as factored as you would imagine, unfortunately. And like pretending as if we didn't lose, that we lost, that we didn't lose because part of it was how Trump was just advocating for himself on specific, not even niche, specific platforms that would cater to those kind of, interests, those kind of like talking points, those edgy jokes or whatever, is just delusional. I'm sorry. Like, he got some groundwork off of that. He got some strength off of that.
I'm a fat retard. How do you consider your online presence on X or Twitter or what have you?
Right? So, listen, we should have a discussion about slurs and words and what they mean. And my Discord and I are always having those conversations, right? We use words so casually. We have these conversations. Again, the conversation is what standard are we setting and what standard are we adhering to as public figures and / as private figures? Because I do think you have to show up more professionally in public than you do at your home, right? When I'm at home, I might be picking my nose, blowing my nose, might be gross, might be, who knows what I'm doing. I'm not gonna do that on stream where I'm being professional. I'm not Eden Ross and XQC who pick their nose on stream and eat their own toenails. There should be a professional standard, okay? So what you do in your home, okay, is different than what you do here. Okay, what you do in your bathroom is different than what you do on screen. So Kyle Kulinski using that particular ableist, insult towards Trump is a conversation we need to have.
Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? He's a retard. Who cares? Retard. I don't care. I don't care. Holy fuck, I don't care. Oh my God, I don't care. And I'm so tired of people caring. I'm so tired of people caring about this specific. I'm so tired. It's so boring. It's so boring. This conversation, and in terms of where we're at right now, it's like the Hassan Bad conversation. I get it. I get why you don't. I don't even necessarily disagree, but please, holy fuck, stay locked in. Holy fuck, I don't give a shit that Kyle's has called Trump the R slur. I don't care. God, I do not care. Oh my God, I do not care.
And is this a person that publicly we want to promote? And again, I don't watch Kyle anymore. I found him to be distasteful. I don't follow any of these guys anymore. I feel like a lot of them are just not progressive truly. They're not really progressive. They're not really left. They're not really deconstructing this behavior. And I think this is exactly what I'm talking about. Like,
well, how about this? Stop saying stupid. Stop saying idiot. Stop saying these words. Stop saying any of this language, because I don't think you're deconstructing enough. I think you're being ableist still. Stop doing it. Stop saying any slur ever, period. You're not deconstructing enough. Fucking loser. Throwing the fucking match. Advocating for people to throw the fucking match. Throw the fucking match because this person used the fucking R slur. Grow the fuck up. Grow the fuck up. I'm sorry. Genuinely grow the fuck up.
I understand as a person who has said the R word so many times on stream, who was lectured about it just a couple of years ago, and I was like, I'm not gonna stop saying it. I obviously stopped saying it for a lot of reasons, and by my 40s, I will stop saying a lot of words. Now, we want to make sure we're not policing our language like conservatives do. Remember, I grew up conservative, and
You're absolutely policing. You're literally saying, I don't think we should, signal this guy. I don't think we should advocate working for this guy, working with this guy on anything. When he's probably, I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. Out of all the people you should be saying this about, I don't think Kyle and Hassan are the people you should be saying this about. That's one thing.
Is like a sin. We don't want to move into a bubble where we think words are sinful. We want to move into a bubble where if we are political figures, if we are public figures, if we're in a position of power, maybe some of the way we speak should be changed to set a good standard for public discourse. How we speak to each other publicly, right? Because again, how we speak to each other publicly will impact for the positive how we speak to each other privately, okay? So we want to be those people. We know as adults, if Alexa was recording us for real and they shared all of the tapes, all of us would go down for the way we make jokes in private. The difference is, what is the feeling behind the joke, right? If I'm in a queer community and we're all hanging out and I'm like, oh my God, you're so gay, bro. That's different than hanging out with actual homophobes who are literally gonna say things like, dude, you're gay, don't touch me. Okay, now we have to talk about your homophobia. So we know as adults, this can feel really disingenuous because we know language is so different in different contexts. So pause. What is the context of Kyle Kulinski being a political representation of...
We're getting really specific here. What is the context? Good question. What is the context? Trump is stupid. Everyone agrees with this. Trump said something stupid, likely. So Kyle likely called him a retard because he said something that was retarded, that he said something stupid. And then what is your response? Your response is, you know, I don't really like that, use that like more aggressive slur, that more aggressive usage of this ableist term, right? I don't really like that. So we should throw you out of the coalition. We should not engage with you at all. Point blank period. Fucking brilliant, retard.
The left, being someone, yes, who doesn't take donors, yes, somebody who goes after politicians, yes, and somebody who's being interviewed of what to do with the left, right? His position of power in the context of the conversation makes it so him calling Trump the R word, it's a different standard and should be held to that standard. The question...
I'm sorry. I'm coming off like not so erudite right now, where now it sounds like I'm obsessive about this word, but it's more so that it's fucking annoying that it's so people, or at least this person right here, and some people, it's not everyone on the left, that's not what I'm saying, but there are certain people that talk about this as if like this should be it's like, dude, this is not the time and place, man. It's just not, dude. It really isn't. This is not one of those conversations that you need to be focused in on, where you're like, throw them out the coalition. It's just so inappropriate.
Question is, do we support the standard or not support the standard? So again, I know this conversation gets really like confused, and people go, well, if I can't speak this way publicly, what about privately? And what about if I'm in the shower alone and nobody can hear me? It's like, okay, stop. None of those contexts matter. This is the only context that matters. Is this the standard we want to set? Is this a good standard?
I'm going to be real with you. I really am. I still feel this way. To get this upset about this R slur, I'm sorry. I'm just never going to understand this. Like, emotionally, I guess I understand it that people... Dude, I don't know. I guess this is like a fucking when you're born thing or whatever. I don't know, man. Because, like, I heard this all the fucking time. From people. And only just, like, I don't know, not too recently, but, like, I feel like there was a specific time and place where it just became generally unacceptable to say. And I still don't understand, because I feel emotionally, especially as a autistic person, that I feel no different from this being said to me, or me being called this, as I would if I was being called stupid, or slow, or inept, or idiotic, or any other word. Moron. You need to hold, okay, I'm going to be real. Here's when I'll stop saying the R slur. Here's when I will actually stop saying it, me personally. I will stop saying it when I stop calling people stupid. Sorry. No one's convinced me. It's always been an emotional argument. I don't feel emotionally. I don't feel this sensation of fucking going up to Kyle Kulinski and saying, you shouldn't say this word. Otherwise, you're too problematic for us and you need to be kicked out and not representative of us. I get some words, the N word, for example. I get specific language. This is not one of them. It's just not. No one has been able to convince me. It doesn't seem even possible in my mind.
Okay, let's go back to it.
I just don't get it. You recently called the president, just checking my notes here, a fat retard. How do you consider your online presence on X or Twitter or what have you?
What I've learned from is the right. I learned from the right because I look at them be the most unhinged.
Now notice how this doom scroll guy is not the average example of a normie or anything like that, necessarily speaking. And, I don't know exactly his political thought process or whatever. He interviewed Contra. I don't know if he fully agrees with Contra on Zionism and all that good stuff. But like, I don't get the sense that this guy in particular, notice how this guy in particular doesn't have this like thought process of like, this was controversial to call Trump. Like, this specific word. I feel like there has to hit a precipice, like a certain threshold, where at some point, like if the overarching conversation becomes like, this is an unacceptable word, then I can kind of see it. But we're not even at that threshold here. We're getting close. I guess we're getting okay-ish close to it. But this is, I don't, we haven't hit that precipice here.
Bullies and freaks you've ever seen in your life and get rewarded for it. And it looks to me like people and voters reward
like
strength.
Emotionally, how am I supposed to feel any different when, if like the tweet was, would we be having this conversation? That's the other thing. Would we be having this conversation is, he calls a fat moron. Right? Oh yeah, that's the other part. That is good. That is a good point. Especially in America or in Western places, mostly in America. Do you think like obesity rising and what we put in our, like what's in our foods and people's like problems with their weights and stuff like that, do you think like there should be some sensitivity, admittedly, honestly, a little bit more about, fat phobia, because like the fat phobia thing, I can legitimately see a little bit more of an argument where some people think they're eating healthy and they're being misled and it's a little bit overwhelming. Diets, everyone has problems with their weight. It's more of a, maybe she'll talk about that, but it's more of a factor of like, people normally, are fat phobic and talking about being fat, being ugly, and being accustomed to being ugly, and just casually throwing out around that you're fat as an insult. That's part of it. So maybe Brittany will point this out, but don't know why that's not being pointed out yet, but maybe it will be.
More than anything else. And so there's something about the bully that actually is appealing to people. They might not like to admit it, but it's true. And so what I'm doing is copying the tactics of the right.
Well, I don't know if the language is appropriate here for Kyle exactly. I get what he's trying to say, but like probably the language of saying that we're the bully is not exactly appropriate. We're like, it's like when the bully attacks your trans friend or no, actually, when the bully attacks your cis male friend, and then you as a powerful woman stand up to the bully and beat the bully up, or you push the bully back or something like that. You use the equal amount of force that the bully has used against the cis male. Is that over the line? Is that inappropriate as a response?
In an attempt
No, it's not.
To defeat the right.
Yeah, I don't like it. And I don't like the way y'all are talking to each other in my chat, too. So you know who you are. I'm about to mute both of you. Okay? You. Don't make me say your names on chat. Okay? And make you permanent in this VOD.
What is being said in our chat?
That I might clip later. Okay? Stop it.
Fuck. I can't do the skips? Where did my skips thing go? I'm a little annoyed. I don't know where my skips thing went. I wanted to see who was fighting in the chat.
Endless bullies and freaks you've ever seen in your life and get rewarded for it. And it looks to me like people and voters reward strength more than anything else. And so there's something about the bully.
It's about the actual Bernie politics of it all or something.
Is appealing to people, but they might not like to admit it.
Wow, I actually fucking, hold on, 159.54. I need my fucking skips things back. There it is. There we are.
Attempt to defeat the right.
Yeah, I don't like it. And I don't like the way y'all are talking to each other in my chat, too. So you know who you are. I'm about to mute both of you. Okay? You. Don't make me say your names on chat. Okay? And make you permanent in this VOD that I might clip later. Okay? Stop it. Stop it. You know who you are. Stop it. Stop enticing the chat for no reason. You are, I can't tell what your tone is, but it sounds aggravating. You are fighting with each other. And you are the common denominator, so stop it. Okay? Slow it down. We're literally watching a video of a man using language to escalate tension. You are escalating tension.
Oh my god, you fucking loser. You're such a fucking loser. He's escalating tension. Oh my god. He called Trump a fat retard. He's escalating the tension. Oh. Meanwhile, Trump threatening to end a whole civilization. Oh, Kyle, why are you threatening? Why are you escalating the tension here? Why are you escalating the political tension? Meanwhile, the right, calling fucking trans people groomers. Dude, fuck off, dude.
Okay, we can see which one you are. You were the one escalating tension.
Fuck
Calm
off.
down. Or I will mute you because it sounds like you need a timeout. Okay? Also, for passionate vegans in my chat, I hear you. Relax. Okay?
It's fucking smug philosophy, stupid fucking loser. As like a little dictatorial like control of the chat, and people like argue with each other, getting like super upset at like people arguing with each other in the chat. I need you guys to get along now. You're escalating tension just like Kyle Kulinski is escalating tension with Trump.
It's a journey. Relax. We're genociding Palestinians right now. People are having a hard time caring about chickens. You need to relax.
Yeah, okay. Maybe we should focus more on that. That seems to be a worthwhile concern. I think you agree with me. I think we're on that same position. Maybe the time shouldn't be devoted to this. Maybe the time shouldn't be devoted to this. In terms of Kyle Kulinski called Trump a fat retard. That's very hurtful. It's increasing ableism. I think you review ask Kyle Kulinski his policies on helping out. His policy takes on whether or not we should value the lives of disabled people, and whether or not we should contribute to the healthcare of these people, right? Do you think Kyle Kulinski would be like, you should go up to like any disabled child and call them a retard? Do you think he would say that, or do you think he would like minimize their lives? Or do you think realistically he's probably just utilizing this word as another means, as it has been used before in the past and will continue to be used, whether you like it or not, as a means of calling somebody stupid, as people have obviously done for a while now. Now, the conversation probably should go to a specific direction, right? Where should we call people stupid or dumb or slow or this or that, anything in this vicinity? Don't you think like we should probably not use ableist language like that? Maybe that's where the conversation should go to, because restricting it to this specific way of this specific word here is really naughty and bad. I'm still not seeing it, guys.
It's a journey. We're all animals on a planet figuring it out. Calm down, or I'll mute you too. Okay?
So bad that I think we should get rid of this guy out of the coalition. I think he contributes nothing. I actually think he's just as equivalent as Destiny, who is a sex pest freak.
Everybody, relax. Going back to a white man who's saying the R word.
We're seeing this now with the gerrymandering fight too, right? We're going to get 5 more seats in Texas.
Also, white man saying the R word here, like, dude, you are white. Shut the fuck up. Shut your dumb ass up. You are white. You are white. You are white as well.
Gavin Newsom goes, okay, well, we're going to wipe that out and do 5 more Democratic seats in California. And then you have Beto O'Rourke comes out. Beto O'Rourke, who's a corporate Democrat, he goes, fuck the rules. There are no rules anymore. There are no referees. Whatever you do, we're going to do the same shit. And that's the mentality that people on the left have been screaming for the Democrats to have.
I normally don't like doing this too, because it's almost unfair, because everyone leads different lives. But you are not in a position to be like, this person should be disregarded completely. Kyle Kulinski has probably been consistently, before your time even, on the right side of all of these fucking topics. And to throw them out because you hear the R slur thrown at fucking Trump, you're not locked in. You do not have a say at this point. This take is garbage incarnate.
For the longest time. And
No, I don't think we're screaming at the Democrats to call people ableist slurs. I think we're asking for the Democrats to stand on principle. We're asking the Democrats to actually stand by their values. And that's not the same.
That's not his point. That's not his point. That's not his point. You are stupid.
Get 5 more seats in Texas. And then Gavin Newsom goes, okay, well, we're going to...
Everybody relax. Going back to a white man who's saying the R word.
He's talking about gerrymandering. He's talking about going... That's just one of many ways that you can handle Trump. The edgy language doesn't necessarily need to be said by any of the politicians. I agree, quite frankly. What he's talking about is using the means to fight back.
We're going to get 5 more seats in Texas.
So pundits can say all this edgy language, at least in terms of fighting back. He's saying, hold still, like fight back on whatever low things that they do to you, you do back. There are certain jokes you can make at their expense. Certain politicians have made certain jokes. What was that one joke about the disabled Republican, right? It was something like that. Sorry, man. I don't think that's the end of the world.
And then Gavin Newsom goes, okay, well, we're going to let that out and do 5 more Democratic seats in California. And then Beto O'Rourke comes out. Beto O'Rourke, who's a corporate Democrat, he goes, fuck the rules. There are no rules anymore. There are no referees. If whatever you do, we're going to do the same shit. And that's the mentality that people on the left have been screaming for the Democrats to have for the longest time. And
No, I don't think we're screaming at the Democrats to call people ableist slurs. I think we're asking for the Democrats to stand on principle. We're asking.
No, we're asking for both. We're asking for both. You need to stand, hold, true, strong, and present an aggressive force back. If they conduct themselves like fucking Trump does, I don't think it's the end of the world to conduct yourself in a means to fight back that is somewhat similar to regain some control.
Democrats to actually stand by their values. And that's not the same things. That's the dilemma. I really think men on the internet really think the edginess they're asking the Democrats to do, we don't want Bernie Sanders to get on the mic and start being like, you are the R word. Like, that's not what we want. We want him to get on the stand and say, like, we're not going to stand for genocide.
That's not Kyle's point. That's not Kyle's point. I can't believe you think this is Kyle's point. Bernie doesn't need to be saying slurs. In fact, I don't even think if you were to ask Kyle, do you think he would say, yeah, all of our politicians need to be throwing around slurs willy-nilly like me? Probably not. He's saying you can hit a certain threshold of edginess for a progressive as a response to a Republican. You can hit a certain threshold of low in terms of fighting back against Republicans who fight back in low or fight in low ways, dirty ways like gerrymandering. Part of the reason why Bernie lost, I think, is he didn't really go as aggressive as he probably should have towards even the people who are trying to throw him under the bus and, take away his primary candidate slot, We're
not going to stand for the
He
oppression
was
of
too
minorities.
passive. He was too forgiving, honestly.
That we're going to work together as a country to show kindness to one another. I don't want Bernie Sanders or any of these people to get up on a podium and start throwing around slurs, bro. That's not what we want. We
That's
want
not
the
what
Democrats
anyone's saying.
to have a backbone in relation to values.
I feel like just now people are beginning to get it. So what I would do is I would encourage anybody who's a liberal or leftist, embrace that shit poster energy, embrace that I don't give a fuck energy, because I got news for you. They don't care about you, what you think, what you feel. They understand how to gain power and how to exercise power. And you need to fight fire
You just
with fire.
don't understand. You fundamentally just don't understand the point at all. You're incapable of understanding the point. Probably because you're not smart enough to get it. I don't know what else to tell you. Somehow you're not smart enough to get the point.
You can't just lay back and play by a different set of rules while they're breaking all the rules.
No. As your friendly philosophy YouTuber, no.
You're not. You are like a fucking T channel fucking YouTuber. You're not a philosophy channel. You're not a philosophy YouTuber. You are not a philosophy YouTuber. You're not. That would be like saying I'm a philosophy YouTuber if I speak about like philosophy ideas or talking about like specific. It's just ridiculous. It's a ridiculous notion. If I were to talk about drama in a like more abstract way of like how you can manage your lives or take the, like no, sorry, you're not a philosophy fucking YouTuber.
Is not philosophically sound. No, an eye for an eye, girlies, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Focus, lock in. Okay? No. And they're not playing by the rules because they didn't have any rules. You're the one.
You have to adjust accordingly. This is not like an eye for an eye in terms of like 1-to-1, 1-to-1, 1-to-1. That means I can use the end slurs. There are certain parameters, obviously. What he's saying is, when it comes down to it, if there are certain morals and principles that you might have to break at points in order to get the W, you probably will have to do that. You probably do have to fight back because they have no rules and have interacted with no rules for the longest period. And because we had certain rules that we weren't willing to budge on, they have gotten away with way more. It's very simple. It's a very simple calculus. It's very simple. It's very simple.
Ones who have to set the precedent for the rules. You have to actually engage in the rules. And then you have to accept that people are just, they're bad.
That fixes everything. That fixes everything. That fixes everything. Fucking genius. Oh, I fixed everything. I just understood that we live in a white supremacist society that devalues the lives of black people systematically. I just have to realize that they're just kind of bad. Or if I have to, in order to fix things, there's legal ways of fixing it over time. Or if I had to take certain avenues at certain points in my life to take specific actions, low actions, face some potential legal consequences, right? Maybe I'm gonna have to do that at one point or another. This black and white perspective of good, bad. It's naive. It's naive. I'm sorry, it's naive. This is what made people think, by the way, Brittany, this perspective that you're trying to present here to counteract Kyle's talking points is what made people, sanitize Israel and its actions for quite a while now. You do realize that, right? You do realize that this was at the expense of Palestinians. This perspective that you're trying to, Hamas bad because Hamas resisted, and therefore, that's what leads to stuff like that.
I think Kyle Kulinski is a bad person for advocating for this.
Yeah, man. Remember, this person set numerical values on people's lives and talked to them, sold her time, talked to them about their value in these conversations. Fans.
This is not helpful. Is he an evil person in the same way Trump is? No. But I think this is a bad decision. This is just a bad call for action. It makes no...
What's your proposal? Sit there and fucking die, just like fucking monologue, virtue signal here about how you're a fucking good person? What's your fucking solution? Because it wasn't working. Guess what, actually? Remember, fighting back, having a little bit more grit, has actually been has been valuable to getting anywhere on civil rights, human rights. Having some grit, showing that there is violent consequences, potentially. Having a little bit of aggressive, back and forths, probably, makes people squirm a little bit, challenges people, embarrasses people a little bit to reevaluate their positions. Has happened plenty of times. Shaming people more often through hatred, through your own behavior, by the way, Brittany, of deciding to ghost people or unfollow specific people with certain mindsets, to not engage with them, which, by the way, is not as helpful as what Kyle does. It's not as helpful as, actually challenging the ideas and not living in a little bubble.
No sense, This is like, yeah, he's doing bully behavior, exactly, chat. It's like,
If I bully the bully, I'm no better than the bully. You would have a point if bullying the bully means that after I bully the bully, I start bullying somebody else. Then, yeah, there is such a thing as staring into the abyss, then you become the abyss. There is such a degree to where you probably should have some self-awareness of, is my behavior appropriate here in any other circumstance? Probably fucking not. Yeah, probably fucking not. But yeah, you would bully people that are oppressors. Yes, you would.
He wants you to bully the bully, but then you just become the bully. He's advocating for people to become the bully. Now, how do you avoid being a bully but standing up for yourself? Guys, the fear of doing what's right is knowing that the bullies might not care. That's why it's scary, okay? This is bad. Chet says, hard disagree, Britt. Kyle is advocating for damage reduction. I disagree. I don't know how causing more harm brings harm reduction.
Fighting back against the person causing the damage, the administration causing the damage, is in fact, as you're fighting back, and then you get the appropriate thing that you wanted out of that, the win that you wanted out of that, would in fact be damage reduction. This isn't like a simple 1-2, by the way. We can't simplify it necessarily. It depends on what you mean by damage reduction also. It can increase damage, right? It can increase damage for a period of time, for a specific period of time, say like revolution or anything crazy like that. Could happen, yes. But then it could reduce the damage if you have a proper, sane administration in charge and a whole new system in place. That is in the interest of the proletariat. That is in the interest of the working class. You sound like Destiny, basically, where you sound like scared. Well, I think Destiny just doesn't meaningfully care, but like the idea is that, oh, I'm scared of this change that will happen over time that like demolishes this capitalist system or this disgusting system in and of itself. I'm scared of that potentially happening. There could be damage reduction in getting this administration, for one, not even just changing the capitalist system, but changing the administration. There could be damage reduction just in doing that. It depends on what you mean. Overall, Kyle would like damage reduction. So this is true. He wants harm reduction. He wants damage destruction. that's the end goal. But in order to do so, you have to fight back. And if the things that people were doing prior weren't enough, and you were just getting walked over, dog walked, and the narrative was taking control, and the Democrats weren't fighting back enough, they were just letting themselves get dog walked. If they're not appropriately combating, then it increases damage that the Republicans are going to do. You're not decreasing the damage. So you need to increase the damage against the Republican Party to win over the Republican Party to decrease the overall damage to your society.
How does causing more harm bring harm reduction? This sounds like people who...
You're a fucking moron. Fuck, I hate you. What a stupid fucking question to ask. Oh my god. I need a second. Oh, so. Oh my god, man. It's like you're trying to fucking trigger me. What a stupid fucking question. How fucking stupid are you?
Say the nuke stopped the war and actually ended up causing less Japanese lives to die. So you think it's okay nuking Japan because it stopped the war? Right? Like, what are we doing here? No, you can't. You can't throw a nuke because...
Okay, you can't compare increasing your rhetoric, aggressive rhetoric against the Republicans to nuking Japan in order to do... Yes, it depends on what exactly you're doing to decrease harm, right? What is the more ethical means? But I think in terms of ethical means of decreasing harm by increasing harm, are you actually comparing using the fucking R slur to fucking nuking Japan? Do you know how fucking disrespectful that is? Are you fucking... are you out of your fucking mind? Dude.
Is quote, it stops the war. Okay? I disagree with that idea. We have to advocate for less... But the problem with politics, though, is like, they don't care about values, they care about winning. Like, he is talking about winning, right? And I'm saying, what does winning have to do with what's right?
Everything. Because what is right is in our policies, in our morals, in our values, what we're advocating for. Ultimately, I would rather have the society that can be constructed from flawed, imperfect people like Kyle than I would than standing by this stupid moral principle that this one slur can't be used. Otherwise, you're kicked out of the coalition or something like that. I know, like, realistically, she has no power over that. Like, I'm just saying, like, on principle, it's just like having like this like standard of like, you know, this imperfect person we can't work with because of this specific like criteria that's like fucking meaningless in the grand scheme of things. Like, dude, come on. Do you think you're increasing harm to such a degree that it's gonna damage your party because fucking Kyle used a fucking R slur? Get fucking real, dude. Nobody cares. Nobody actually meaningfully cares. Even the people that do care don't care like you think they do.
And yeah, bad people won't care. They'll take advantage of you, right? Just as if every position of power is held by Republicans, is that harm reduction? Do you mean R words like Republicans, or are you slurring right now?
No, it's Republicans. If every position is held by Republicans, dude, the context, recontext. Are you trying to slur right now? No, no. They're asking if every position of power is held by Republicans. Is that harm reduction? It's not.
Okay, this is a philosophy channel, bros. I'm explaining to you how we got here and how Kyle Kulinski isn't going to help, okay? So...
Oh my god. We're doing the fucking paintbrush. How many coalitions do we have now? We have the Hutch Coalition and now the Brittany Coalition. Yeah.
Man evolved. Okay, here, I'll make a better... Man evolved. Here's man. Okay, humankind.
Guys, I'm Brittany Simon. And I can explain exactly how we got here.
And they continue to think this is the whole universe when there is a whole other universe available to them. And they need to start considering that universe. The dilemma is that because they think this is all that matters, including Kyle Kulinski, they will never be able to do anything else but live within the construct of this bubble, which limits them to violence and power. And
Oh, we're cooked. We're cooked. Wait. Oh, we're cooked. Does she naively... Wait, what's the hms for? Alex, provide more than hms for. What's the... This is vague. What's the hms for? This is... Dude. I'm triggered. I'm actually triggered. No, I'm just asking what the hms for. It's vague. I just don't know what the hms are for.
I'm saying, take a deep breath and consider that the people in positions of power with the largest microphones could be advocating for anything else. Anything else except calling Trump a fat R word.
I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose my mind. I'm actually going to do it. I'm going to lose it. What do you think this channel is? What do you think this channel is? Have you watched a Kyle Kulinski video? Have you watched any of these videos? Here's the other thing that's annoying too. I would understand if Brittany Simon were to hear me constantly use the R slur or even the F slur, even though I got the pass for both, by the way. They never mentioned this part. I get with Kyle the criticism of like, oh, you don't have the pass. But there's always this like, oh, you should get to everyone's feelings or whatever when you say these. How about my fucking feelings? How about how I feel about this? How about fuck you? If you don't like me fucking saying it, don't watch. But here's the other thing. This reductive, like, it's like, oh, no, what I was saying is he doesn't even use it like I do. I don't even hear this guy say this slur very often. I don't hear him use the edgy humor on the lines that is, like, inappropriate necessarily, even by Brittany Simon's standards. So, that's okay. What do you think he does with his channel? What do you think he talks about? And even on Destiny, like even on the Destiny standard, and the way that Destiny talks about, he doesn't even use slurs like Destiny does. He doesn't even use it as commonly as Destiny does in his content. So what are we talking about? This isn't worth getting upset about. And you haven't watched anything where you think this is the only avocation? You think that's his only avocation? You really think that? You really think that's his only avocation? Jeez, man. So really how the pass works. Pass is for when you reclaiming it as in use it in a friendly manner, not if you use it as an insult. Not true. Not true. Not true. Not true. I can use it in any way that I fucking want.
is this the best we have? The greatest minds in America? The greatest
I wouldn't
thing
argue with black people for using it in that way, but answer, I don't care.
we can do for civilization is to call people a fat R word. This is it, baby. This is the height of intelligence in America.
I really think that the height of intelligence here. Height of intelligence here. Brilliant. Fucking brilliant analysis here. That you think that's his avocation there.
It might just be. It might just be. But then do not pretend you are better than them. You cannot act the same as them and pretend you are better than them.
That is absolute, dude. Outcomes, policies, overall, like grand, like experience with the people, how you overall treat the people that you're even using the slur about. Fuck out of here, dude. Fuck out of here. It's not even, it's a fucking night and day comparison. fucking ridiculous. You can, but not because of any pass. All right, whatever. I'm under the impression she stopped. I can't remember where I got the impression. Like, you can't speak this fucking ignorantly. You just can't sit here and say, you can't sit here and say shit like that after, like, I don't even watch this person anymore. Fuck, dude, it's so absolutely, it's still insane to me. Even when you say, oh, I used to watch this person, even from what you used to watch, you think that's the totality. Come on, bro.
You can't. It makes no sense.
It actually does. It actually does. The behavior is one-to-one to specific people that would see you fucking slaughtered. Your life wasted. If they could have the chance to put you in camps legally, they'd fucking do it. And they already have to certain people. I can say whatever the fuck I want. Not whatever, but you know what I mean. Aggressively, I can treat these people as the subhuman wretches that they are when they advocate for full-on terrorism upon people that are innocent.
Either be better than them, be more ethical, or you can be just like them, but you cannot be both. So which is...
That's not true. That's not true. That's not, you're just one-dimensional thinking here. This is one-dimensional Brittany here. Black and white, but you think that you would like to portray yourself as, I'm very nuanced in my thinking, but this is not how any of this works. That's not how anything works.
That are you going to be just like them? Or are you going to be different from them? If you don't know how to stand up for yourself without becoming an evil person, isn't that everybody's excuse? Isn't that every Republican, every Nazi excuse? Well,
you think using the R slur becomes like you become an evil person? Get fucking for real here. Do you actually think that?
Supposed to do? They're hurting us. Is that Israel's whole fucking excuse? What are we supposed to do? Hamas is hurting us. What are we? They're hiding it.
The meaningful difference here. Here's the meaningful difference. First of all, Kyle's avocation is the people that are actually hurting us, the actual people. Israel suggested that they were advocating to hurt the people that were hurting them, but in fact, Israel was actually hurting all of them and Hamas. Hamas was a response of retaliation and resistance, right? In terms of survival. Understandable. Israel uses we're attacking Hamas as a justification because they hurt us, but they were lying. Kyle's not lying to you. No one here is lying to you. Kyle is suggesting that when it comes to using your rhetoric and talking to the people that are Republicans and advocating for destructive terrorist policies or whatever, that you deal with them accordingly in the same aggressive manner that they have been towards you. And honestly, if you get down the road, there are going to be certain things that you might have to do in terms of demagnification. But we've hit a certain point where that shouldn't have been necessary at all. This is all a means of survival, ultimately. But none of this has to be dealt with in violent manners. This isn't out of hatred. This is out of survival. None of these conclusions that we come to is just out of pure spite and hatred. It's out of like, we have to fix the country. We have to get to a place of sanity to reduce harm.
hospitals and schools. We have no choice. Isn't that exactly the same fucking bullshit we keep hearing? So how are you different at the end of the day? How are you
you're mind-numbingly stupid. Because the advocations for all the morals, all the things that we advocate for is towards the greater good for literally everyone. Even the people that we fucking hate at the moment that are advocating against our interest. Literally everyone.
How are you doing anything better?
And if you think it's going to be flowers and roses and rainbows and kisses and just kindness will win to get to the point that you want to get to in the country, you are beyond naive. You are beyond naive. And you're throwing us under the bus. You're throwing your really political cause under the bus. You're throwing the match. Sad to say, but true.
I tell you right now, it is very hard to be a good person. Being a good person is the hardest thing you will ever do, which is why
Because your
most people will
standards
never...
of a good person are naive. It's insanely naive. Also, here's the other thing. Stop trying to aim for this idea of good person. And when I say that, I mean accept that there will be points in your life where you will fail and you will make not even make mistakes. You will make decisions that are in your own interest. That was a bad decision. Reflect on those, grow from those, but you will do these things and just understand why you do these things and learn from it and grow from it. So far, as long as it's not an irredeemable act, I suppose. But what I'm saying is, don't set this expectation for yourself that I have to be this perfect good person. There will be things you might have to do in life and a means of survival, even in your political advocacy, that will probably go against certain normal standard morals and principles in order to get a greater good outcome. Might have to be a bad person from now and again. Good for you. Good for you. You're such a good person. In effect, by doing this, by centering yourself and your values and your morals and suggesting that I'm a good person, you guys shouldn't do this. Black and whiting the issue as if it's that fucking simple. Then of itself makes you a bad person in my eyes, at least. But that happens a lot. A lot of people I view as bad. I view myself as probably a bad person overall because I could be doing more myself. I don't view myself as necessarily a good person. I don't know. People use the excuse to separate the art from the artist to justify working with Destiny. Yeah, and I think for the most part, that's pretty fucking absurd. I think stuff like that should be attributed more so to works of fiction. If you're watching a movie or reading a book or some shit like that. But even then, you should probably take into consideration of the person's moral character to one degree. If you're branching out a little bit on the topic, if you're expounding more on the topic about these stories and narratives, about how they came, why they wrote the things that they wrote, and what ideas they were trying to communicate. I think there is a deeper point here that really shitty people are actually liabilities, and any value they have is transient or illusionary, like Destiny, what has been achieved. Well, here's the other part is everyone needs to stop thinking that they're going to have a bigger impact than they actually are, and their political advocacy or their careers, their impact on the world. Realistically, let's be fucking honest. What's my impact going to be in political advocacy? Very fucking little. Even in a hypothetical scenario where I get an audience say just throw this out J-Stock or something like that. Numbers let's be real. let's be fucking honest, dude. You can do only so much. Do what you can. Advocate where you can. Yo.
Never do it. They will stop at some point. Okay? They will stop at some point. Here's Kyle Kulinski stopping right in front of us.
And so that energy really came. I really think that this last election broke me in a way. It radicalized me. Watching Trump get in the White House again, it makes you feel like, okay, well now I don't even give a fuck anymore. I'm throwing haymakers in every direction.
Exactly. This election did not break me because I'm too strong to be broken by another white racist in office. Okay? It's always been that way. Now what? Chad said, Ryan, thank you for
It should break you. It should break you, actually. It should break you because how do you think you got in office? Your advocacy doesn't do enough. Your advocacy has not done enough, unfortunately. And so you must press and press and press more aggressively. Or, in the very least, be willing to accept that there are going to be advocators like Kyle that will press harder and do more in terms of aggressive stances on your behalf. Except that there are going to be people willing to do more radical shifts towards your direction, because those radical people are actually valuable, believe it or not. It may not seem like it, but these people that are a little bit more radicalized, it may not be somebody you particularly like. They may not even be a very likable person, in fact, but they do a lot more than you would imagine. No change happens if individuals act like they can't change anything. I'm not saying you should act like you can't change anything. I'm just saying be realistic. So I hope that isn't what you thought I was claiming, because that's not what I was claiming. I'm just saying be a little realistic.
Super chat says, violent rhetoric equal violent rhetoric. Be better. Thank you so much for that super chat. Yeah, that's the problem. Nothing matters anymore. I'm broken.
Violent rhetoric equals violent rhetoric. Once again, what do you... Okay, also be realistic about this. Dumbass. Do you naively think state violence wouldn't be opposed to the opposition after an administration like this? Justified state violence against the the politicians that, were complicit in this? Or sort of some form of consequence, legal consequence, anything like that. Do you naively think that won't happen? Or that people won't shift to revolutionary acts of violence? Do you think violent rhetoric is just kind of bad in and of itself? Because, I don't know, man. It kind of seems like it's a little bit justified at a certain point.
Kyle Kulinski says. Let's just be a nihilist, bro. Fuck it. Burn it to the ground. Oh, great job, Kyle Kulinski.
That's not what he's saying. Again, naive, reductive, reducing these points down to a bare, bones, bare bones nihilistic perspective where he's saying, oh, we should just kind of give up and just, dude, you're acting like a liberal. You're acting like a liberal here. You know that, right? You're being a liberal right here. This is what liberals would say to leftists, where it's oh, do you think you should start the revolution? No, Kyle never said that. Kyle said you should be more aggressive in your avocations. You literally sound verbatim like Destiny. You literally verbatim sound like the people you despise, liberals. You sound like a liberal.
How is this helpful, Kyle? Great. Another man wanting to burn it to the ground. Very fucking helpful.
Perhaps there is a point, though, being said that burn it to ground equals maybe, I don't know, winning and then reconstructing everything, reforming everything. Dude, you literally do not listen. You literally are ignorant to any of this guy's perspectives on everything. He has advocated consistently to vote for the next politician that is in the, Democratic position. No matter who, really, by the way. He's actively campaigning. He's actively advocating for more people to, dude, enact change like Zoran Mandami, by the way. He wants more politicians like that. Dude, this is rough to listen to. This is wholly you're ignorant. Oh my God, you're ignorant.
Right, I'm going out like Scarface at the end of Scarface.
Oh,
Say
great.
hello to my little friend.
Perfect.
And it turns out that actually works. Turns out that gets more eyeballs on you. Turns out that
This is the greatest thinker of our time right here, baby. Wow, amazing. Beautiful. Act crazy and people will watch you. Whoa, bro. It's literally Gladiatorville. Oh my God, more people will watch me if I sensationalize people's lives. And
Yes. Guess what? That works. Sensationalize. Get a little hostile. Get a little aggressive. Fight. It's called fighting. Like, why are the people in the chat here a lot smarter than her? I don't think he's being a nihilist. He's saying the guardrails are off, which they are.
the subjugation of minorities. And look, people love it, bro. They're hate watching you. If all of these political people...
What?
More people will watch me if I sensationalize people's lives and the subjugation of minorities. And look...
Dude, this is... sensational. What? Now, okay. Now making advocations that we shouldn't live in a system that brutalizes our marginalized folks is just sensationalism. Just being a sensationalist. What? Maybe don't platform Professor Jane though. That's a little too. I do agree. To be fair to Kyle, okay. I don't even disagree with Sunday ragging on him for it a little bit, because I do think he should have done one. Him and Crystal should have done more work and making sure who they're platforming. Okay. That being said, the moment Kyle figured out who Professor Jane was, he denounced that motherfucker. Okay, he denounced that motherfucker. All right.
People love it, bro. They're hate watching you. If all of these political people, if all of their haters stopped following them, you wouldn't even have a career.
Dude, does she really think only people... Wait, what? Oh my God. They're hate watching you. They're hate watching you, Kyle. Do you think that's working? They're just hate... Dude, have you seen his channel? His channel is definitely not just hate watchers. What are you talking about? What are you on about? This attracts real people. What are you on about? 2.24 million, 97K in 2 hours. These are not hate watchers. I can promise you that. Dude, do you have the average hate? Yeah, maybe. Who doesn't? But like, dude, what is this? Has she ever watched Congress?
You all are literally funded by your haters, bro. Even
He's not funded by anyone but the... Okay. Anyone who gives to his Patreon, the people who watches his content, he doesn't have advertisements at all. It's grassroots.
Hassan, if all of Hassan's haters stopped showing up on stream, the numbers would be sliced in half at least.
Oh my God, dude. Okay. This is your advocate. Okay, your avocation is basically just like, don't get out there at all. Don't sensationalize. Don't get attention at all with your rhetoric at all, because your haters won't watch you. Then it'll slice in half. Then you're being ethical. You're doing ethical content. You're doing what I'm doing. I'm irrelevant by comparison, at least. Okay, like by comparison, at least, I'm irrelevant. I only have 4,000 views on my live stream or whatever. I'm irrelevant by comparison. So you should be doing it like me. You should actually be doing it like me. Oh, dude. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Are we trying to fight or not? Are we just like virtue signaling about how we're like better than everyone else because we have restricted, we have fun policed ourselves into like making boring virtue signaling. I'm a philosophy major content. What are we doing, bro? To be too boring to have haters. Unironically, I might be her most passionate hater, and I don't even like watch her very often because she's more frustrated. She's boring. She's very boring most times. And when she's not boring, it's just out of pure frustration, and it's not fun to watch because she says things that, like, normally I don't even disagree with some of the takes. I think we're probably on board with like 90% of stuff, and the 10% that we're not on board with is probably very minor in terms of like maybe some disagreements here or there in terms of rhetoric and shit like that. But it's dude, like, come on, man. Remember that New South Wales Court of Appeal ruling we read? Even there, they're talking about being sensational and offensive as part of legitimate political discourse. Yeah.
Ain't no way you're not being primarily funded and given attention to by your haters, and you know it. And
you are delusional. You are a schizo. You are delusional. You are an insane person. To think this, you have to be a little insane. You think Hassan and Kyle Kulinski, keep in mind the language here, primarily funded by hate watchers? You have lost your mind. You are unwell.
I know it too because I made this Charlie Kirk video, and that video made a few $100s, and I never make a few $100s on a video. But because my haters gave me 2,000 comments and 30 seconds of their time, I made a couple $100. That's way more than I ever make because I don't have a platform that depends on my haters to watch me. I make a living with no haters watching me usually.
Primary funding is meaningfully different from I made more money because I made a video about a topic that is sensational in and of itself, that is popular. That's meaningfully different. You think every Kyle Kulinski video that he's ever posted that wasn't about something like Charlie Kirk, like the hot topic at that time, mind you, you think there's primary funding because why? You haven't made a compelling case here.
Do I get a little bump in my little paycheck when the haters watch me? Yeah. And if I wanted to, I could do that every fucking time I came on stream and just made my haters watch me.
That's really not how it works. Like, sure, yeah, you can get a boost to some degree. But to get to the level of success that Hassan and Kyle are at is not purely just off of sensation. It's basically, you have to have a track record of constant, first of all, you have to constantly be working. You have to constantly be on your A game in terms of performance. Constantly just be on the ball in terms of delivering it in concise, meaningful, interesting ways outside of sensationalist response. Do you think you watch like a Hassan stream and every single time he's talking about any topic ever he's being sensational for the sake of being sensational? That's not how it works. That's not how any of this functions. You think every Kyle video, his main goal is to piss off people? The fuck are you talking about?
I can make a lot more money. But what good is that going to do for my mental health, for my audience's mental health, and for your mental health? What is that going to do for any of us? Our haters shouldn't be watching us and spreading. You know how many people I had to report for hate speech because they were saying horrible, horrible things about gay people should die and black people should die? How is that helpful for anybody's mental health?
I think you're thinking about this way too fucking much. You're in your own head about this. about all the people watching you. You're in your head too much. Honest to God, this needs to be like considered a lot more carefully in terms of like you get responses from people that are like are your haters. That's all. How do you think Hassan and Kyle feel? How much like shit do you think they get? But they're not in their own heads all the time about it to this degree where they like overcorrect.
Chad said, where do we go from here, Brittany? How can we afford not to win at any cost when winning means saving people's lives? How else do we win? The truth clearly isn't reaching people. Guys, it never did and it never was. You don't do good because you win. You do good because it's right.
You literally do good when you win. Anything productive in terms of changing, reforming, deconstructing, reconstructing your country is only possible when you win, not because something is right. That's never how the real world, I'm sorry to tell you this. It's very sad to say, but it's not because you're right. Plenty of people have been right. It hasn't ever been the case because you're right on something that you've been able to make change. It's because you've won over time. Over a long, extensive period of time of advocacy. Advocacy on the right things, right? But advocacy that works over time through many different methods. One being aggressive. One being playing to people's sensibilities or playing to people's interest. Playing to people's interest can mean from time to time being willing to make an edgy joke or two. From time to time, being able to say maybe a slur or two. Plenty of artists have done it. You can have conversations on what hits the threshold of inappropriate. But in order to make progressive art, commentary, critique, that pushes a overall correct, right message, sometimes you're going to hit that line of saying, Trump, you're a fat retard. And somebody might look at that and agree with the sensibilities of Trump, you're a fat retard. Look at Kyle Kulinski's channel, agree with the sentiment that, Trump's a fat retard, but not know quite all the specifics and learn more through watching Kyle Kulinski's channel and resonating with the person, feeling like I, kind of relate to this person. I thought only specific people that I don't really relate with that much that might express these same kind of talking points in a manner that I wouldn't be on board for immediately. Like, just kind of doesn't hit my vibe. Like, you have to reason out why people resonate with certain things or how people discover different things over time and work with them on that. This is not unreasonable. This is not insane. This is not an insane standard set.
Okay? If you're willing to win at any cost, then you don't understand.
Might makes right. You gain nothing from weakness.
What it means to really be a good person. Good people don't win at any cost. That's what bad people do.
That's not true. That's not true. And it's naive to again, it's a black and white thinking. This is just it's black and white thinking. And I'm sorry to say that, like, you live in a delusional fantasy realm where you think it's like Star Wars. Not even like Star Wars, because the Andor, message is literally this, that resistance, rebellion, in of itself is fucking messy. And quite frankly, some of the people who are doing your hardest or more important matters of getting things done that leads to an overall greater good are going to do it probably through means that are reprehensible in of itself. That doesn't mean holistically you should think. In fact, you should probably think of certain characters in that show as bad people overall. And I wouldn't blame you for it. But literally that happens in the real world all the fucking time. Where people have done things that they probably normally wouldn't fucking do in order to get to a greater good. Because guess what? Like, it seems like nothing else has really substantially worked. Guess what? In the real world, there might actually be, and I'm sure there has, been consequences out of those actions that resulted in greater goods.
Good.
And this is just the more radical stuff. I'm sorry. We're talking just about a slur. Remember, this is just a slur. I'm getting all descriptive about how people doing like radical crazy shit to get a greater good outcome. And this fucking loser is talking about how like we can't accept this person in our coalition because they fucking say a slur. I'm sorry, man.
People die good people because we're not going to win at any cost. And that's the difference. And I know it's hard to hear because being a good person is very difficult. And you're not going to believe me. But yeah, good people don't win at any cost. Sorry.
What a naive, fucking ridiculous statement. Very bad.
You're here for a very short time on Earth. You do not want to spend it winning at any cost.
Actually, you fucking do. Actually, you fucking do. Yeah, you actually fucking do. In terms of getting the greater good outcome like this advocacy, yes, you actually probably would want to live your life in such a way where if you realistically think something that you do that might not be normally within your lines of moral principles, yeah, you probably actually would want to do that. You would probably actually want to do that for a greater good outcome that you think is realistic after you do the action. What are we supposed to do until then? Let's just fucking roll over and die. Do you think we've gotten to this point because, the Democrats have been too radical or anyone on the left has been too radical? It's actually been the opposite. We've gotten to this point because they weren't.
Okay.
Actual delusional liberal fucking behavior, by the way. This person likes to pretend that they're a leftist. Actual liberal behavior.
It gets more people interested in what
liberal scum, by the way.
Saying. Turns out people look at that and go, yes, you're a fighter. You represent me. Thank you. Keep doing it. Right? And that's something that even I didn't realize until very, very recently. Just the extent to which you really got to fight hard and go balls to the wall and just call. It's okay. The right is very clear. They have political enemies and they call them out day after day.
Right.
We need to be clear in the opposite direction. But my enemies are not trans people. My enemy, it's not immigrants. My enemies are the billionaires and the fascists. And
Chet said, but then won't all the good people be dead when it's all said and done? Yeah. Isn't that the whole story of Jesus Christ?
Scum. Actual scum. She wants you fucking dead. Scum. Actual reprehensible scum. Lose now. Lose now. Lose your will to live now.
They killed the one good person?
Fuck you. Taken from the Bible. Oh, dude, actually, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose my mind. Just roll over and die. Literally, she says this. Oh my God. She actually said the meme. Oh my God, bro. I might say something crazy here, dude. She's fucking trolling me, dude. Usa, calm down.
Isn't that the whole point of learning lore? Yeah. That's why I say be very cautious having a baby in the world. Yeah.
I hate you so much. Roll over and die. Only the good die young. Winning at any cost is just another insidious form of losing. Dude, if Kyle Kulinski is a bad person, if I have to think of Kyle Kulinski as a bad person for this, by this standard of being a bad person, fuck you. What the fuck do I want to be a good person for at this point? By your standards of a good person, which is absolutely insidious. Actually, this is the most evil fucking stance you could take. Roll over and fucking die? Fuck you. What are you, Batman? What are you, fucking Daredevil? No, even they wouldn't fucking agree with this. They'd be like, oh, no. No, not that far. Not that far. Not that far. No, they would be willing to bend some of their fucking morals, and I'm pretty sure they fucking have, even in their entire existence, by the way. Dude, no, this is fucking insane. This is an insane standard. I don't think you guys understand. This is an insane standard. Fuck you, die. You are broken. You have a broken philosophy. Reevaluate it.
Welcome to being a person on planet Earth. Good people die.
I'm gonna lose it, dude. This smug, self-centered, privileged, by the way, privileged. Easy to fucking say this in your fucking circumstance. Easy to fucking say this when your circumstance, and I know you're a woman, and I know technically you're a person of color and some short... Your fucking circumstance, and you're queer, your circumstance, and this amount of privilege that you have, where you can fucking say all this shit, and the people in worse circumstances sit there and fucking die instead of fighting back. You advocate against their interests. You advocate for a liberal perspective, quite frankly. Play by these rules. This other party can just basically grape you, destroy every fiber of your soul, destroy all your loved ones, everything, ruin everything. Just roll over and fucking get graped and die. Disgusting filth. And I mean it sincerely.
But at least we died good.
I don't think you understand how mad I am. I don't think any of you understand. I don't think you'll ever understand. You might understand. Somebody might understand. I'm sure somebody understands. Dude, don't follow this pathetic loser's advice. I beg of you. Do not think of yourself as this worthless to where you prioritize this insane notion of fitting this insane standard of being a good person, which is, by the way, constricting to your very freedom at this very moment, these standards. Do not follow this charlatan, this fucking fraud, this fucking abuser, quite frankly, just even advocating this fucking perspective to her fucking audience. This philosophy perspective of, I'm going to let all of my family die. I'm going to let all of you die because, this person didn't meet my standards, or these people didn't meet my standards, and I'm not willing to do the work to advocate with them. Holy shit, man. Holy fuck, man.
Okay? But if you're so concerned with, like, I want to make the world a better place, you need to ask yourself, is the action I'm taking actually doing that? Or do I have to be evil to do that? It's
No, because this is a disingenuous framing. The action being taken, at worst, is a uncouth, let's say uncouth, usage of a slur towards a Hitler-like figure, and placing moral condemnation, focusing that moral by the way, your own behavior is that of a bad person, where you give exceptional critique, focus onto this person, nonchalantly calling Trump a fat retard. You prioritize that at this current moment to such a degree that you're willing to suggest that this is not a person you should listen to, who, by the way, is overall not perfect. A voice that a lot of people should listen to, far more than you, quite frankly, and is giving you valuable insight, valuable perspectives, up to date on the news on a constant basis about what's going on in the world. You are devaluing. You are contributing a net negative with this content here.
literally that meme. I know being a dictator is bad, but maybe if I'm the dictator, it will be good. Good people do not want to be dictators. Okay?
It's the equating. That's crazy here. It's the equating. That's the other thing. I don't know if she's trying to reference like Hassan's recent statement of the dictatorship of the proletariat. I don't know if she understands what that fucking means. Maybe she does. But it means working in the interest of the working class, the people, not corporations, not systems, not billionaires. That's actually valuable. That's actually a lot more valuable in a better, good outcome. That good outcome. Yes. What are we talking about?
You have to accept that most of the world isn't good. And if you engage the way Kyle Kulinski is, you're one of them. You're one of the bad people. This is bad. Yeah, this is what bad people, this is how bad people think.
He's such a smug, an uninformed leftist, by the way, was prepping to talk to her. So, I don't know if anyone knows who uninformed leftist is. You'd be forgiven if you don't. Not saying that as a disparaging comment. I'm just saying, he's certainly bigger than me, but he's not that big. I would recommend watching. I haven't watched all of his coverage on this, but he's going to be talking to Brittany about this. I hope this guy is on board. I think he is, from what I've seen, on board with my feelings. Not one-to-one, but my general sentiment on how deranged this perspective is. How it's like you're playing Overwatch and your fucking healer is throwing, dude. It's insane, dude. You got I don't know who would be tank here. Would it be I guess we could say Kyle and Hassan or tank or whatever. And then you got Simon just being like, I heard him say the R slur earlier or whatever. So I heard Hassan saying something, vaguely misogynistic one time. So I'm going to stop healing them. I'm going to stop healing them. And you got your DPS. Let's just throw out some names. Mike from PA, I suppose. And Crystal Ball. and then you got another healer or whatever, which is like, who's a good example? Who's another healer? Let's just throw in Straight Raid. I just look at it straight. And Straight Raid's the only one doing the healing, and Brittany's like, not my coalition. Not my coalition. No. We're losing. And then it gets the other side or whatever because of a lack of heals, a lack of support here. It's so crazy. The fucking audacity of this scumfuck, dude.
This is how bad people engage in the world. Now, maybe you're less bad than other bads, right? Because remember, being bad is a spectrum. We're all bad. But our bad looks different, okay?
Okay, then why should I fucking... Okay, even by this own metric, like what I said earlier, is like, generally, like, it's kind of hard to be, like, a good person. Because in one way, shape, or form, like, you're probably doing stuff like that is in your self-interest that, like, has a negative consequence to someone in some way, shape, or form that, like... You probably really wouldn't be considered a good, if it was somehow like able to be calculated realistically by like a, I don't know, some angel or some shit like that. You probably wouldn't be really a great person, a good person. You probably wouldn't be considered an evil person. You probably wouldn't be considered a good person necessarily. So it's like, so why should I devalue Kyle Kulinski's like input? Why should I not like listen to Kyle Kulinski?
Okay, there's the very bad.
Okay, dude.
And there's the regular bad.
Okay.
The regular bad, okay. Maybe they litter, or they make an ugly face at somebody, or maybe they flip somebody off because they're mad. Okay, maybe.
Okay, but compounding all this, when we talk about bad people, it's not just actions. Actions can, add up to like a philosophy, like a way, a pattern of thinking or whatever. It can exhibit that. Sure. Like how bad is Kyle's advocacy here in terms of bad people?
They're going through a trauma cycle of engaging and making excuses for people's bad behavior because they love them and think they can recover. And then there's just this group who's like, hey, we should not improve our language or our state of life, and we should actually engage in rhetoric that appeals to the very bad people over here. So, hey, guess what? Now we're all just bad together.
You're a fucking moron. You're actually delusional. You're actually beyond delusional. If you think that's very bad, appealing, and not even in this, like the R slur especially. It's not even like, okay, it would be one thing, I would agree to a certain extent, depending on the usage of the language and the context, especially given that he's white. You're using certain slurs and specific contexts just to appeal to these people. But you're also just kind of being disingenuous in terms of what he's also saying. You're saying that he's going to use all these slurs nonchalant, aside from the R slur, in a way just to appeal to these people. When really that's not even part of like why he's saying we should use these to combat these people, and a means to push back. We shouldn't really show too much restraint beyond, hurting like people that we love or our allies for the most part. And when it comes to, oh, well, you're hurting allies when you're using the R slur, it's like, okay, but like in terms of bad, if you want to say bad, realistically, what you're talking about in this usage of the slur, at worst, you're probably over here with littering or some shit. What the fuck are you talking about? Very bad. Usage of this slur, by the way, again, I must emphasize, it's not even an agreed upon set thing for every person that is neurodivergent and autistic, that this is even remotely considered appropriate to put in a very bad spectrum. So you're putting this person in a bracket of, oh, this person is just like horrible. You should never listen to this person. You're delusional. You're delusional. You're a mad woman.
Be on this side, girls. Okay? You want to be a regular level of bad. We want our level of bad to be like, yeah, dude, honestly, I feel so bad. I threw the batteries in the regular trash when I know I should have put them in the right trash. Dude, I feel so shitty, bro. I gave that girl a nasty look at the store and I just feel so horrible about it, you know? It's like, yeah, you want to be like the kind of bad that like we can recover from. How are you going to recover from being the kind of bad that like leads to escalation, right? Because
the escalation means what? The escalation means what? The escalation has already happened on the Republican end. What the fuck are you talking about? Republicans has escalated as much as possible, as humanly possible. You mean fighting back? You think it's inappropriate to fight back with like an escalation in terms of language? How about fuck you? How about fuck you? How about you don't get to dictate how anyone really responds on the left in terms of language at this point in time especially? How about fuck you?
Do you think Jesus walking on water meant he was just the one good person? Okay, I don't know what that joke is. I don't actually believe in Jesus Christ, nor that he was God, nor that he walked on water. I believe in it as a story, like any other story. Okay, so I don't know what I don't know what that question is. Okay. Chet said, what's the point of living if you're not going to be good? That's for you to answer. Exactly.
Oh my god, dude. I hate to tell you guys this, but the one-dimensional viewing of like, what's the point? Like, you can't live if you're fucking dead. You can't live if you're fucking dead. If you can't push back at all in any way, shape, or form, in manners like even Kyle Kulinski, where you got this sped saying you should be kicked out of the coalition. Like, what do you want? I think when you're in opposition out of government, that is the out of government, that is the time to hash out your disagreements about strategy and moral lines. It's fine. Yeah.
So that's where I aim 24/7 and try to attack.
Yeah. On this topic of the corporate Democrats, there's been a lot of...
True, white men compares clout on social media as political change. Dean Withers, all the rest of them, all these men are like, hey, if I have more followers, I'm obviously making change.
To say it a one-to-one of like your advocacy as a political figure on social media isn't influential at this point is delusional. I mean, just look at Elon Musk and how he's interacted and changed the dynamics. Just look how Republicans have acted in online spaces. Are we still using this lib talking point? This is a liberal, dude. This is a liberal. Believe it or not, this is a liberal. In heart and spirit, this is a liberal talking. This is a liberal perspective. This is a liberal talking point. The delusional perspective here.
All these people, they're bad people, guys. That's all it is. They're bad men who are selfish and want to bring clout. They just want clout. They just want to be popular. They do not care about the embodied experience of what is ethically good.
Yeah, I'm supposed to take your word for this, by the way. Philosophy through pop culture, guys. Look at my fucking trans black rights. I don't know what the purple signal is. I don't know what that. Look at my flag. I'm for the people here. 100K subscribers. Come in, sub. Let me determine your value as a person. Let me teach you about bubbles. Let me teach you about philosophy, kid. Fuck off. Fuck out of here.
Okay.
What are you projecting here for? Now, to be fair, I don't necessarily wholly disagree with this. I think there are certain certain people that have done political content, Destiny, that are self-interested in a lot of ways. It's basically just for themselves. But I think we hit a certain point where certain advocates, I think even like Dean Withers, whether or not, I'll even say this. Do I think Dean Withers probably does what he does more out of like clout and investment in his own career? Probably. how much do I actually give a fuck, man? In terms of like, if you're advocating in our interests in a way that is positive in any way, shape, or form to change minds, I find them cringe. I don't get why people like them. Fucking do it. Go ahead. And even with Destiny, at a certain point in time at least, there was a little bit of meaningful change and changing minds at a certain point. Like, to pretend like these people don't change minds at all or don't do anything at all is kind of deranged. It's kind of delusional. I got distracted a little bit. Somebody posted something, and I don't know if it's just a meme. Okay. I'm not saying these guys are like the shift changers. They do. It's like in minor. There's major and minor ways. All these people have different influences on, you know, the direction that the Democratic Party is heading. I mean, there's a reason why everyone was talking about Hassan and his political influence as a Twitch supporter. There was a reason why people talked about Fuentes as much. Get fucking for real. Like, there was a time where this argument made more sense, where like online politics doesn't mean anything. You guys are kind of like delusional. Come on, dude. Come on, dude.
That's why I'm critical of Hassan. That's why I'm critical of so many people. At the end of the day, these are men who are literally rich in positions of power. And what are they doing except adding to the escalation?
You're beyond stupid. You're beyond stupid. I just, what have you done? What have you done, by the way? What is your contribution by comparison to Hassan or Kyle? What have you done? Who have you talked to? Who have you advocated for? What political, candidates have you done interviews with, or propped up, or gained massive support for? Who have you done? Who have you done the work for? What fundraisers have you? You probably done fundraisers. But what's your investment? Like, it's not even fucking close. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Fuck off. Smug, dude. Coalition building inevitably mellows out your most radical elements anyway. Yeah. So as far as I can tell, has moderated and become more practical as he's become even more serious in real politics recently. To such a degree where he can't win. This stupid fucking loser here is saying, oh, all you're doing is escalating tension. All you're doing is escalating tension. Meanwhile, I'm a pussy fucking liberal who wants to minimize harm. Your language usage is just we can't work with you. We can't work with you. Then you have fucking lib Zionists that treat Hassan as he wants to literally sell state secrets to China. He wants to nuke Israel. These people are insane. These people are insane. And then you have you have farther leftists that are just like, Hassan's a liberal Zionist. Hassan's a liberal Zionist. He's a little too comfy with Graham Plattner. He's a little too comfy with Bernie Sanders. He can't win, dude. He can't win with any of these people. Holy shit, man. Holy fuck, man.
Okay. So that's, again, I'm not saying they're perfect. I'm saying
what
some of them
have you contributed? What have you contributed by comparison? Fucking nothing.
Less bad than others, right? Hassan is nowhere near as bad as like the sexual deviant Destiny is, right? Or even makes the same calls of violence that Destiny does. Everyone, it's different. But it doesn't mean that it's still not adding. Just like Democrats aren't as bad as Republicans, but some of them certainly are. And some of them are happy to be. It's not about who's bad or good, point fingers. It's about, I don't want to be like them, so how do I not be like them? Okay?
Yeah, but what are you adding? What are you adding? Because you're not adding anything. You're just propping up this idea that I don't want to be like them. I don't want to be like any of them. Yeah, you probably should strive to be a good person. I agree. I don't necessarily disagree. But you should probably understand realistically at certain points to strive to be that good person, to save certain lives, you might have to do something that is against your morals and principles at time from time. What are you talking about? What is your line?
How do I not be like them? That's what you're saying for yourself. How I look at Kyle Kulinski and I go, this can't be it. And you know what? Michael Burns said the same thing. I saw Michael Burns' show and he talked about this interview as well. And he said, man, this can't be the answer, right? No! Michael Burns is right, but we're both philosophy girlies. Of course this can't be the answer.
Oh my God, dude. Fucking kill me with this philosophy girlies things. What does Michael Burns say? Can we look this up? Michael Burns. Kyle Kulinski. Okay, where is this? Michael Burns? Oh my God, dude. The plagiarist? Oh my God. Wait, where did he talk about this? Not Michael Burns, no. Oh, dude, these people are unserious. They're so unserious. There's no fucking way. He's a philosophy girly. Oh my God! Don't retract that message. Whatever you said, don't retract that. Post that shit with your chest, with your chest up. Does BS still do her OF cult thing? Maybe. I don't know why I didn't see this message before. I don't know if she does. I got confused. Oh, you're good. You're good. Hassan said something to the effect that socialism is so far down the line he doesn't aim for that in a lifetime. Instead, aims for a robust social democracy. Which I don't have the precise source though, sadly. But I watched him say, yeah, I think he said that on Deprogram. I think I know what you're talking about. I don't know if he said this recently or reiterated this, but like that's always been. I think this is where the he's hiding his power level, like the schizo stuff. That was hours ago. Well, I didn't see it on my mobile for whatever reason. Certain messages don't show on my mobile, but yeah. If you're gonna gatekeep, you need to actually be in the house first, Brittany. She literally just says like we should just die to be good people. I'm a philosophy girly. Michael Burns agrees with me. Yeah, the plagiarist. But speaking of good people, is plagiarizing okay?
Sir, being as ugly and destructive as the right cannot be the answer. And so you hear from the philosophy girlies, we're like, this isn't it.
Destructive in what way? You need to elaborate. This is what she doesn't do. She doesn't elaborate in what way is this destructive. In what way, realistically, guys, in what way am I being destructive if I call Trump a fat retard? In what way am I being destructive when I advocate for, more aggressive measures, more aggressive rhetoric in terms of responding back full force against people who are outright lying, outright like demonizing you? In what way am I being like, when I'm being accurate to the truth of the matter in an aggressive manner to their behavior, am I being destructive? Has anyone else been watching Sunday's Ukraine fights? Henry must be so mad. I've been watching here or there, and I don't necessarily disagree from what I remember of his perspective, which was basically, I'm conflicted on this point. I agree why he would not be okay with this. And I'm verging on agreeing with him, but I have to think about this more. The idea that Zelensky, first of all, I agree they're already sold out as a country. But like, I would understand the perspective of like getting people to engage in conscripts to, you know, protect themselves and fight for your country. I can understand why you would force it upon people. But then again, you know, if I were in that circumstance, personally, I wouldn't want to be forced to fight for this country, especially if I know this country has been, you know, funding other things that would go against my own morals and principles. I don't know if I would feel comfortable with that. He's been calling Zelensky a neo-Nazi and Ukraine a Nazi state. Yeah, well, it's a little bit complicated in terms of like, I think he said something about, I don't think this is actually true. I could be wrong, but I think he said something about how there was like Russians, like that Ukrainians are more prone to demonizing Russians or whatever, but like you shouldn't demonize the Russian soldiers or whatever because they're being forced to fight. But a lot of them are volunteer. From what I can recall, a lot of them seem to be volunteers. So I don't think I agree with him on that assessment. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Yeah, philosophy is not meant to be a suicide pact. That's the other thing about philosophy. Everyone has different forms of philosophy and perspectives. And it's like, I'm a philosophy girly. Michael Burns is a philosophy girly. And we're trying to be good people. And it's like, it's not a suicide pact. It really is not. Like, you have to accept that there are going to be things that you will find yourself disgusted by, quite frankly, to get a greater good outcome or even to survive in and of itself.
And I do think we're factually more right.
Okay.
I do.
Talking the last few months about particularly young men, but just young people in general, moving towards
the right. It's not about being right, too. Here's the other thing. It's like the liberal, it's like you have to fight for your ideas in order to win. You have to fight. You have to convince. It sucks. It's frustrating. It's nauseating sometimes because you're arguing with people that are fundamentally like bigoted or just like completely ignorant. To some degree, some of it makes sense in terms of like trans issues too, because it's, you know, some people just don't have the education for it, or you know, some people have to learn, you know, the specifics of like the science of it. And when's it good? It's a little complicated to argue certain, you know, rights, certain issues, but like you have to have those conversations to some degree to be able to create connection and understanding, to be able to stop those perspectives from prevailing, stop that hatred from prevailing at all. So this idea of like, oh, girly, the means of fighting here, like the means of fighting here is I just block everyone and I stop talking to people and I form my own little bubble or whatever. And it's just like you're operating off hatred yourself. Like your hatred is less constructive than mine or fucking Kyle's. Has he just now fallen for actual RT propaganda? Surely not. Yeah, I heard him say that, and I was just like, I'm not sure if that's actually true. I don't think that's true from what I can gauge.
And a lot of struggle to explain why this is. You know, 15 points for young men, 11 points for young women. And I think of our generation and growing up with like the work of Thomas Frank, right? I had a very clear idea that there's a story that explains how the Democrats went from being the labor constituency to this corporatist party. And, you know, maybe if you're growing up in Gen Z, you just don't have the historical memory. You haven't known anyone.
Yes, he showed a Russia Today video, then yelled at chat for questioning that. Yeah, it's like showing like an Israel propaganda network and yelling at your chat for not agreeing with the clear bias propaganda piece from a state, media. I don't know, man.
Is that transition?
That's a bit iffy.
It's calling them weird, the same as bullying. It's just silly. It's like deeply immature, right? Okay, so then we have to.
Wait, what?
there's a story that explains how the Democrats went from being the labor constituency to this corporatist party. And, maybe if you're growing up in Gen Z, you just don't have the historical memory. You haven't known anyone who ever experienced that transition. What was this?
Chad said it's calling them weird, the same as bullying. It's just silly. It's like deeply immature, right? Okay, so then we have to ask ourselves, are we willing to be deeply immature? I think calling the Republicans weird is like on the side of littering. You're being deeply immature.
I think we're cooked here, guys. Certain people like this are just going to throw. No, really? You don't want to call Republicans what they are, which is like, quite frankly, Epstein, propagandist. You don't want to make fun of them for, propagating a rapist pedophile as the president. You don't think there's any areas like that you want to like particularly take interest in tackling to convince more people that, hey, here's the clear bad side, here's the clear bad guy in this circumstance. And I've been shitting on her a little bit for a black and white perspective, but it is getting to that point where it feels it's not very clear, obviously, because in that blue line, in that left line, there are still libs who are not very good people, to put it gently. Zionists, for one, and corporatists, that are part of the system in and of itself. But to put it bluntly, there is one side is particularly really egregious, which is the oligarchs, and then there's another side that is corporatists. And then if you go further left, we got like people that are becoming more and more reasonable and, quite frankly, on that side of like humanity, so to speak, is a good way of putting it. So we're going to this angle of like, oh, it's a little immature calling them weird. It's like, no. Caveating the language here. We are bullying people when we're calling them weird, by the way. I don't know if you know this. Is it immature? You're being bullies. Yeah. So you already agree with us. You already agree. I don't understand how you don't agree. You think you disagree, but you don't really disagree. It's the language. It's the particular language that you're upset about. Which I don't even think I have to be like, I don't even have to be that guy who says you shouldn't feel that way about it. I'm not even saying that necessarily. What I am saying is that I don't think you should feel a way about it to a degree where you say this person is wholly worthless and should not be listened to and disregarded and should be considered a bad person. Like, by your metrics, it is disgusting. This is disgusting and quite frankly, if I am being honest, to a certain extent harmful. Because you're like giving a false image of this person and what their advocacy is for ultimately. You are minimizing their impact and their level of being able to contribute in a meaningful way. It's fucking ridiculous, man. Holy shit. You need young people to win. Being immature sometimes is endearing.
Okay, but I don't think you're being bad. Yeah, it's unserious. You're being so unserious right now.
No. Because when Tim Walz or Kamala or any other lib or any other leftist is using the language of weird or saying your behavior is strange and should be like ridiculed, no, it's not unserious. This person just doesn't even have a consistent argument here.
But see, okay, isn't adulthood just high school with money and power?
Wow. Genius. I've never heard that before. I've literally never heard that observation pointed out before in my entire life. Is she going to talk about this endlessly here? We need a stopping point. I need to get off for sleep primarily. Otherwise, I would go longer. I actually would go longer. But I have to be at work at 9:30 a.m. Yeah. Stop here soon. You know what? Fuck it. Instead of I'm not watching the rest because
that's so interesting.
Isn't that so interesting? I've never heard this before. Holy shit. She thought she made like an awesome observation there. Holy fuck. Radical. Don't know where my chat went. Very annoyed right now because I don't know where it went. I'm gonna click on the link you sent here. This before. One second. $152.30. Oh, first one. $152.30. Okay. $152.30. On this VOD, live replay is still up too.
Because this is 2026, friends. And we have it on video.
Ukrainian man catchers nearly lose Van Dor during grab attempt in Odessa. There's
a man in there.
It's RT, by the way, Russia Today.
Fucking Russia Today? Yeah, true. 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 Here's one that's not from Russia Today. But also, I do have to ask, do we think the Iranian regime is humane? Serious question. Do we think the Iranian regime is secretly liberal and kindly disposed and observes human rights and freedoms? Serious question. Do we think so? Because the reporting on Iranian excesses is being done by America and Israel. And America bought by Israel. You don't believe that? Then I don't want to fucking hear about it being Russia Today. Yeah, imagine. In a world fucking war.
He's saying, regardless of it being Russia propaganda, the Iranian regime is not necessarily morally upstanding, but, you know, there's propaganda that we listen to by Iran that we would believe as well. I think he's trying to say, just because it comes from Russia Today doesn't necessarily mean that this is misinformation, that this is wrong.
The states that these reportings are taking place in are interested. Yeah, no shit.
Okay. I would say I'd probably be more skeptical of like Russia propaganda in general, or any state propaganda, like propaganda that seems like to be heavily influenced on delivering a specific message. It's a little bit rough to determine all the time, but yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah, people should have caution regardless. I do agree. People should have caution. I'd probably, if I were him, before fully buying or believing anything for certain, I'd probably, maybe he has done this and I'm just not aware, probably look into like some other sources, get a little bit more verification on this specific piece of news, I would say. And I think Henry used to like Sunday. Well, it is what it is. What can I tell you?
The death of a 45-year-old ethnic Hungarian. This is BBC. The death of a 45-year-old ethnic Hungarian in Ukraine.
I did figure Henry wouldn't take too kindly on his perspectives on Ukraine.
He was conscripted in the Ukrainian army has provoked a furious row between the Hungarian government and authorities in Kiev. Joseph Sebastian, a dual Ukrainian-Hungarian citizen, was beaten with iron bars after he was forcibly conscripted on 14th of June, his brother and sister have told Hungarian media. Sebastian from Berov in western Ukraine died there in a psychiatric hospital on 8th of July. You see the problem here. Let me lay it out for you. Some people are having some trouble with this. There are two people who will report on this. There are people who are pro-Ukraine, and there are people who are against Ukraine. That's it. It is perfectly possible this is a lie. It is perfectly possible narratives about Iran are a lie. I rather doubt it. It is perfectly possible narratives about Russia are a lie. I really doubt that. But here's the problem. You didn't get an answer. You just picked. But there's more here than just Zelensky bad. Yeah, there's a lot more here than just Zelensky bad. Although, incidentally, Zelensky is very bad. Zelensky at this point is very known, rather infamously. It's been reported a lot, but we're going to talk about that in a second as to why that has no effect. Zelensky has been very big on weakening anti-corruption institutions in Ukraine. Which, by the way, exist. They exist. You don't hear about those in Israel so much. They exist in Ukraine. Who posed the question? What do you mean who posed the question? I hate these cliches. It's an impossible situation with impossible choices. Thank you, audience member who is not enlisted, for telling us that people die in war and it requires hard choices. How fucking dare you speak, genuinely? Does Sunday think the U.S. should not have provided lend-lease aid to the USSR because it conscripted people in World War II? You see the rot. I have said multiple times in this video, I am pro aid for Ukraine. I'm pro aid for Ukraine. But your teeth are rotted. Your brain is corrupted. You can't even think. Oh, Sunday's critical of the Ukrainian government. Is he therefore pro abandoning all of Ukraine? Oh, imagine this, if you will. Sunday's against ICE? Is he pro just abandoning trans people in the United States?
Jeez. Thunderstorm's crazy. Yeah. Again, it's more of a nuanced take of like how the Ukrainian government conducts itself in general, and Zelensky as a figure and who they're supporting, and being critical of that is fine. I don't really see any issues with being critical of like some of these stances and feeling uncomfortable with the sad fact of like, you should probably find a way to make a peace deal. I don't disagree with any of these sentiments necessarily off rip.
The level you're operating at.
Because does it seem worth it at this point to continue this venture?
And you should be ashamed of yourself. Because you are anti-Ukrainian. You will see Ukrainians complain about corruption in their government, about their freedoms not being respected, about them effectively having no freedom. They're not even allowed to leave. And you will go, oh, well, people die in war. Well, that's not strictly speaking true, though, is it? Because rich Ukrainians don't die in war, do they? Oh, no. No, they don't. Sunday, I'm actually conflicted on this issue in part because of you. I'm working through it in real time. Fair enough, but I gotta say, I am horrified by the fact that it took this. I have been consistent 100% since the beginning of this. I am pro-Ukraine. Ukrainians should be allowed to leave. Ukrainians should not automatically be considered by the West to be slaves.
Yeah, Russia needs to offer a decent deal for that. What kind of deal do you think they would need to offer at this point? I actually don't know what would be like an acceptable deal for both parties at this point. Not because I'm saying it's an impossible thing to have happen. I'm saying, like, I just genuinely don't know at all. Like,
because Zelensky has made the calculated decision that this is what Ukraine needs. Because they've also made the calculated decision that Ukraine doesn't need any accountability for institutional corruption.
because is it worth fighting for the sovereignty at a certain point when it becomes I don't know. It's just I don't know, man. Some of these fucking.
And the problem here is not with people having a position on this. The problem here is not with people taking the position that maybe conscription is necessary. Maybe it is the lesser of two evils.
You can say the same thing with the Palestinian, like, it's fucking ridiculous. I don't fucking know. There's no fucking easy answer to this. Like, generally, I'm pro Ukraine. I think we should send aid, but at a certain point, like, I don't think. I just really have conflicting feelings on, like, the idea that you're forced to fight is, like, what's really getting me, I think, more than anything. Instead of having the idea of having the possibility of leaving. I feel like that constriction of being forced to, not because of your enemies putting you in a corner, but because your government in and of itself is saying this is what you have to do, otherwise, you know, off with your head. Now, a lot of people in Ukraine, I'm sure, are passionate enough, probably don't feel have to be forced into this position, would probably volunteer on their own accord. But I don't know. I just
perfectly possible. And one of the things that really bothers me, it's also one of the reasons why I want to talk about this. This does something very insidious. And this is where the flip side comes in. Reporting on the violence with which Ukrainian conscripts are grabbed switches your gears a little bit. And now you're talking about, now the debate is, and you may have noticed this actually in the course of the last couple of minutes. Oh, is the Ukrainian government enslaving Ukrainians nicely enough? Are the slave ships roomy enough? Do they have good food? And now imagine, if you will, that the slave ships did have good food and had nice accommodations. Harry Potter sighed and all was right with the world. Right?
I don't like conscription. I don't think lesser of draft dodgers, but I'm not going to be more. But I don't think lesser of draft dodgers. I'm not going to be moralizing over it while a country is being invaded. I kind of do in the instance of the amount of corruption. I do kind of think of this as like, I do kind of think of them as lesser for doing it a little bit. Like suggesting you need to fight on our behalf, but there's plenty of Ukrainians that won't because of their specific status, specific amount of financing. I think if you're going to conscript people to fight, it should be equalized. It shouldn't be class privilege shouldn't be considered at all.
So here's the problem. Conscription is a way of making enslavement of citizens with rights palatable for people for whom it is not a threat.
Because there ain't no way, because you couldn't figure out, you and Russia couldn't figure out a manageable solution through diplomatic means. That means I have to be conscripted. I have to fight because you fucking idiots cannot find a diplomatic means of negotiating with each other in a way that wouldn't force us to all fight each other. Ain't no way I'm going to be conscripted and forced to fight on your behalf because you couldn't do this. It's a bit like, and then like, not only that, but then there's people who have exceptions to this rule. No, I'm good. No, I'm good. Russia doesn't want a diplomatic means. Well, no, I didn't say Russia wants that. I'm saying because you guys couldn't do this at all, like, that doesn't mean shit to me. I'm not going to want to fight for my fucking country and fucking die because you guys couldn't, or it was impossible to have this happen. I'm going to do that unless, like, you equalize it and other people are going to fight alongside me, even if they are filthy fucking rich. I didn't say that either. I didn't say Ukraine can't just make Russia want to. Yeah, I didn't say that either.
I have seen people, for example, defend the use of the Ukrainian issue by Dylan Burns in my comments by telling me.
And I'm not going to want to give them, yeah, that's the other thing. I'm not going to want to show support and give them weapons or aid if that is just given to Israel, if part of that is given to Israel in order to fund their means, because then it goes against my morals and principles and my standards. Like, and that's because of the government. That's not because of the Ukrainian people. It's not because I didn't want to show support to the Ukrainian people and help the Ukrainian people. It's because of their government and the way they function. I kind of get why they would make certain decisions, why they would sell certain things to certain, countries. But again,
How can you criticize Dylan Burns, who actually went to Ukraine? And here is my retort. Ukraine is not conscripting people to be journalists. Ukraine is conscripting people to be fighters, to be soldiers. So until such a time as Dylan Burns finds a helmet that fits and picks up a gun, until such a time as anyone who is defending the enslavement of Ukrainian citizens enlists themselves, I don't want to fucking hear it. You know who could yell at me about this? And I disagree, but I would respect it. Merrick DeVille is enlisting. Merrick DeVille is enlisting. I would hear Merrick. There are people who are enlisting who have a fascist attitude towards enlistment, and they think that people who don't enlist, who need to be forcibly sent are cowards. I strongly disagree with that, and I think they're fascists, but they aren't hypocrites and they aren't cowards. They enlisted. People who defend enlistment on moral grounds, people who defend forced enlistment on moral grounds, best be registered.
I'm not personally comfortable. I'm not personally comfortable with it overall. I get why you would do it, but I'm not. I think I prioritize the individual at that point.
Because I guarantee you, Dylan Burns would make a whole lot more difference in Ukraine in the trenches than on a YouTube channel. He ain't pushing the line over here. Government corruption is causing the weapons that Ukraine uses to be defective because they are being the contracts are being given to plants that can't produce them, and the result is that Ukraine's armaments are weaker. Under pressure, she signed off. Many shells failed to fire, prompting a public outcry in 2024. Shells failing to fire is a life and death thing, by the way. People died because Russian assets were not hit. On the eve of the first board meeting, the Defense Ministry rewrote the procurement body's charter, granting itself authority over hiring and firing the agency's head. The board protested the meddling and renewed Mrs. Bezrukova's contract for another year. The Zelensky administration was undeterred. When a foreign expert resigned, leaving 2 foreigners and 2 government representatives on the board, the administration had an opening. It fired the 2 government members, leaving the board without quorum. Couldn't meet, couldn't act. Powers were transferred to the Defense Ministry. Mrs. Bezrukova was fired early this year. Quote, supervisory boards are just window dressing, she said in an interview. They are not real. The Defense Ministry did not reply to requests for comment. It has said it acted legally and in the interest of improving weapon procurement. The government's move against the procurement agency coincided with Mr. Trump's return to power and Washington's gradual disengagement from the war. That shift, European officials said, emboldened the Ukrainian authorities to remove anti-corruption guardrails. The Zelensky administration quietly asserted control by rewriting the charters of state companies, including Ukrenergo, to give itself new powers or to change the voting process. The government also tried unsuccessfully to defang the anti-corruption agencies like NABU.
Oh, yikes. That's a fucking big yikes.
Investigating Energo.
Holy shit.
With the United States retreating, Europe is left to confront Kiev's handling of corruption. But so far, quote, the Europeans are creating a permissive environment for this kind of backsliding, unquote, said Tyson Barker, a former State Department official overseeing Ukraine's economic recovery. The European Commission, the administrative arm of the European Union, quietly commissioned a report this year into corruption risks in Ukraine's energy industry. A copy of the report obtained by the Times warned of, quote, persistent political...
So conscription is the service of forced conscription, is it until the war is over? Ukraine conscription extended. How much longer? Next steps. Wow, fun. Thanks, guys. Appreciate this fucking stupid ad. Gonna pop up again. Wow, cool. I'll let it go, I guess. Whatever. Fuck me, right? You know? What was this ad for? What was the point? I don't even know what this ad's for. Hero wear? You didn't really advertise your hero wear very properly. It's not full front. Become a Patreon today? How about you go fuck yourself? I'm not doing that. No, I can't read? Okay, cool. I sat through the ad for nothing. Fuck you. A new voice of Ukraine. Go fuck yourself. Fucking ads, dude. Holy shit. Objections include complaints from families of active service personnel who resented that the laws did not ultimately include it and intentionally considered provision to allow soldiers who had served for 36 months in combat to be relieved and returned home. However, the battle conditions with Russia advancing with overwhelming force made it impractical, and the view of Ukraine's leaders to remove any experienced active troops from service. Officials pledged their relief provision would be considered in future legislation without stating when. RT is not a news outlet. It is quite literally an arm of the Kremlin that masquerades as a news station. Okay, got it. Well, that's what I figured. It's not surprising. I mean, it can be true, but like you wouldn't want to go to RT at all to verify something. Whether or not it could be true, yeah. Which I think you agree with. It's like generally not well advised to just follow RT and be like, yeah, RT's right here. Without doing a double check or looking at other sources to verify. Let's see. Lower the conscription age by 2 years from 27 to 25. 25. I'm not getting a sense of how long you're forced into conscription. Not really. I think 36 months seems like that's usually when it's supposed to end, but then they can't do it right now. Forces worn down. Ukraine moves to revamp military service. Country will introduce fixed-term military contracts to try to attract recruits and ease the strain on soldiers after years of fighting. Until now, Ukrainian soldiers have served under open-ended contracts, leaving them with no control over their future. Okay, got it. So it's open-ended. Gotcha. There's no control. So it could be like 36 months. It could be 48. It varies, I suppose. It could be 24. It depends. On a new system, both current service members and recruits will be able to sign fixed-term contracts lasting 1 to 5 years. Okay, so around that time, I suppose. There's a rule about length on paper, and then what really happens. Yeah, okay. Well, I was looking for the one on paper, but realistically, yeah, you do have to take into consideration it, especially during this kind of time of war or whatever. They would not exactly follow that all the time. RT is helpful in telling you the regime's talking points, but that's it. Enlisting in a Ukrainian army is typically illegal in the West. People have been arrested for it when returning home. It happened here last week. Oh, okay. So, like, what Sunday says is kind of ridiculous for him to say in terms of talking about, well, Dylan Burns, you want to do more? You should probably enlist if you actually care. He probably couldn't actually enlist if he wanted to. Time comes up and they just compress you back into service. I have no doubt people are being kept beyond the term. Yeah, I can. Sunday is telling people to do something that makes them a criminal. Yeah, I probably would.
Interference, unquote. The report by the Ukrainian Facility Platform, a non-profit research group, singled out Kiev's undermining of supervisory boards as a critical problem. A spokeswoman for the European Union said officials have pressed Ukraine to reform its state-owned businesses. There's no evidence that European Union money was misused, she said. She did not address what the investigation reveals about corruption in Ukraine. Mr. Zelensky has tried to distance himself from the growing scandal. In response to the controversy, his prime minister denied any government interference with Energoatom's supervisory board. She blamed the board for not stopping corruption, and she fired all its members. Because corruption is international. An individual who has promoted funding to Ukraine, who suddenly declares that what they promoted funding to was corrupt and the funds were misused, that can then be used in a democracy by their opponents to point out the inefficacy, the incompetence, and the corruption of their opponent. And that person will then be removed from power. And they can't be removed from power, see? Because, well, they're the only ones who have their values. They need to be in the right spot so that when the critical moment comes, the right person is there to make the right decision. But that moment never comes because you are what you eat. And the moments that passed in which the right decision needed to be made, well, they passed. Every one of these compromises for the sake of some future event where your position is important, that was it. That was it. That was the good they could have done.
That there was a Ukrainian Foreign Legion, to where like somebody could sign up for that through legal means, maybe. Is that like a thing? Is that what
led
you're
away
referring to?
in handcuffs. Adelaide man Vincent Tran faced court today, charged with fighting for a foreign military without authorisation.
It's a very unusual case. As I understand it, it's the first case that the Commonwealth have prosecuted in the whole of Australia, so it'll be interesting to see what the elements are and what's got to be proven.
Facing up to 2 decades imprisonment if found guilty. The Australian Army reservist allegedly travelled to Ukraine in May 2025. Police say he worked as a drone operator in their army before returning to Australia in January this year. Executing a search warrant, AFP investigators seized electronic devices, allegedly containing images linking the 24-year-old to a foreign conflict. The AFP says they began investigating after a referral from the Department of Defence. Appearing via video link from a cell, Mr Tran faced Adelaide Magistrates Court today. He has been granted bail with conditions, including that he must not leave the state. Mr Tran will return to court next month for a committal hearing to determine whether the case should be heard in a higher court. Daniel Pizarro, SBS World News.
Okay. Yeah, if your country says it's illegal to join, that's that. I sent a link about it. Even when the war kicked off years ago, governments said not to go or risk being arrested upon return. Yeah. Well, does it? Where does Dylan Burns live? Like America or Canada? Why do I feel like he's a Canada person? Wait, am I still live? Yeah, I'm still live. What's up?
Emily, did you see what Aiko did?
No, what?
Are you interested to know?
Yeah, let me know.
Okay, so do you know about the Repsion video?
Where he basically, or his new video on Firebat, yeah, I do know about that.
So there was a leaked call that was leaked on Paris stream, that very leaked. I think Miller recorded or whatever, and it was in Femios VC, and Repsion was asking like, does anyone have Firebat's full address?
I'm aware of this part. I've already seen that.
Okay, can someone send it to me? And like, he said you want to confront Firebat IRL and stuff. So this was sent to Aiko. And what was Aiko's reaction? He responded with like kick W.
That does not surprise me. Was it in a text message or on her stream?
On her Discord.
Oh yeah. Can you send me that? I want to see that. I don't doubt that.
I'm gonna send it to you.
I did see her react with an emote when Repsion responded to Purple Perry, his like 72 hour thing, but it was more so like a response to like, I have no idea who that is.
But the very first point says, upload a video apologizing to getting Firebat address and talking about showing up to their house.
Oh,
so
okay.
Pretty sure
okay, so the full context here provided makes this worse. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. This KEKW makes it worse in terms of full response.
So Aiko's fine with literally someone doxing and showing up to Firebat's house, but when like she's trying to, where she's saying it's like, oh, you guys are touching the poo because you talked to Firebat once. You're touching the poo. That's too far. That's disgusting. Kathy's disgusting for talking to Firebat once. But going to Firebat's house is okay. Kick W. Kick W, guys. Going to Firebat's house. Kick W.
Yeah, she's really gross. She has like no principles or standards or anything. She literally just follows whatever vibes are. Yeah, Mary Chu has a video apparently on how she basically just skinwalks President Sunday. So, you know, she doesn't think for herself. It's not possible.
Yeah, she sucks.
Literally definition of a follower. It's as simple as that, I think.
The faces are just killing me.
Did not mean to turn that on. Yeah. I might look at the Mary Chu video, maybe next stream or something. I think that's in my content suggestions, actually. What is that, 17 minutes?
The banana tempts the little monkey, but its sweetness rots his teeth.
We can probably watch this in a second. I don't see why not at this point.
Well, alright, we'll talk to you later.
Later, have a good one. Mary's video is good. Yeah, I've watched it before, but I want to dissect it a little bit on stream for content.
And now this is really why I'm interested in this. This reporter, Constant Mayhute. Let me find her actual website here quickly.
Sabotage,
Constant
oversight,
Mayhute at the New
allowing
York Times.
corruption to fester. I think we got the gist of this. We might do this now.
Thing. Who is Aiko? I've been wondering something. Who is Aiko Rules? What does she do? What kind of content is she known for? Do people watch because she has unique and useful insight into the things she talks about? Or just because she's saying stuff they agree with? Are her opinions even her own, or just taken from other people? I have a theory. I think this person has managed to professionally skinwalk her content creator friends. I think she attaches herself to and agrees with people more knowledgeable or well-read than herself on whichever issue she's talking about, and just sort of joins what she sees as the winning team, reaping the rewards without actually having to do any of the legwork or form any original opinions. And because it's me, we're testing this via trans discussions. See, she's quite outspoken on this topic. She's had a lot to say about one of my videos about someone called Katie Neves, although I'm not convinced she ever understood my actual points about representation and trans advocates dying on ill-advised hills, despite many hours dedicated to watching me. We even had something approaching an actual discussion on various trans issues when we had a conversation. Unfortunately, what this all tipped me off to is that this person is actually not very knowledgeable on this subject at all, and generally just—
I should probably watch this debate sometime, maybe next stream or something, on the trans issue stuff.
uses accusations of transphobia to bludgeon people she doesn't like with. I got the impression she's taken on progressive ideas around trans issues without adequately understanding other perspectives. And when pressed on this, it comes across like she's picked a side and wants to form negative opinions on those who disagree without actually trying to understand why they think differently first. I think you need to talk to women that disagree with you. I think you should actually have these kind of conversations and stop writing them off as bigots or ignorant or whatever, because I think you're ignorant of some of their
I think
experience.
it is. No, I think it is ignorant because
Then talk to some of those people about
don't you think that if these women were more used to like trans women just being around, being people, being like regular women around them, that maybe it wouldn't be as much of a problem.
That's not
maybe they
bearing
wouldn't
out.
be here.
Say you have like
Okay, see, I can already respond to this probably better than Aiko can, because I don't even necessarily disagree with what Aiko's saying, is that getting adjusted to having more experience around trans women or trans men for that instance, just like having experience with any marginalized group or whatever, getting to know them, actually humanizing them, being able to relate with them on different things, really recognize their humanity, is kind of vital here. And I think most people over time, for the most part, in a lot of ways, will be able to understand and empathize and be able to advocate for the rights of people that are trans or any other marginalized group over time as they experience more social interactions with them. The response of this fucking moron here, Mary Chu, is to say that's not bearing out. Well, this person doesn't really think through why it's probably not bearing out. The reason it's probably not bearing out is because, again, they're a minority, an extreme minority. And you have to take into consideration that this takes a lot more time for an extreme minority, a 1% of the population, for people to get accustomed to having experiences with trans people. Because your average person has not met a trans person, became friends with a trans person, has been a romantic partner of a trans person, as commonly often as you would think. This is probably why it's not bearing out as much, and why people are more quick to probably resort to dehumanizing or being ignorant on trans people and their experiences, having a lack of knowledge. So, like, this idea of the response to Aiko here is saying, but that's not bearing out. You're not really showing a good example of how well you've thought through any of these topics, at least in this specific circumstance here. Yeah. So it's against Australian law to fight for Ukraine. Dylan Burns isn't Ukrainian as far as I know. Okay, that's not the point of why he linked the video. He's saying the point of he linked the video to show that Australia is one of many different places that this law applies to, that you can't just go out there and fight for Ukraine. You have to just go in and enlist. because in some places you will be penalized, you will be arrested. Australia is one of them. Let's see. By the way, to make up for the Aiko defending I did earlier, this thing I said that Aiko turned against me over. Okay, let me see what she linked here exactly. Okay, this is a chat message. This chat message that Aiko raged at me over and called disgusting shit stirring. I was in Queeman's chat. He was reacting to a video of Kathy talking about Trough voting Brexit. It wasn't directed at anyone. Kathy wasn't even in chat when I wrote it. It was meant as a joke to myself because I found the idea of a whole chat apologizing over a little detail funny. Chat here is in live replay. I think Aiko's chat collectively owes Kathy an apology for doubting him when he said Trough was a Tommy Robinson guy. This is what she got so upset about. Oh my god, man. I'm sorry, dude, that sucks. Dude, she got hypersensitive over that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ridiculous, man. I just want to make clear that I did literally nothing wrong during all that. Sunday's Bean saying go enlist to anyone who disagrees with his Ukraine takes. It's not even about Dylan as he is fighting us about people in the audience being told to enlist. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. With that context in mind, it is kind of like, okay, like I would understand if people could just go enlist, maybe that like take would hold a little bit more weight, but you know, it's not exactly feasible. I'm not a lawyer. If it's illegal for Dylan, it would need to be a law where he lives, not Australia. Well, the reason Alex said it was to show that saying this to your audience about, in general, or about anyone that has Dylan's position, it's not really a feasible thing. And it could not be feasible for Dylan depending on where he lives. Which, if I remember correctly, it could be Canada. I can't remember if he's American or Canadian. So it would just vary. It would just vary.
Problem.
That's not
Maybe they wouldn't be fair.
Say you have like trauma. Say you were physically assaulted in a bathroom or something by a male person. You're in another.
Okay, but said it's not bearing out. Well, say you have trauma. Say like you have a response to like something from a male person. Therefore, trans people cannot go into like it's just they can't go into the restroom because of this very particular thing. I'm sorry. It's just a ridiculous notion. Someone's trauma of being affected by a specific party that happens to be the same sex, not gender, does not give you a reason, or women a reason, to oppress and suggest you are not allowed in this restroom at all to go relieve yourselves. Arguing over this because they've had their own personal experiences that were horribly traumatic does not give them a justification to an excuse to oppress others. And these, again, remember, these instances of sharing the restroom with a trans person, mind your own fucking business. You're using a restroom. You're using a restroom. It's a ridiculous notion of like, because this has happened, therefore, they're not allowed to use the restroom. They're not allowed in bathroom A because, their sex is male. Their gender is woman. They are a woman, but their sex is male. They're not allowed in that, and then they're not allowed in restroom B, because most commonly, a lot of people would probably get the idea from trans women, believe it or not. Not all the time, but some people would think, why is a woman entering this man's restroom? So, inherent to their existence, there is this thing that happens that is oppressive, where they cannot do a normal human bowel movement in a public place because of their identity. I don't give a fuck about your personal fucking trauma. Sorry, I don't. That's not my business. I'm here to relieve myself. If I was a woman personally, if I was a trans woman personally, I'd be like, I don't give a fuck. It's not my business. Mind your fucking business. Use the facility. Leave. That's what it's there for.
Well, then they really should go to therapy.
I actually do agree with this, but I think she should deliver this in a more coherent, straightforward manner, not just like passive like that.
Go to therapy. I don't think people's rights should be based on.
It's not about empathy. It's about like, you don't have empathy, because in this moment you're like, I'm putting this person's traumatic experience over the experience of trans people being able to use a restroom without being hassled and, quite frankly, demonized, or presumed as if they're going to fucking rape somebody because they use a fucking restroom. Original debate would be worth watching. Yeah, probably. I would imagine so.
You should talk to other women about this. Talk to some women who are uncomfortable about this kind of thing.
Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? I don't care. Their opinion doesn't matter to me. Their opinion doesn't matter to me. It triumphs over human rights. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I will never care.
Yeah, no, I do. I understand, and I disagree. Yes, I understand.
But as much fun as it would be to focus on personal interactions and recount the time she advocated for reporting my channel.
There I am, Gary. There I am.
Or supported someone threatening to sue me for slander for repeating something he had literally told me himself.
Like, oh, fuck you, I can see that. I've not done any of these things.
I did not see that as a serious threat.
Back to Ico Snark. I get the Ico Snark now. Fuck yeah. I did what I had to do, and I did some stupid Mary Chew snark. Mary Chew uploaded a version that doesn't include the argument on if Mary meant an apology? What do you mean? Meant an apology? What do you mean? I believe they were talking about shelters there, not bathrooms. I mean, it would be... Okay. Shelters. Trans women get battered and abused as well. So I don't think that's relevant to me. I don't think that's much more relevant. I'm going to be honest. I don't think that's that much more relevant. I don't think so.
A serious legal threat. And even if it was, who the fuck cares?
But
like,
most of these arguments are made about public restrooms in general, not just shelters. Even just take it, yeah. Like, I've heard Lab made this argument. It's like, oh, like this is the one place where they're safe from males and stuff like that. Well, like, here's the problem though. Here's the problem with these arguments in general, is that these arguments are constructed as a means of like demonizing and dehumanizing trans people. Because there isn't a person in the world that wouldn't agree with the sentiment that if you're in a public restroom and somebody acts uncouth, not even uncouth, outright morally reprehensible and attacks you or does something, like if a man wanted to do that, they would just go in there. They wouldn't pretend to be a trans woman. They would just do the action. A woman can rape another woman. A trans woman can rape a woman. A trans man can rape a woman. A trans man can rape a man. A man can rape a man. A man can rape a woman. A Man can rape. Man can rape. We all know men can rape. So this ridiculous notion, I'm sorry, I'm not following this argument anymore. It's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. They would just go in and they would do what they wanted to do in the first place. I think we all know that would happen. So this idea that like, oh, I don't feel comfortable with trans women in there because maybe they'll do something to me. It's stupid on its face. It's stupid on its face. Just think about it for like 2 minutes. Not even 2 minutes, 1 minute. Think thoroughly. It's stupid. It's bigoted. It's stupid. It presumes that trans women, Mary True, by making this a very argument, presumes that trans women are more susceptible to raping people. Does Mary True think, like, by her own identity, that she's more susceptible to raping? Isn't Mary True trans? I could be wrong. A trans woman? I could be wrong. Maybe I'm misgendering unintentionally.
It would be justified if you did.
Or loop Tom whether I meant an apology to someone for 40 minutes in our debate.
Let me say it again, okay? The apology we just watched, you say to Femyaz on request of Sunday, or rather Sunday saying that you...
It wasn't about assault. I don't know then. Isn't the idea of the bathroom argument is the fear of assault? Isn't that the point? Okay, I'd have to watch in context. Maybe I just sound like a total retard if I'm making all these arguments. Okay, based on what I think the arguments are, I think I'm sounding pretty reasonable from my responses. What I think they are. Yeah, that's what I presumed. I presumed she was a trans woman. I didn't want to assume, but I thought that was the case. The debate part was about women's discomfort. These clips are missing context as she should have included under the context as I watched this live, but clearly it's coming across differently. Okay. But even the notion of women's discomfort, bathroom or shelter or otherwise, is this notion of like, trans women are making me uncomfortable with my identity as a female or a woman, or this idea that like, I don't know if I trust men to, I don't know if I trust men or whatever, male or whatever, presenting as this because males are inherently predatory. Guess what? Hate to fucking tell you this. A lot of rapists in the fucking world. If you have this notion that, wow, trans women are going to be like, just by the notion of like, male that turning into a trans woman, it's just kind of a bigoted notion in of itself. A lot of people, it's just a ridiculous notion of like, just on that merit alone, I should fear this. It's just crazy to me. Oh, fear trans women are gonna rape me.
Thinks you owe her apology and you apologize. Did you mean that apology that we just watched? Yes or no?
Maybe.
Well, I think we already...
So I have unironically heard arguments of like, fetishize this aspect of themselves. They do this only for fetishization. And then trans women are going to try to like rape me in a bathroom or some shit like that. Or they're more susceptible to raping me because they're a male.
I'm not moving past this. I'm not moving past this. This is literally it. I'm not moving past this. You're making a fool of yourself, Michael.
You are making a fool of yourself. You're not allowing us to hash out the other stuff.
I don't care, Perry. I literally don't care.
We're doing something else. I'm interested in a recent stream she did, reviewing a conversation between two left-leaning streamers, President Sunday and Alec Gunter, discussing Sunday's criticisms of Alec's criticisms of gender-critical YouTuber King Critical, who made a video on 10 reasons trans identity isn't valid. None of these people are themselves trans, by the way. Sunday's criticism of Alec broadly consisted of...
Oh my god, am I gonna start this stupid fucking... Oh my god. Are we doing the identity politics of like... Is that what the arguments are gonna be? Identity politics at this point? Like...
Alec not understanding King Critical's points, not having read gender philosophy, and ultimately lacking knowledge and understanding on an issue he discusses often, a criticism I tend to agree with and would like to expand, as Alec is far from the only or even worst offender here. See, Aiko also hasn't read Judith Butler, never watched King Critical's video, Alex's video, or most likely even Sunday's initial criticisms.
I haven't read any of those books. I don't think that King Critical really says, I didn't watch it, but from what I've seen, I don't know precisely what he's talking about in this situation because I haven't watched the thing, as I've said a billion times.
Seems proudly ignorant of gender critical perspectives, and has little understanding of trans people beyond mainstream progressive talking points, so why is she even reacting to this? What could she possibly contribute? Isn't she—
Oh my god. Now that okay. I'm defending Aiko here. I'm doing like Mary Chew Snark. It's turning into just Mary Chew Snark because then it just becomes okay. Do I have to do this? Oh my god. Because I have to be the guy. Oh my god. I'm being charitable. I'm being empathetic. I'm being sympathetic to everyone's varying different experiences of how they learn and how they grow. If there's one thing I will agree with, because I do remember watching this, I think the assessment, I generally agree with the assessment that if you were to ask me, I do think Aiko is lazy. I don't disagree with this notion. If you were to ask me, do I think she's proudly ignorant? Would I describe this as proudly ignorant?
I haven't read any of those books. I don't think that King Critical really says, I didn't watch it, but from what I've seen, I don't know precisely what he's talking about in this situation because I haven't watched the thing, as I've said a billion times.
I think she's just being clear and transparent of, I'm not an expert in this conversation. I do not know exactly what is being referred to at all moments. I think transparency is not the end of the world here. I don't consider this being proudly ignorant. And once again, I do want to emphasize this other point where I have to do this for like Present Sunday too, because I do think this happens. This is sadly the case for our current climate and how people like engage in politics or learning and media and stuff like that. People learn about any of these issues. It is very sad for me to say. I'm going to be fucking blunt with you. I'll be very blunt with you. People are not learning all of these issues the same. People are not learning through reading Judith fucking Butler books. I'm going to be frank with you. I think they should. I think you should read these things. I think you should try to get a little bit of a better grasp of these things. Take some time and learn these things on your own accord. But that is the climate that we are in. And what would I rather have? Would I rather have someone like, quite frankly, Aiko, being willing to listen anyway and learn what they can anyway to the degree that they do in order to advocate for people? Or would I rather have, well, Republicans? I think I know what I'm picking. God, that felt gross. Oh, defending Aiko here. Oh, that felt gross.
Proudly ignorant of gender critical perspectives, and has little understanding of trans people beyond mainstream progressive talking points, so why—
Okay, what does that define? Mainstream progressive talk, what does that mean to you? What does that generally mean? Like, I can mean a litany of different things.
Is she even reacting to this? What could she possibly contribute? Isn't she—
Well, I don't disagree with you about it.
Falling into the same trap Sunday is suggesting Alec has? Combined with my own experiences of Aiko, to me this speaks of the arrogance.
Again, here's part of the problem with what Sunday sets a certain standard where I don't necessarily disagree with the criticism of, you should probably read Judith Butler. If you're making video essays or something like that and talking about these issues, you probably get a little bit more informed. But like the pretentious arrogance of it, of like somebody trying to do well, I do feel like it is a little annoying. I do understand the frustration of someone like Alec Gunter of like experiencing somebody that is I'm going to be honest, and I love Sunday for it, but he was being very smug there. And kind of, downplaying the contributions or downplaying the well intentions of like trying to speak on these issues at all. I think there is such a thing as somebody, meaning well, doing what they can, probably not informing themselves as much as they should. And just having some error and gaps of knowledge on probably stuff that they should have like already looked into. Aiko is not somebody that I would trust to have an elucidated conversation necessarily on the specifics of any of these issues. I 100% agree. But, the advocacy, shitting on the advocacy is just a little strange.
Of many progressive trans allies, who seem to think trans discussions require no real forethought, research, or preparation. And why would Aiko bother with any of that? She's friends with President Sunday. President Sunday is a philosophy channel, and whatever you might say about him, he's either very well read or very good at pretending he is. Let's assume the former. Aiko is not well read, but really all she has to do is agree with her friend and treat him as an authority figure relative to Alec, and she can join the winning team. After all, it's a pretty safe content strategy to just identify the person who knows more, and agree with everything.
I agree that there is a bit of a skinwalk. Yeah, there is a skinwalking nature to this where, like, I'm just agreeing with the assessments of this person that I trust. This person that I trust as a friend, this person that I trust as a content creator. That I generally have an understanding of them in terms of moral character. At least I have a better idea. Like, I trust them more in terms of, like, being a good person or something, having well-depth knowledge and stuff like that. From what I can gauge too, Sunday is treating, because this criticism is going to be made. Sunday is doing like a little bit of a double standard of treating Aiko with kids' gloves in terms of lack of knowledge. But that's because, here's one of the things I will say. I think this happens because, Sunday has a better... Sunday has a better grasp on the level of knowledge that Aiko has and a willingness of being an ally, right? That's the meaningful difference, I think.
So I think it's
I think Sunday trusts that Aiko, from his perspective at least, has the best, is well intentioned, has the best in mind. He doesn't really trust Alec Gunter in this circumstance of being well-intentioned. I think he has a level of disinterest and trust in someone like Alec Gunter, who, by the way, he called out, this is a specific thing to remember too, is that Alec Gunter still batting for Vosh a little bit, still sweeping for Vosh a little bit. So he has a lack of trust in Alec Gunter in terms of moral character. I think that's the meaningful difference here in terms of why Sunday would be showing a little bit more favoritism to somebody who, by the way, is transparent. Like, Aiko is being transparent about her level of knowledge. God, am I gonna have to... Dude, I thought I remembered this. I only listened to this once, and I thought I remembered this being, like, actually pretty good at shitting on Aiko here. But, like, I actually think I'm just re-listening to this. I feel like I'm doing more Mary True Snark, which I think is more justifiable at this point.
Everything they say. You might not be putting out good ideas of your own, but you're at least curating them, and that's coming across as intelligent and insightful by proxy, right? For the next close to 3 hours...
I mean, sorta. But, like, it would be more frustrating to hear... It would be more frustrating if I thought Aiko was presenting herself as, like, a Professor Jane or something like that, and all she was really doing is, like, stealing other people's, like, plagiarizing other people's ideas. Do I ever get the sense, at least personally from what I've heard of Aiko, do I ever get the sense that Aiko has blatantly plagiarized other people's ideas or whatever? I don't think from memory, I don't remember her ever presenting herself as, like, an expert or anything like that. Can anyone correct me if I'm wrong? Or any, like, level of knowledge of, like, I'm well Well, yeah, I just don't remember this. Is Gunter claiming to be an expert on trans issues? I think there is more. It's a good question because he's not necessarily saying that he's an expert, but he is participating in a video essay that's supposed to be teaching you about, these issues. And if Sunday is watching your portion of the video and he's noticing some gaps in knowledge and some pivotal things that he thinks you should be up to date on, it's a bit meaningful of a difference of that participation there. And then Aiko, mostly for the most part, not maybe besides the debate with Mary Chu or whatever in this instance, in terms of trying to advocate for trans people against somebody that she views as speaking bigotedly about the subject, right? Usually not really trying to do content that is in full advocacy necessarily. Not trying to teach people, if this makes sense.
Aiko successfully
I think this makes sense.
Makes it through around 15 minutes of this roughly 45-minute.
She has very strong opinions about it when talking to Mary in that debate. But yeah, a lot of people would have strong opinions and not be fully educated. I have very strong opinions that trans people deserve human rights and stuff like that. But if you were to ask me to go into the specifics of certain niche topics or niche portions of trans people and did their medical processes, procedures, and shit like that, I might not know every single bit in terms of the through and throughs and the back and forths on pros and cons on this issue or whatever. I think there's going to be some gaps in logic or gaps in knowledge of specific trans issues that, yeah, you would want to have more knowledge on to advocate in their interest better. But not everyone, just if you would be an advocation for, any other marginalized group, you might not have the full breadth of knowledge on the histories or long-standing advocacies of any other group of people or the specifics of their, oppression. Yeah. I was under the impression she knew more than she did because she kept talking about how much trans debates she's done. And now it's all the same old stuff. Okay, well, that gives me a little bit more of an idea how she presents herself. Okay. She relies on being in Twitch poll as proof she knows stuff, yet didn't know that IVF had a low success rate. Okay, gotcha. So, yeah. The Twitch poll stuff of doing debates. If you're this is worthy of criticism then. And I think I'm going to lean more on this aspect with this kind of level of knowledge, if this is in fact the case. And I do remember she was talking about I was in Twitch poll doing debates and stuff like that. That debate culture, doing debates about any of these topics, does not necessarily necessitate you with, this expert level of knowledge on any of these topics. I'm going to be straightforward with you guys. I don't even consider myself an expert on any topic I've ever talked about here. I do not any passionate topics. I feel there's some things that I still should know before I even remotely touch that idea of I'm well versed and well knowledgeable and well educated and I feel there's a specific threshold where it seems a little smug and arrogant to present yourself as I've been in that Twitch full sphere. I've been arguing for their rights for quite a while. I think I know what I'm fucking talking about. And it's yeah, to a degree maybe. But, there's, barriers, I would say, yeah. You should frankly be embarrassed to acknowledge you were in Twitch poll. I would agree. This, yeah, 100%. So Gunter is being held to a higher standard because he makes essays while Aiko doesn't make anything. Well, I mean, I'm going to be real with you, Chief. I think Alec Gunter is probably smarter than Aiko, and I probably trust Alec Gunter on the issue more than Aiko. if I'm being real. It's not like I would just take Alec Gunter's word on any of these issues verbatim. So that's that's saying very little of Ico, I think.
Video. We get to hear her mention over and over how stoned she is, eat an apple without muting her mic, and occasionally even attempt a hot take, whilst rewinding sections over and over and over.
Which is like, if someone has a video and they are unironically like AGP, so-and-so is AGP, and they're like serious about like they mean it, if someone has that in their video on their title or thumbnail of a trans person, you can just dismiss it right out the gate. You're like, okay, I know what your deal is.
This was grueling to get through.
Wait, the AGP is like a reference to Chud Logic, right? Well, that is something to take into consideration, is that AGP is a phenomenon that does happen, but like it has been used because some people would probably like put the 2 and 2 together of whether or not, oh, you're not trans, you're AGP. There's a self-discovery progress of whether or not you're trans or not, and then there's a probably larger conversation. Smith, for example, as from what I remember, is AGP. I don't know if his channel's still up or whatever, but there was a time in his life that I still think he's probably trans, like a trans woman, and he just doesn't want to ever transition or whatever, thinks, because he thinks it's unhealthy and bad for you, blah blah blah, and wrong or whatever. Was there an AGP? Is it AG? I forget the autogynephilia. So there's like this thing that happens with the AGP where it becomes like a little meme or whatever of like, I think it's like sort of at the expense of trans people, where there's a dismissal of like, you're not trans, you're just AGP, you're like an AGP freak. Like that's the, that's the insult. That's the quote unquote, bigoted insult joke and stuff like that, that someone like Chud Logic would use, for example. I think this is fine to comment on. I don't see what's a problem with this remark exactly.
Like they mean it. If someone has that in their video on their title or thumbnail of a trans person, you can just dismiss it right out the gate. You're like, okay.
You could probably, I think she's saying you can probably dismiss this person's thoughts on this because they're probably a bigot. If they're using like transphobic like jokes like that or whatever, you could probably be more prone and more likely to dismiss their opinion on trans issues because you think they come from a bigoted perspective. AGP is more about the theory of where trans people come from. Okay, yeah, well, I figured it is a core line connection to it. Yeah.
I know what your deal is.
I know that I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure everyone that is AGP, not everyone that is AGP is trans, obviously. I don't think that's the case. So I think that there is a discovery process of like, is this really like me leading into like, I'm a woman, right? Or is this me just, I like doing this for myself. I just think it looks nice on me. I personally enjoy this as a man. As a male. Yeah. I wonder if this is a reference to Firebat saying explicitly they're not trans and do it for fetish reasons at a few points. Ico took those statements as proof that Firebat really is trans, which was weird. Yeah, it's really hard. It's really hard to, because it always sounds like you're digging too much into somebody's like personal life a little bit. Even the comments I made about Smith, quite frankly, but I wouldn't make those comments if Smith openly didn't state that he had tried to, figure out where he belonged, or like what he was basically. And personally, I just enter my opinion from what I think his behavior displays and his thought process. I can only give my personal opinion on the matter from what I've been given. But generally, I don't like to just like just even with bad people, just kind of presume, are they like trans? Are they this or that? I kind of get an idea if they speak about it openly, and maybe Firebat has speaking about it openly, but generally I wouldn't presume this person is trans. I would probably just assume that more likely the case, oh, you're just AGP, unless like I get some other indicators that you're not. So, thing some old psychologist came up with the motivation behind trans lesbians.
It was grueling to get through, so I think liking this video and considering subscribing to my channel is the least you can do. We're told multiple times what King Critical was really saying versus Alex's interpretation by someone who didn't even watch either person's video.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair to be critical of, highly critical of. You don't have the context of this King Critical, video fully to probably substantiate too much on the specifics. That being, so you should probably take Aiko's position, as probably less credible. Not even probably. You should take it as less credible in terms of like what knowledge she has a lack of knowledge in.
Also discover that apparently Aiko's main exposure to King Critical was by a fellow streamer, Chud Logic, who I suppose she has some kind of vendetta against.
I'll link it again, but based on what I've seen of King Critical, when I watched Chud Logic soy nod to his ContraPoints' AGP video.
So the presumption is based off past history, like, just based off King Critical's, video, is she's getting a bigoted understanding of, King Critical.
He won't even
itself
entertain a gender sex distinction whatsoever.
As much like with me, she's dedicated multiple hours to criticizing him. I'm unsure if this runs deeper than just accusations of transphobia, but I do question which trans people were asking her to talk about him, or what she thinks she's achieving. Chud has somewhat gender-critical views and makes trans jokes sometimes. Who cares? Hey!
Okay, this dismissal is kind of absurd, because let's not pretend... And listen, edgy jokes are gonna be edgy jokes, but I know realistically where these things could lead to. I know what people get, what kind of rhetoric, what kind of jokes get instilled in people, what kind of thought process they have behind some of these jokes. I'm not gonna dismiss Chud Logic and his freedom. Quite frankly, I respect the free. You can have the freedom to say these jokes or whatever, but let's not pretend like these don't have an effect and don't instill more transphobic views or normalize more transphobic views.
I do question which trans people were asking her to talk about him, or what she thinks she's achieving. Chud has somewhat gender-critical views and makes trans jokes sometimes. Who cares?
Well, it's like, Aiko cares. People in the space do care to one extent or another when it's brought up. Let's not pretend like this doesn't have an effect.
AGP!
It's fun. It is funny. It is a little funny, but
AGP!
There's a telling point on Aiko's ignorance of gender critical when she suggests King Critical believes sex and gender are the same.
King Critical rejects the sex-gender distinction.
This doesn't make any sense. Gender criticals don't necessarily believe sex and gender are the same. This is usually a conservative viewpoint, and King Critical isn't a conservative. Gender criticals believe sex and gender shouldn't be conflated. Your sex is immutable and can't be overridden by gender identity or adherence to stereotypes or whatever. Often...
Hold on 1 second.
Gender criticals believe sex and gender shouldn't be conflated. Your sex is immutable and can't be overridden by gender identity or adherence to stereotypes or whatever.
Oh wait, so you should follow society structure because of your sex, even though society always changes within time. We've had numerous different expressions of said gender, of that actual sex, of what positions they are in whatever cultures and societies. What are we talking about here? Genders are always expressed differently over time, despite the sex.
Often gender criticals will be gender abolitionists to at least some degree.
Yeah, This is like the Mr. Girl gender abolition like position, basically, where the sentiment basically expressed by Mr. Girl is that trans medical body procedures shouldn't be done at all. It's unhealthy. It's bad for, it's bad for you to make these adjustments to fit your gender expression. But in fact, we have only had positive results for the most part. It's very rare circumstances where this hasn't been the case, where these specific things have vastly improved the lives of a lot of trans people. But there's this sentiment of like, no, you should be in the body that you're in, and you should just express yourself. You wouldn't have these issues if you would just express yourself through the gender abolition of, say, like, dressing more feminine or whatever, just doing whatever you want with that expression, which works for some people. Some people just don't make body modifications and express themselves in a way that is comfortable with them. But then there's other people who say, no, I feel like this dysphoria is so severe that I need these body modifications to feel like the true me, to feel like me. And since we can do this in a way, and that we've been able to do this for cis people as well, by the way, of making body modifications, adjusting hormones, taking hormone therapy, doing all these things in a way that is healthy and productive for those trans people and saves them from, self-harm. Why not? Is what I say. I don't see a problem with this. It's just gender. The idea that there are certain sex characteristics that a body should have is just gender. Well, that's a different way of expressing your gender that normally would fit in the criteria of what you would view a woman to be, or a man for that matter. And if you can do that, if you have body dysphoria, and you want to relieve your gender dysphoria to make those modifications, I don't give a fuck. I don't have an issue with this.
You sort of have to see gender as a distinct thing in order to have that position. Aiko is quick to slap the TERF label on people who disagree with her, but doesn't seem to understand the acronym. TERF is rooted in radical feminism, which sees gender roles and so forth as a vector of patriarchy.
Yeah. People have body dysphoria. They have gender dysphoria, really, also. Not just but the body dysmorphia, it depends on what specific reasoning, too. Do you think Steven Crowder didn't have, like, some sort of... You think people that are balding, by the way, don't have some sort of gender dysphoria or whatever, that they think they should have more hair, that they're not as much of a man without this specific kind of criteria, specific things that they need adjusted? Hair transplants for one? This happens all the time. Mr. Girl isn't a gender abolitionist. Him saying people shouldn't alter themselves to have certain sex characteristics is gender. He would describe himself as a gender abolitionist. I think what he's saying, and this could be, I could be wrong. I don't think I'm wrong. But he thinks that if people express themselves and it was more normalized to express yourselves in certain feminine ways as a man, or male ways, like man ways as a woman, that people wouldn't have such dysphoria that they wouldn't want to make body modifications to themselves. But he also believes you shouldn't wear makeup. But then there's trans people who don't want to, say, remove the bottom portion, do bottom surgery, but they want to do top surgery. It varies. It varies on the person and the individual and their particular gender experience, their expression.
Lucky. And to a TERF, the resulting oppression is specific to female people. None of this is the same as saying sex and gender are the same thing. If you don't understand things as basic as this, you probably just shouldn't talk about this issue. But eventually we do just get a confession that Aiko is coattail riding Sunday.
I like watching people who know what they're talking about talk about. Because I've thought about a lot of these things, but I have no idea what, I have no idea about like actual philosophy and stuff.
Someone else did the legwork and she's just here to agree with everything he says. It's almost annoying in a way, Most people at least try to pretend they're not lazy.
Well, it is honest. That's the one
It's too
thing I
lazy
can
even
like respect it for a little bit. It's lazy. But like, if I were to like listen, if Aiko presented herself in the way that Sunday does or any other person does as somebody that you should go to for political, insightful political, trans takes or something like that, for a channel to learn to educate yourself on, then it would be more of a problem. I think Sunday, if Aiko was presenting herself like someone like even like Sunday, then we would have a major issue. But like Aiko's content is like stupid drama slop. And yeah, you can be critical of like her lack of knowledge. I certainly am, right? But like, I don't know, man. It is a little bit of like listening to somebody else and kind of like just absorbing what they say, which is not really something you should do. You should learn things on your own accord, or take more voices, more opinions, and then also do a little bit of research on your own accord as well. I think you should do that. Don't be like Aiko here. I do recommend this, but this isn't really. If I'm being brutally honest at this point, it's kind of not worth the video here. It's kind of not. Maybe there was something more insightful here in the next like 8 minutes. I don't know.
Why pretend to care about something you don't, that really doesn't affect your life?
Because she cares about human rights and she cares about people. I don't like Aiko, but I think she does generally care enough to talk about the issue where she cares about not normalizing bigotry, And what do you mean? What do you mean it doesn't affect her? Of course it doesn't affect her. Well, actually, that's not even true. That's not even true. Because in a small way, in some sort of way, transphobia is just another variation of bigotry that is associated with, sexism, misogyny, basically. So while she may not even realize it, maybe she does. I think she probably does. She does kind of have a vested interest in some way, shape, or form of not normalizing bigotry, and then, in the very bare minimum, advocating for their rights when she can. She could do a better job. She can learn more, right? I could criticize her for how poorly she's doing. But Aiko doesn't leave her apartment. Since when has this stopped anyone from fucking like advocating for their political takes on streaming, or donating to certain charities or funds, or going to any political Like, do I think Aiko's being heavily politically active or anything like that? Probably not. But I don't disagree.
I respect the hustle of making a living sitting around basically doing nothing. Was there really no other subject you could be grifting off of? And even if the laziness was overt, and it's more just some kind of girlfriend experience hangout thing where
Are
providing...
you saying she's directionally correct? Well, yeah, she is. But I think it comes from, like, I think what I'm saying is, like, how much am I gonna, honest to God, if she's not presenting herself as, like, an educational, like, for Professor Jane figure or President Sunday figure, if she's just some stupid fucking drama slop, like, streamer that's retarded, clearly, like, how much am I gonna actually give a fuck about, like, her impact in this space and talking about trans issues? Am I gonna care enough to a degree where I'm gonna be, like, overly hostile like Mary Chu here? I don't. I know this is personal, but do I care enough? Probably not. It's like, yeah, she's directionally correct. And yeah, you should probably be correct because you got there through a means of actually putting in a lot more legwork to be able to combat people who are not correct. But, you know, I'm not gonna force it. I'm not gonna pretend to you guys. I'm not gonna force the Aiko snark to such a degree where I'm lying. The debate was really bad. I do think Aiko cares, but if I didn't already know her, I probably would think she doesn't care. I could criticize Mary for thinking that. Does Mary even care? Does anyone? I'm kidding. Well, from what I can gauge of, like, Mary Chu, she's more interested in advocating against her own interests from what I can gauge. MTF, transsexual since 2015, recovering pick-me, gender moderate, liberal, any and all pronouns. Food shops. It's not transphobia if it's true. That's funny. Blair White can't debate. Let's see. Firebat's shocking on-stream outburst. I'm getting a sense of, like, the content direction before I be a little bit more. Gender non-confirming. Men can't win. Horse trans debate. Are you an expert?
Are you an expert in this?
People who believe in gender identity and people who don't believe in gender identity need to be able to coexist in the same fucking way that atheists and Christians and everyone else have to coexist.
No, you see, I'm afraid that's wrong. Somebody can be born in somebody else's body. I'm not an expert in this.
The thing is, I kind of want someone to own someone like KJK, but she's just always up against, like, utter retards. It's so annoying.
My mind, maybe it was right that if you take those views, maybe you should be cancelled.
Don't say stuff like that.
AJK. Wait. Oh, JK Rowling, yeah.
I would imagine most people probably think that she should be allowed to say what she's saying. And that what matters is who's right and who's wrong. You start arguing over who should be able to say what, that doesn't sound like it's going to end in a good place. And so we get people arrested for, like, tweets and all sorts here, so.
Even the most terrible of human would be able to interpret what she said into something that meant people should discriminate against anybody. She simply defended women. And
yeah, I think you'd have to sort of explain what kind of discrimination is actually happening off the back of J.K. Rowling's tweeting and stuff like that. If it really is just people who should log off, not logging off, and taking shit for engaging in arguments on the internet, then I have no sympathy. I don't care.
I think that's a really brilliant point of view and one that most of the country holds. It's just simply not true.
It doesn't necessarily make it right. But
I would be careful of saying, oh, well, I think most of the country holds this view. We really don't know. Lots of people have really never thought about, like, trans and stuff like that before.
They'd probably be a majority of people would probably be more susceptible. I think it'd be more confusing to a majority of people, the conversations. They'd probably be susceptible to probably taking some very ignorant perspectives. But I think a lot of people wouldn't be as unhinged and disgusting as Kelly J. Keane on this issue. By the way, Sean has a good video on Kelly J. Keane. Kelly J.
Hello, everyone. Today, I'd
and
like
the
to talk about
neo-Nazis
something that
is a
happened
really
a few
good
months
video
ago. The event
because
titled
This would give me a better idea on Mary Chu's perspective.
That's
a
a
little
really,
bit if she's
really-
a little showing a little bit more favoritism, which I haven't got that sense so far. If she's showing a little bit more favoritism or you know, agreement with Kelly J. Keane on the trans issue, that would be concerning. But I'm not getting that perspective necessarily. If you're gender moderate, liberal, any and all pronouns is probably. I'm getting the sense. My charitable read of like Mary Chu's perspective is that.
Yeah, I think you'd have to sort of.
She wants to have a broader, more nuanced conversation about it and try to appeal to more gender critical people, and maybe has some agreement on specific takes here or there, or is more empathetic to such a degree where someone like Aiko is getting a sense that because of the way she conveys her opinions and how she probably empathizes with people that might be closer to Kelly J. Keane's perspective, there's probably let's say a vibe that there's like a little bit of a pick me, a total pick me kind of vibe, you know?
About it.
Which happens a little bit more frequently than I would like, you know.
And they've passed away, and yet.
Who's he talking about?
It's still sort of, it's still a sort of major.
And what's this got to do with J.K. Rowling?
Story that, if there is discrimination in this way, then it can have a terrible effect on somebody's life.
What's that got to do with J.K. Rowling saying that women are adult human females and deserve rights? What on earth is that? What's that model got anything to do with J.K. Rowling? If somebody says that they're a female and they're not, and they get found out, then they've been dishonest. Does it mean that they should lose their livelihood? Absolutely not, depending on obviously what that job is. But no, I don't really understand how that's got anything to do with J.K. Rowling.
Well, it's got everything to do with it, because if, for example, you have a look at the discrimination that does arrive at people, so this individual here, born as George Jameson, transition.
April Ashley, is that who this is? Yeah, it must be. We mentioned that this person died. They died when they were 86 years old. They were outed in 1961. And they died like recently. Hang on, what did he say? Hang on.
That we're talking about somebody whose life was pretty much cancelled because they were born a man and then they transitioned and became a woman, became a model, and as soon as they were found out, they were outed about it, and they've passed away.
Yeah, they passed away a really fucking long time after they were outed for being trans. And then there was a legal case around them. I think I've heard a little bit about that.
Did they commit suicide or something as an effect?
It was ruled that it was not possible to change sex. This person, they divorced, and this person seemingly kind of took advantage. The guy that they were married to, kind of took advantage of the way the laws were at the time. And obviously that's not something that would happen anymore because of the Gender Recognition Act. In 1966, was J.K. Rowling even alive back then? This person was outed as trans before J.K. Rowling was even born, probably. Had a hard life and was shamed by the press. That's fair enough. Some of it was probably difficult, for sure. At the same time, what has this got to do with anything?
Well, he's talking about the systemic problem of transphobia, is he not? And the contribution that J.K. Rowling is contributing to that. A past example would be an overall example of systemic issues with how transphobia and oppression against trans people has affected their lives. That's what it's got to do with it. I don't know how you didn't come to that conclusion already. That's the reason it's brought up. Is that just me? Am I missing something? Or I don't think I am. Britain has a different experience as they've implemented many of the progressive policies already.
We're talking about discrimination as a concept, and then claiming that J.K. Rowling has anything to do with it. But the example he's using, they were outed as trans in 1961. And yeah, it probably was very difficult back then, for sure.
How that's got anything to do with J.K. Rowling?
Yeah, so it's not that they were I guess they were technically dishonest. More than that, it's just kind of a sign of the times. There wouldn't have been very many trans people in fucking the early 60s, So yeah, I don't know. It's just a bizarre example to use.
Well, it's got everything to do with it, because if, for example, you have a look at the discrimination that does arrive at people, so this individual here, born as George Jameson, transitioned and then became a model, and then when she was exposed as having been originally born as a man as opposed to the woman that she betrayed, then her life was kind of over and the discrimination started. And I guess
experience discrimination, sure. I don't know what stopping from J.K. Rowling appearing at a Harry Potter reunion or stopping J.K. Rowling from speaking would have to do with that. Sounds like transphobia long predated J.K. Rowling then, surely.
Well, I can't believe I have to say this. I can't believe this. I have to point this out. Oh, jeez, holy fuck. But it's J.K. Rowling's contribution to the transphobia is prevalent. The association with allies like Kelly J. King, who associate with neo-Nazis, and TERF rhetoric, having TERFs around her and other people who share these same sentiments and sympathies and perspectives increases transphobia, no? Okay. I can't believe I have to describe something as simple as that to very true, but okay. Weird. I wanted to go over this today, but we'll do this next stream. And maybe we'll do Contra. I don't know. Do I care enough about Contra to go over? Definitely not going over fucking 3 hours of this shit. There's no way. You know what? Fuck this. I'm scrapping this. I don't give a fuck about Contra. You know what? You know what I think of Contra? Here's what I think of Contra. Here's what I think of Contra. Here's what I think of Contra. Here's what people think of you. Here's what people think of you. Here's what people think of you. Fuck it. We're ending off on a here's what people think of you banger. Fuck Contra points. Fuck this piece of shit. Lazy and apathetic. Today we look at Brianna Wu coded liberal Zionist ContraPoints, list of problematic and apathetic takes that she has been making in her history, featuring clips from McMahon, Vosh, Bad Empanada, Mike from PA, Hassan Piker, and Purple Perry Gaming. And I forgot to include this in the beginning tweet descriptor, but Bad Hasbara as well. There we go.
Aspects of human language lies in its
Hold on. There you go.
One of the most underrated aspects of human language lies in its ability to betray unprecedented levels of apathy simply by the speaker being wrong. While it's often unclear whether an individual's wrongness is due to mistake or malice, there are only so many times it can happen before people start to assume that, no matter the reason, you just don't give a fuck enough to be right.
It's incredibly weird to me how, she shits on people who have a material sort of critique, a more systemic critique of society, while at the same time showing flagrantly that she doesn't have one herself. It's a very poorly structured video in general. She sort of tells you what she's going for in the first 10-20 minutes, and the rest of it is just her making examples. Then she just randomly starts talking about Nietzsche, and it's like, what the f is this? Is this just an excuse for people to put costumes on? We all know it is.
Yes, there's communal trauma and hypervigilance. Yes, there's disingenuous right-wing ghouls dismissing and censoring all criticism of Israel on the pretext of, quote, fighting anti-Semitism. But there's also a valid fear of historical anti-Semitism patterns recurring. And that fear gives power to the right-wing Zionist claim that only Israel can keep Jews safe.
So let's kowtow to that fear.
Right. So let's
give it more power.
Let's reinforce that fear from all sides. Let's all of us together decide that, yes, the people who are doing the genocide are the ones who are allowed to set the parameters of the debate and set the parameters of language, and they're allowed to basically be the arbiters of what you can and cannot say because of this. That's a smart idea. Truly. And brave. Very brave.
And stunning.
Does this mean Israel should not be criticized and sanctioned? Absolutely not. But it's...
But when you get down to the substance of it, what she was trying to say is that poor people envy rich people like her. That is implied. She's been leaning more into this sort of thing lately because she's been getting criticized more for her wealth herself. It's undeniable that this was at least a partial influence in why she decided to make a video like this and with a point in this way, okay? Her point is basically that poor people envy rich people, and that's not the way to go. Well, why do poor people envy rich people? I'm not accepting her definition of envy and why it's such a terrible thing. I'm just saying, even if we accept the definition, it's kind of weird. And you can see that she really fundamentally doesn't understand it with her example of Marie Antoinette, who she, for some reason, decided to identify herself with, which is not a good thing to do. She tried to make it out like people hated Marie Antoinette because they envied her, because there was this massive smear campaign against her, showing her as living a life of hedonism off the wealth of others, blah, 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 blah. And she's like, that's why he was executed. And I'm just sitting there like, how are you going to shit on people for having a material systemic understanding of these things and make it out like, that's why this anger boiled over into executing her? Marie Antoinette was in an absolute monarchy that, through its different leading families over generations upon generations, had caused these people's suffering directly,
cause the suffering of untold millions upon millions of people.
And then I say, I'm extremely confident you'd agree with me if you were fully caught up. This is where Nat starts getting worse, I think. It just strikes me as off that you're extremely confident you definitely know better than a trans woman who's been doing this activism for over a decade, and it kind of compounds my discomfort with the women be quieter tweet. This is a very, very strange argument to make. I don't understand what this characterization is supposed to be. If I disagree with a person, like, what am I supposed to do? Like, we have a disagreement and it's like, oh, well, they're a trans woman who's been doing activism for over a decade. Never mind, I guess I don't disagree. Like,
yeah, I don't know if it's like the Clintonite brainworms or if it's just like a not taking criticism well. Dude, she equated you to a wife beater the other day as well. She's gone off the deep end. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with her. I hope she is, I hope she's doing all right. I wish her well. She has started what I like to call J.K. Rowling posting on the timeline, Like
this guy's actual filth. This guy's actual bottom of the barrel filth.
The funniest and most irrelevant Destiny Orbiter. One of the things about ContraPoints that people don't know is that ContraPoints is a Destiny Orbiter. ContraPoints got their start on YouTube as a Destiny Orbiter and a Destiny friend. And a lot of people kind of like let that go down the memory hole because ContraPoints also was extremely Islamophobic, edgy atheist, YouTube atheist at the beginning. And so people let that part of their past die, as they transition to the Contra, the Natalie that we know. We don't want to dig up the old past. But the reality is that the reason why ContraPoints is so fixated on Hassan is she was a Destiny Orbiter.
this is identity politics arguments from a person who I generally not associated with identity politics arguments. It's woke school behavior. And this is the same language that people who attacked her on Twitter would engage in to allude to some kind of broader, like the trans community has problems with you, Contra. That kind of stuff.
Believe marginalized people is a norm that is encouraged in leftist spaces for good reason, much like believe victims or believe women. And these norms were established to counterbalance the mainstream tendency, which is not to listen to marginalized people or to victims or to women. But any norm can be abused, and the blunt fact of the matter is, sometimes marginalized people are wrong. Sometimes people calling themselves victims are obscuring a more complicated situation.
And then I say, is that really your argument, that I, by way of being cis, couldn't possibly be correct in a disagreement on trans issues with a trans person? I was always under the impression you valued the quality of the argument. Now, she didn't explicitly say this. She did implicitly say this. I hope anyone who watches my content would understand what the real message is here. And it becomes even more clear soon what she's really saying as soon as we see, I haven't heard any arguments yet, only your assurance you're extremely confident that you're correct. ContraPoints jumped in here without knowing what my argument was.
So many leftists feel betrayed because I haven't made a video on Palestine. All right, first off, no one wanted you to make a video on Palestine. They wanted you to stop being silent on the genocide. Just coming out and saying, hey, I think Israel's doing a genocide and it's fucked up and America should boycott Israel, or America should stop giving Israel weapons and money. You didn't have to do much. This whole you have to make a video thing is not even what people were asking for. So if Israel is committing, by the way, Israel isn't committing genocide. The United States of America is committing this genocide. We pay 70% of the cost of the weapons. From Iron Dome to F-15s, U.S. provides 70% of Israel's war costs. This isn't Israel doing a genocide. This is the United States. This is from last October. A report by Brown University's Watson Institute reveals that since the beginning of the war, the U.S. has spent more than $22 billion on military aid to Israel. That's where the anger comes from, is our government is using our taxpayer dollars to pay for it, while hundreds of thousands of Americans live out on the streets, while millions of Americans die because they don't have health care, where millions of people are drowning in credit card debt, in student loan debt, and who are never going to be able to afford their own home. Millions of people who are delaying having the family of their dreams because they can't afford childcare. Our money is going overseas to fund a fucking genocide. So yeah, I'm pissed. So all that has to happen is the president of the United States picks up a telephone and says, we are not funding your war anymore. And as far as the voters were overwhelmingly, remember chat, she is posting this in the context of Zoran Mamdani winning an absolute landslide in a primary as a bold pro-Palestinian anti-Zionist activist. She's posting this where it's completely discredited and has been discredited for over a year now. What the fuck are you talking about?
All right. Amazing, guys. Amazing stuff. We will have more amazing stuff. Part 2 of our Loner Box article read. We will do that. Part 2 next stream. What else do we have in our list? We might, I think we will do this. I think we will do JSOC versus Hutch continuing. And then I might look at this off screen to verify if there's more that I can get off of this Firebat files, Repsion stuff. I'm sure there's stuff that I can get out of that. We'll do a little bit more political stuff. You know, we'll look at some news, all that good stuff, all that awesome sauce stuff, and whatever else happens, you know, before the next stream, which hopefully will be tomorrow. Hopefully, no promises, but I want that to be the case. We'll see my schedule. We see what we can make happen here. Oh my God, exhausting. These people are exhausting. This Ico rules, this Mary Chu person, exhausting. Cannot stand it. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me right back in. They pulled me right back into making coverage on it. Ridiculous. Hold on. Yeah. My man is on a content marathon. How long have we been going? 10 hours and 30 minutes. That's crazy. What am I, insane? Thanks for being here, Parker. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here, Alex. Let's see. Sue Phillips, unidentified cryptid. Real Kathy. Webmaster 4531. Truly exhausting. Very exhausting, in fact. The most exhausting. It's the most exhausting that you've ever seen. Yeah. I think we'll have plenty for next stream. I think we'll have plenty of coverage to do, okay? I think we have plenty to work with. Oh. Okay. Was there anything else I wanted to say before I go? Probably not. Let's get the fuck out, okay? I've gone back to watching recaps of terrible sitcoms instead of commentary dramas. You know what? I don't even blame you. I can't even blame you. Who could blame you? I went back to old Family Guy. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm not starting a new show like Shogun. I guess it's because I don't want to watch drama immediately. I don't want to get invested. Not yet. I don't want to get invested in anything, you know? I need to do that. I need to get invested in a TV. I need to get invested with a TV show again. And I need to just start endlessly talking about my favorite TV shows over here instead of all this slop. I'm looking for Stuff and Farm. 1 liberal versus 20 conservatives. Not So Erudite had a panel. Maybe we'll look at that. I don't know. They always, the Jubilee stuff, they like to content strike. They like to do that. I know there was a Ricky Live dating panel. Apparently something happened from that. Salvo was there. I had gotten invited to that panel, and I respectfully declined that because I don't do dating panel shows. I think the point of those shows is to kind of pointless. It seems like pointless to indulge in. It's not interesting content to me. Not really. I barely like watching it. I definitely don't think I would have fun participating. I think it would be a lame waste of time. So I could have been a part of that, but I decided respectfully not to. Sunday thinks Erda is getting better, but like, nah, I've heard what he said, but not marginally that much better than. It's not by much, okay? It's really not. Dr. Jordan B. Peterson is unwell. Maybe we'll look at that. Fuck it. He's unwell. His daughter's having a rough time. Well, maybe look at that. I think there's like a video on that. Stephen Miller using his prego wife as a human shield. Yeah, the shooting. Maybe we'll look at more information if there's more information on the shooting stuff. I feel like that's going to go away after like a day. Whatever happened there, all the specifics on that. All the cringe of reading people's sex without the comedy, yeah. Beijing calls on EU to exclude China's companies from 20th package of sanctions against Russia. China will take measures to protect them, and the EU will bear responsibility for the consequences. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll dig. We'll find something. Later.